one screen, I didn't see how old she was.
Oh, yes. And I also looked up the girl that Casey was talking about, the actress, and her name is Natasha McElhone. And Amelia Jones is 21.
All right, 21.
Yeah.
Wow. Natasha McElhone, she was in
Truman Show and Ronin, and it kind of looks like Kelly MacDonald.
All right. Let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. What movie did Dave Chappelle play a character called Conspiracy Brother? And we will go to Ryan, see if we can get the answer. Ryan, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right, Ryan, in what movie did Dave Chappelle play Conspiracy Brother?
That would be Undercover Brother.
You are correct, sir.
One of my faves.
Great movie.
Yeah.
Ryan, hang on. We're going to say you open a pair of tickets to the Second City Swipes Right, an incomplete guide to the ultimate date night presented by Kimmel Cultural Campus. It's March 10th and 11th, and it's a cast of comedians covering everything that turns us on and off about love, dating, and relationships. Tickets and information at kimmelculturalcampus.org, by the way. Well, Paris Hilton is ready to share her son's name with the world.
Wait, when was he born?
January 24th.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to reveal the name of Paris Hilton's child.
And don't hold your breath. It's going to take a little while before I get to it in this story.
It's going to take a while.
The 42-year-old entrepreneur revealed in an Instagram post that she had welcomed her first child with husband Carter Riem, and she also confirmed at the time that their baby was born via surrogate, but she did not share his name. Almost a month later, she decided to announce her newborn's name on the This Is Paris podcast.
Oh, of course.
And explain the special family connection. She said, I've been planning my children's names for years and years.
Well, I think most people do.
She said, I knew when I was a little girl that I always wanted to have a daughter one day named London because London is one of my favorite cities in the world. Although she considered London working for either a boy or a girl, she said she wanted to find another name that would fit her son perfectly. She scoured maps for a city, state, or country
like Magellan
that stood out to her so that she could continue the theme and give her son a worldly moniker as well. Well over a decade ago, she finally found the name that she had been searching for.
Wait, London's in England?
She said it's... no, we still got a little ways to go.
All right.
She said it's...
God, yeah, this is...
I needed to fill. Entertainment report. She said it's so unique. I love that it's not only a city...
Oh,
my God!
But also has other meanings that are just beautiful.
Okay.
Start thinking about this.
Okay.
She said, no, not yet.
Okay.
She said, I really...
I'm ready.
Go back.
I'm on the button.
She said, I really believe that names have power, and we wanted to name our baby boy one that was uniquely remarkable.
All right, cue the drum roll.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Is it Constantinople?
It is not Constantinople.
Good guess.
It's Istanbul.
Oh,
Which was Constantinople.
Okay.
No. She then listed a few clues to help listeners guess the mysterious name.
All right, okay, all right.
All right, so it's...
I'm going to have a heart attack here.
I know. It stands for hope, rebirth, and transformation.
All right, Newark.
No.
That's a good name, though. I like that.
Jersey City.
I didn't know that stood for rebirth.
His middle name is Jersey City. Yeah.
This better be good.
All right, this one will give it away.
All right.
All right.
A clue.
Wait, cue drum roll.
She said. She said a clue is in the title, and Nick will get this.
All right.
Of the 5th Harry Potter book.
Oh, all right. Yes, now I know. And it's a city.
Azkaban.
That's a prison.
It's
Silly.
also the name of a city in the U.S.
Sorcerer's Stone.
and the city that is where the Super Bowl was just held this year. Oh, what was that? Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Hang on.
Here we go.
Drum roll.
There you go.
Phoenix rising from the ashes.
Yes.
For like
Rebirth, transformation, hope, power.
That's
Harry
it.
Potter.
Harry Potter.
City,
Phoenix.
Super Bowl,
Desert.
River Phoenix.
All that stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Guy who died outside of the Viper Club.
Yeah.
so she revealed that her son's full name is actually Phoenix Baron Hilton Riem. His middle name is a tribute to the socialite's late grandfather, businessman Baron Hilton. Hilton.
Yes.
So that's the family part
All
of the
right.
name.
Okay. Took a long time, but now we know.
It did. It was fun, right?
Do you like the name Phoenix, or would you go with London or Phoenix?
Man, I like
boy?
them. Those are actually both really good names.
How about Bluebell?
I do like them both. Bluebell. Harleysville.
Harleysville.
Just places that
this
I've
is
lived.
Harleysville, Elliott?
No, I think London and Phoenix are both cool names. Remember we had the little girl calling the other day with Brooklyn?
I love that.
That's a cool
Yeah.
name. There are a few. What could be a name around here of one of the
Kensington?
cities, towns around here?
I like the name Chester.
Chester's a
Chester
very
is a
benign name.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So actually, when we were when we were going to get our dog, Chelsea female, that's the name that Claire wanted for the dog. It's an automatically likable name.
We're missing an obvious one. Concha Hawkins.
Well, I was
Come
trying
on.
to think of like how.
Connie Shahakin.
Yeah, could you call him like Conchi?
Yeah, Conchi.
Come here,
Yeah.
Conchi.
Coochie.
That's a good dog name, I guess.
That it is.
Yeah.
actually.
Conchi is a great
Yeah.
dog's
Yeah.
name. That is a wonderful dog's name.
So Ridley, I think, is a good name. And
Absolutely.
There's Ridley
is
around
good.
here.
Media.
Yeah.
What about Ogons?
Oh,
That's a good middle name.
I got it.
Yeah.
Muck and Pates.
Muck and Pates.
Staring us in the face.
Yeah. Bradley Muck and Pates Smith. Muck and Pates is a good middle name. It's
Yeah.
too many
Muck and
syllables.
Pates
Yeah.
has character. It's like you name a child that because you know they're going to have to fight through life,
Yeah.
and it'll give them strength and character. What's your name again, son? Muck and Pates.
Well, Wayne is a first name.
Yeah.
Wallingford,
Wayne.
if somebody's snooty.
Yeah.
Radner.
Wallingford.
Yeah.
This is my son, Wallingford Swarthmore.
Radner could be a name.
This is my Mount Airy.
Yeah.
I mean, Media could actually be an odd, celebrity kid's name.
Frasier is a name.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's true.
I'm just looking at the map and seeing if there are actually like any other
Delaware
first names.
River.
Delaware River, Elliott.
Exton.
I was thinking Media Elliott. That's what
How
I
about thoroughfares?
Yeah.
476 Elliott.
Let's come back to this.
Yeah.
Let's circle back.
My
I'm
daughter,
enjoying
upper,
this.
upper chai.
By the way, Jen Fred and her camera guy Jared are listening in their truck, and he guessed Constantinople as well. She said he guessed 2 minutes ago, which was 17 minutes into this damn story.
Thank you, Jen. We love you. All right, Steve, you'll find this very interesting. Shelley Duvall,
Yes.
of course, from The Shining, played Wendy.
Yeah, she's not been doing too well.
Well, actually, no, she's back in the spotlight
Oh,
after
good.
20 years away from acting and has not given up on the dream of winning an Academy Award.
Has she joined the Olympic gymnastic team?
She has not done that. In an interview with People published she was in People magazine on Wednesday. The 73-year-old actress who stars in the upcoming indie horror called The Forest Hills explained that she hopes to take part in many more projects with one goal in mind. She said, Jessica Tandy won an Oscar when she was 80.
Yeah.
I can still win.
Good for her. I've always liked her. I've always thought she was a great actress, but video that had been circulating a while ago indicated that she might have gone off the rails. So
Yeah.
it's good to hear she's okay now.
I think she's course correcting. So, not even her iconic portrayal of Wendy Torrance, though, in the 1980 film adaptation of Stephen King's novel, scored Duvall an Oscar nomination. However, she has been nominated for 2 Primetime Emmys, a British Academy Film Award, and Women Films Critics Circle Award as well.
She tributes her father, Concha Hawkin Duvall, with putting her on the right path.
She has earned 3 major honors throughout her career: Best Actress awards from the Cannes Film Festival and the Los Angeles Film Critics Association in 1977, as well as Peabody Award in 1984. So she announced her retirement from acting in 2002 after starring in Manna from Heaven. She explained to People that one of her brothers was diagnosed with spinal cancer in 2002. And acting roles began to dry out when she decided to move back to Texas, where she was raised. She said, it's the longest sabbatical I ever took, but it was for really important reasons, to get in touch with my family again. She said that The Shining continued to take a toll on her well-being outside of Hollywood. She revealed her mental health struggles. In 2016, she went on the Dr. Phil show.
Yeah.
And she said, I'm very sick. I need help.
I remember that.
In 2021, she told The Hollywood Reporter that having to cry on set nearly every day during the 56-week shoot affected her. They shot that for 56 weeks.
Stanley Kubrick.
I know.
So he
That's just insane.
like 60, 70 takes on meticulous. The thing was, you could tell if you go and look at documentary footage of the making of The Shining, you can tell she's going through stuff. Now, they're all there in this isolated shoot, and they're going through all this crap. And Kubrick was fastidious, but you could see she was Now you can see it, but maybe in the moment you couldn't see that she was falling apart.
So she said having to cry on set every day was hell on her. She said after a while your body rebels. It says, stop doing this to me. I don't want to cry every day. And sometimes just that thought alone would make me cry. To wake up on a Monday morning so early and realize that you had to cry all day because it was scheduled, I would just start crying, she said. In that same conversation that she had with the Hollywood Reporter, she also criticized Dr. Phil for taking advantage of her mental state at the time. She said, I found out the kind of person he is the hard way.
I think, though, Dr. Phil had a good response to that.
6 gerbils, 2 cats, a hamster, and a rabbit.
I think he suggested that if she were to get pets,
maybe
that it would be
a nice
better
companion.
for her. Yeah.
That's
6 gerbils.
That was his.
6 gerbils.
That was his prescription.
Yeah.
6 gerbils.
I'm sorry, doctor. 6 gerbils is just not doing it for me. I
called
more.
my local pharmacy. They only have 4 gerbils. Can I take a gerbil substitute?
Listen, take 2 gerbils in the morning.
You can substitute 2 hamsters, but I don't want you to keep doing that.
What about a guinea pig? Is that place like 3
Take
gerbils?
care of 3 gerbils.
Yeah, okay.
Watch it, though. Make sure somebody's around when you're taking it.
Yeah. People reported Duvall to be sharp, earthy, a bit eccentric, and sometimes emotional as she looks back on her unique career. So I hope she's getting it together, man.
Stop and think about all what goes into making an actor, a good actor, throughout the years of Hollywood, all the stories of people. There's a little bit of a disconnect or an eccentric aspect to people who end up being very competent.
Yeah.
You know, in acting.
Can be.
Yeah.
And here, this next story is kind of a testament to that. It depends on the person because Brian Cox, brilliant actor,
Great,
right?
yeah.
Just phenomenal. And currently on Succession.
I'm a Cox man.
I'm sure you are. But listen to this. He isn't holding back when it comes to Jeremy Strong's approach to acting on Succession. So he plays his son in the show.
You're watching now, right?
And he's a great, I started watching it. And he's a great actor anyway. He's been in a ton of great things, Jeremy Strong. So he said in a new cover story for Town and Country, he said, talking about his Jeremy Strong's approach to acting, Brian Cox said, oh, it's effing annoying. He said, don't get me going on it. Because he's a method actor.
He is, and then a method actor will stay in character.
And Brian Cox doesn't really believe in that. So he said, he's a very good actor. He said, and the rest of the ensemble is all okay with this, but knowing a character and what the character does is only part of the skill set. He just thinks that Strong should be able to step out of character. He said he's still that guy because he feels if he went somewhere else, he'd lose it. But he won't, is what Cox says. Strong is talented. He's effing gifted. When you've got the gift, celebrate the gift. Go back to your trailer, have a hit of marijuana, you know? And this isn't the first time that Cox has expressed concern about Strong's method acting. On Late Night with Seth Meyers last year, he said, I worry about what it does to him because if you can't separate yourself, because you're dealing with all this material every day, you can't live in it. Eventually, you get worn out.
So Christian Bale who is his method, he's tamped down on that a bit.
Yeah.
And even he says that it's really demanding. Daniel Day-Lewis, another method actor, throughout Lincoln, he stayed in character, you know. So, I mean, that's, or Austin Butler was Elvis, you know, for the whole shoot.
Strong addressed the criticism himself in British GQ profile published on Tuesday. He said, listen, everyone's entitled to have their feelings. I also think Brian Cox, for example, he's earned the right to say whatever the F he wants.
He's right.
He said, I feel a lot of love for my siblings and my father on the show. And it is like a family in the sense that, and I'm sure that they would say this too, that you don't always like the people that you love.
So let me ask you.
I do always respect them, though, he said.
You're watching the show. Cox says that he believes the show is more of a comedy.
No.
That he believes that it is a bizarre.
It is
comedy.
actually, yeah.
I mean, with now I have only seen a little bit of it.
Yeah.
But there are undercurrents of really dramatic stuff, but there's obviously an absurd aspect to it.
I see that. So I'm only 2 episodes in. I'm watching it 20 minutes at a time because I'm watching it while I exercise. So, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Now, there's some messed up family dynamics in this show. But you got to keep in mind, Adam McKay is the executive producer of it.
Right.
So it's got that dark humor in it
Would you
well.
say it's very similar to Home Improvement?
Similar that when he does that. I mean, that's a direct ripoff.
No, I will
and
say
you only see
Brian
the
Cox
top
go,
of Cox.
what happened? So Cox's character, essentially, the way he says goodbye to people is F off.
Yeah, he says it
I mean, that's
so many
how he
times.
tells you to like leave the room or that conversation's over. He's like, all right, F off.
There are two characters named Tom and Greg in the show, and they spend a lot of time together, and their dynamic is purely hilarious. So, yeah, there are a lot of really funny moments in it.
All right.
He's irascible, that Cox.
Jonathan Majors from Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania is opening up about why he's often spotted carrying little cups around. Now, I didn't know this.
Are these Diva cups?
No, they are not Diva cups. They're not menstrual cups. So
A cup.
he was on with Stephen Colbert on Tuesday, and he said, I'm 33 years old, and I've been doing it since I left my mother's house when I was about 18. Major said that he has about 4 cups in rotation. And he detailed their significance in relationship to his mother. He said, she was so terrified of the circus that I had joined, showbiz and the circus. And he said she was very clear about safety. No drinking, no drugs, no sex. Every time I left the house. And this has happened my entire life. But the drinking was a thing, and she'd always say, baby, watch your cup, watch your glass. So the Creed 3 actor said that he carried the cups around so that he has always kept that in mind for safety.
Fear of being dosed?
Well, but now the cups are a reminder, he said, that you are a vessel. Nobody can fill you up. Nobody can pour you out. You do that yourself.
So I got it on a different way. For years, well, if have a drink at a party or whatever, and I don't drink, but I mean, if it's a soda or whatever, or anything, I will carry that around with me. I never put it down. And that, I think, is from years ago of fear of being slipped something? Or
Yeah, well, listen, I mean, I've been slipped something.
have you?
Yeah. I mean, we talked about it. It happened, and it wasn't until like maybe a year or so afterwards where I was like, oh, I wasn't drunk that day. And we talked about it because it happened to me on Fat Tuesday years and years ago.
Right.
And
South Street.
What really
when you picked a fight with the skinhead, we knew that it was,
What really sucked about that was the very next day on the show, for essentially the entire show, you guys, you chose to, because we thought I got drunk that day.
Yeah, we were beating up on you.
You beat up on me pretty bad. And I had to, for an entire show's worth of content, basically take my lumps for getting so drunk.
You
the day
didn't know
before.
either.
I had zero clue.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, I got home that day because I still lived at my parents' house, and my mom listens to the show. She goes, Case, you were not drunk yesterday. Like, I know what drunk is. Because
She was the one who dosed you.
She had to pick me up.
Yeah.
She had to pick me up. She's like, whatever happened, like, she's like, I know what drunk looks like. You were not drunk. And I'm telling you, like, I was at this bar at like noon, and then next thing I know, it's midnight. I'm in bed. I'm like, what the hell just happened to me? It's really, and I think
It's terrifying.
I think the dose that I took was meant for one of the girls that we were with.
Okay.
And-
That's even more chilling.
yeah.
I always had my own cup just so I wouldn't accidentally drink someone else's drink by setting, or wouldn't set it down, because then if you pick someone else's drink up, my God, I remember a couple times a cigarette butt being in there.
Holy hell. You guys have those decorative little cup things that go on?
Those didn't come around till later on, but yes, eventually.
I have the rabbit.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So anyhow, he carries his around for a
6
different.
gerbils.
Mine has 6 gerbils on it. He carries his around for a different reason. He said, holding on to this is a reminder that even in the craziness happening, my self-esteem is my self-esteem. Nobody can make me. Nobody can big me up, as it were, or tear me down. So it's
John Majors is right.
It's a little
John Majors is right.
representative of what his mother taught him.
He has come out of nowhere, though, has he not? Like,
Yeah. What series was he on
know.
where he got all the attention?
Lovecraft,
Lovecraft, which I have got to watch. People have raved about this show.
Yeah.
And he was kind of exploded out of nowhere.
He's a really good Kang. I mean, he's terrific. He's the best villain since Thanos, and he's in Creed 3, where he looks like he's shredded in that movie. Like, he's a really good actor. I think he is the best actor in the last or the current Ant-Man movie.
I agree. I like his delivery.
Yeah.
He has a manner of speaking that's really commanding, really cool. Let's see. I got a couple other quick things here for you.
Look at all you do. Such hard work when it comes to you. So many sources from around the world, and give us insight,
spanning the globe,
You get a
like
lot
the
of it.
wide world of sports.
They come in overnight. Like, are you on the wire? They're like 3 a.m.
He actually has a ham radio.
Okay.
And he will get from far-flung parts of the world.
Yep.
And he has to decide. He has to edit on the spot.
Listen, if I can't if I can't communicate over the curvature of the earth,
Yeah.
Speaking
we're missing out.
for Preston.
You're a giver. You're a
Paris
giver.
Hilton has released the name of her son.
All right. Well, I found this out
Thank you, Tang.
on the airwaves last night. David Harbour is ready to say goodbye to Stranger Things.
He's ready now?
He's ready now. Yeah, he said, what's funny is when I started the show, I never, ever wanted it to end. He said, that's why I love the show. He was doing an interview with Discussing Film, and he said, I think it's a great show, even if I wasn't in it. And now we're almost 9 years from filming the first season, and I think it's time for it to end. But it is, of course, he said, very bittersweet. He said there's a little bit of a sadness there.
We had him in here.
Oh, man.
And he was one of our favorite guests. Would love to get him in again.
God, he was great.
His character has progressed so much. Remember, he was sort of like a quasi pill popping.
Yeah.
You know, he was just punching a clock.
Yep.
And now his character's evolved into a badass essentially. It's just incredible to watch it.
Caroline and I started watching season 4 again this week.
How many times have you watched this season?
I've watched every season 3 times through. I just love it.
God bless you. Though I'll be
You'll watch a movie over and over.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
watch
okay.
a movie 50, 60 times, and yet somehow I have an issue. Not an issue. I'm like, I don't know if I could do that.
Go back and watch the first episode of a series you really liked, and I'll bet you can fall right back
Small
into
Wonder.
it. Yeah,
Yeah,
why not?
that whole thing, the
that
origin
lasts
story.
years. But I love it, and I'm excited for and you know what? And even as much as we love it, I'm ready. I think it's time for it to come to a
It
close.
should.
Now-
What you don't want is the misstep season that sort of sullies what came before. I think they're going to wrap it up right. And also you have everyone looks like they're 50 now. Yeah.
But the Duffer Brothers can do something else.
Yeah.
And maybe stay in this realm, and I'll be happy. But I just
God,
love,
yeah.
because that late 1980s, that was my era. As just as in my I was the age of those characters then, so I totally relate to it. All right, and then one other thing, and we will wrap up. And I can't leave out a Kardashian story today. Oh yeah, we're in the Jenner sphere because this is Kylie Jenner.
Welcome to the Genosphere, a self-sustaining globe that orbits Saturn, providing sunshine and food, nourishment and education to thousands who chose to go on this journey with me a decade ago.
Captain Caitlin, by the way.
Using dilithium crystals mined from the mines of Blort, which also happens to be where E.T. summers.
Wow. Right? Well, I mean, there would be celebrity tie-ins, I'm sure.
Now, the story.
Kylie Jenner graced the cover of the latest issue of Vanity Fair Italy, sharing which of her 4 sisters is her favorite.
Well, this is, I only read Vanity Fair Italy.
Of course.
Because I find it's the most insightful and it's the most hard to understand because I don't speak Italian.
So she said, my favorite changes over time, and right now it's... You want to know?
Drum roll, please.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
about that. Yeah.
Right now, it's Phoenix. No, right now she says it's Kim.
Oh!
Right, congratulations.
I knew it! You're my favorite.
Kim has changed. She said Kim has changed so much recently.
Do you? Well, you have step siblings, and you have.
Yes. I have my sibling. I have my sister, and then I have a brother and sister, stepsister.
So,
brother.
I think
stepbrother,
it's
stepsister.
natural to.
To have a favorite.
Well, also
Have somebody you're closer to.
Yeah,
maybe, you know?
but I don't think that means that you like the other person. The other people. You just happen to jibe a little bit better occasionally with different members of the family, right?
Yeah. I mean, like you have 2 brothers, right?
I do.
You have a
Now,
favorite,
Well,
or one that you
Tom is.
that you relate to?
I
more?
spent more time with my younger brother Tom.
Uh-huh.
I love my older brother Gene to death, but I shared more time with Tom. So I think I also sort of quasi created him. But so I would say, I would say my dad was a bigger fan of Tom than he was of me. But it shifts. I would never take that as a slight. Just personalities syncing up better.
Yeah,
Man, my brother Josh sucks so bad.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
he,
man.
li-
Oh,
he
I was
listens,
like, oh.
he listens every day.
Nick is too proud to mention it, but his brother is a full-blown arsonist.
Yeah, and like we thought, maybe talking about it in public would challenge it.
You were talking as he was lighting a match.
And Steve, every day off air, you talk about how great Adam is, and you're like, man, I
That
can't.
guy, Jesus Christ!
Right, but then Josh,
you live in a shadow so dark.
I know.
I mean,
it's messed up.
Kathy, I think you like Christopher more
I
than Jimmy.
cannot.
I know
I
you
will
do.
not answer that question.
But I know you do.
Here's the thing: Christopher was the baby. He's 11 years younger than me, so you
You changed his diapers probably at some
totally.
point. Yeah,
like
you love
I
him
helped
way
parent
more.
him. No, I
much
will
more.
not answer that question.
You like
I love
him more.
You've
both-
seen his junk more.
my brother's the same. Oh my God! Ew, I hate
But
you.
yes,
Casey, who's your favorite?
I think Christopher I like more than Jimmy.
Jimmy's too serious, right? Yeah, I get it.
I just have had more interactions with Christopher.
My
than
brother
Jimmy.
Gene is 9 years older than I am.
Yeah,
Kathy,
I've never met Gene.
I just realized your brothers are like your cats for me because I know Christopher and then the other one.
The other one.
Wait, and that's so funny because Jim, my other brother, every time he sees you, he goes, "Guy has no idea who I am."
I know.
I go, "No, he knows you're my brother. He's not good with names." He goes, "I've met him 100 times."
They also
Doesn't
look
matter.
a lot alike.
Yeah, they do.
They look a lot alike.
Who looked up to you more? Who did you impress more of your? Because you're the oldest,
Definitely
right?
wasn't Jim, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe Christopher. I don't know.
Okay.
No, I think Christopher looked up to Jim. You know what I mean? There
Yeah.
was two boys, and
right.
listen, the three of us are all very close, but
Who wore your hand-me-down?
so I don't have a
Wait,
favorite.
how much younger is Christopher than you?
11 years younger.
Oh
than
my
me.
God, that's a lot.
Yeah, it's a big one.
Casey, who's your favorite? Jody.
I told you, Christopher. Well, I'll tell you what, Jody and I, and sisters and brothers did
What about
different.
Jim Bob?
But Jody and I have had zero. I mean, in the 40 some odd years that I've been alive, zero
Confrontations?
confrontations.
Okay.
You just never talk.
No,
That's how you avoid confrontation.
no, but I mean, there was a little bit of that because when I was in high school, she was in college, and then when I was in college, she was out. So
Right.
there was kind of like 8 years of us not really.
It's just part of the deal. Yeah.
That's part of the deal. Paul, well, welcome.
I'm starting to hit the.
Who's your favorite Beatle?
To be honest, it's Ringo.
Yeah. So anyhow, she had said back to Kylie Jenner, back to the Jenner sphere, by the way.
right.
Kylie
I thought it'd be cool.
has changed so much recently.
An honor to meet you, Paul.
She's
There's quite a thing you got here. And you say you used the lithium crystals to keep it going?
That's right.
she said we are very.
Paul ended up on the Jenner.
I mean, I played Wembley, but this is bigger.
It's cool.
Is that your sonic bombs I hear in the back?
Yeah. So hang on.
I see, that's the way you blow asteroids out of the path of the ship. I watch those movies.
Kim Kardashian. Okay, she said we are very connected. She is always the first sister I call when I need something. We've been going through a lot of similar experiences lately. And as far as who she feels least connected with, she said Kendall Jenner. She said, without a doubt, Kendall. She said, you know what they say, though, opposites attract, and that's how it works with us.
Well, she and Kendall have the same dad, right?
And mom, yeah.
Right. But the other Kardashians.
the other ones, yeah, they have a different dad.
Right.
So I'm going to ask you this, Kathy. Has Kim taken another shift in facial structure and everything? I mean, because right, I've seen pictures of Kim Kardashian recently. Where I had to look at the name and see that if it was her.
Oh,
So
my
do a
God.
little checking up and tell
all
me
right.
if you think she's taken another
All right.
shift.
All right, we got to get to the clips here, gang. Sorry, we've spent a lot of time chatting. Sorry about that, Caitlin. Grey's Anatomy is known to follow the ever-changing lives of doctors in Seattle, but what about the changing accents in Seattle? In this clip, actress Camellia Luddington addresses her British accent. Here we go.
Grey's was my first American accent role. I still screw up every single day. Now it's been 10 years, so hopefully I'm a little bit better.
You suck my and shut the
Season 19 of Grey's Anatomy returns to ABC tonight at 9 o'clock. Wow.
Again, if I've seen 7 minutes of that show,
Yeah.
I just never appealed to me.
Next clip, here we go. David Harbour's character might not have any lines in the upcoming film We Have a Ghost, but that challenge turned into a game. And here he talks about a particular scene with Jennifer Coolidge.
There's one scene, I don't think I'm spoiling the film. It's not like Marvel here or anything, but there is a scene in the film where I frighten her, and she runs screaming and jumps out a window. And you think, like, in the script, it just says, like, run screaming, jumps out the window. I swear, they were like, we did about 15 takes. And every take, she was like, let's try it again.
Good boy.
We Have a Ghost is available on Netflix tomorrow.
Did you see Violent Night?
I did not.
Oh,
I gotta
please,
say
you got to
that.
see it.
I was so happy that it was coming out.
I know.
I just never watched it, so I got to do that. All right, there you go. Your entertainment report this morning, gang. We have Bruce Springsteen tickets to give away in about 45 minutes or so. So we want to make sure that you are attentive for that. I'll tell you to be a certain caller, and then you have to give us the 4 songs that we played yesterday by Bruce in those specific hours, which were the 9 o'clock hour, 2, 5, and 8 o'clock hours. So that is coming up, and we're going to have our buddy Jeff Devlin on the program as well. We're going to take a break. Wow, that was very loud, very quick.
That was very loud.
Yeah, sorry, Caitlin. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us, please.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Because they have this amazing salsa and guacamole dip.
I don't even want to talk about that. You just made a mess in my mouth. I know I just said
You
that.
just made a mess in my mouth. How am I going to explain it to my mother? I told you he would do that. He's a football player. Did he give you that line about the big game?
Damn it.
He made a mess in your mouth, didn't he?
Start the countdown clock for when that is isolated and repeated many, many
already
times.
working on it.
I know she is.
It's like goo. Goo.
Ew.
Did he leave goo in your mouth?
Oh, gross.
Go back to the strawberries. I want to talk about the strawberries.
Yeah, because now he messed it all up with salsa and guacamole.
Yeah,
I'm
skip that. Let's
thinking
go back to-
Sweet and savory. The deep fried brownie is glorious.
But she's just saying chocolate covered things.
In general,
Like trying to do it yourself.
it's hard because you have to know what's going to be the right consistency.
Kathy, you end up on Pinterest with nailed it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, what is this case?
I just hit the button.
Oh, Jesus. You just made a mess in my mouth.
I'm going to need that over here.
I know you are.
I know, yeah.
That'll go next.
It was the day I would never forget.
That'll go next with the ball sacks are yummy. Right?
Ball sacks are yummy.
You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. I can't do the stutter thing.
Well, you might be able to.
Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are ball sack. You just made a mess. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth.
It's like Max
sacks are yummy. Do it slowly.
Oh, okay.
Even sexier.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
Oh, wait.
You just made a mess in my mouth.
Ball sacks are yummy.
You just made a mess in my mouth.
Okay.
Sounds a little Mandy-ish.
It does, doesn't it? Oh, dear Lord. What were we talking about?
Chocolate. Made a mess in my mouth.
No, it's
Hi, my name is Mandy, and you just made a mess in my mouth.
Hey, director Jennifer Lee hinted that Elsa may get a girlfriend in Frozen 2.
What?
Yeah, she said...
That's why it's called Frozen 2 Cold Cooter.
She said, where we're going with it, we have tons of conversations about it, and we're really conscientious about these things.
Listen, I can help warm that thing up.
She said
You let cold cooter go.
She said the sequel is expected in 2019.
I consider that a personal achievement that Kathy likes Cold Cooter.
The shocking part is that you didn't.
I was still laughing, and Preston just kept going. I'm like, nobody really
But
said
I mean,
anything
for
about
Kathy
that.
Romano to enjoy Cold Cooter,
That's pretty
I think I'm just going to sit out the rest of the show.
inventive.
Kristen Bell and Idina Menzel have signed on to reprise the roles of Anna and Elsa in Frozen 2. So.
They always say this stuff, but they never follow it. This is the Spider-Man where he's going to be gay.
Yeah.
But they never do it.
There's a show, I forget the name of it, but Jace is watching it, and one of the kids in the show has dads. and two dads, and
It's a Disney show, isn't it?
I can't remember. It's
Disney,
a cartoon. I can't remember.
Oh yeah,
Crazy Family or like Loud Family or something like that. And
we watched a show called My Two Dads.
Yeah.
but I was just surprised. He just watches it like he didn't. It was just normal. Like this one kid has two dads. This other kid has a mom and a dad, and it was just.
Mommy, did you hear Elsa's a lesbian?
Yeah, that'll be next.
Just totally the other way. It has no sense of it. It's totally fine. Elsa's lesbian? Yeah. It'd be interesting.
It's on Nickelodeon.
The Loud House?
Yes, that's
There
it.
you
That's
go.
it.
Okay, yeah.
No kidding. I have.
We're gay!
I've not
and
seen it.
loud!
And they're pretty. One of the dads is pretty feminine, and they one of the episodes, or at least the one that I watched, they go on a skiing trip, and the dads are very overprotective and nervous that the kids are going to get hurt. And
Wow,
yeah.
Interesting.
The voice of one of them is Wayne Brady, and then the voice of the other is Michael McDonald, the singer.
I'm in love with a dude. I turn around and he goes to town on me. It feels so good.
That's not what they do in the show.
Is it
in the
really?
Call it the
show.
Hershey Highway.
Are you sure it's the Michael McDonald?
Nope.
Okay.
I got distracted by the singing.
Sweet freedom. We're just two dudes and we're getting it on.
Penis by penis
By penis.
by penis.
I'm working my way through.
Nick,
Obviously, we're approaching it with sensitivity.
Of course we are.
And compassion.
See,
I think it's cool.
We are a progressive show, obviously, not even remotely having fun.
very different Michael McDonald.
that
Oh, it's the
sounds-
one from
I know that guy.
Mad TV. There was an actor, Steve, you'd recognize
He's
this guy.
excellent. He's very funny.
Yeah, he's a great actor, and
Okay.
he plays the other gay dad,
It's
not,
not the one from
the Doobies.
the Doobie
Right.
Brothers. Though I've dabbled occasionally, now and then, I like some dudes.
I like your Michael McDonald,
Thank you.
Steve.
I'm a fan of man junk, like it on my head. They call it what they call it? A Roman helmet.
Michael McDonald isn't singing this song.
Oh, God
This is Tom Johnston.
That's Tom Johnston. There you go.
Here we go.
That's
Thank
it.
you very much.
That's Michael McDonald.
You don't know me, cause I'm your all the lyrics sound like the others.
So it's called what's called Loud House.
Well, that's
Yeah,
Michael
yes.
MacDonald, right? Not, and this is Michael McDonald.
You might
Or
be
are they
right.
both? Mick.
They're both McDonald.
Both
Mick-
Mick.
oh,
yeah.
McDonald.
McDonald had a heart. He had a hair. With a and
I don't know what animal you just
I
said.
don't know.
I don't know what
Neither do
noise. I don't know what noise to make.
and the hair goes. He does the Michael McDonald see and say.
Okay, so Michael McDonald,
The Loud House.
the Loud House.
The Loud House.
Yeah, there you go.
And you were just singing "Oh McDonald" gives me a reason to play this.
That was me from 2 days ago. Okay, what else do we have here?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Jeff Franklin, the creator
You don't get news like this anywhere else.
and showrunner for Fuller House and the creator of the original Full House, has been fired from Warner Brothers.
Why?
What happened?
And
What happened to the talented man? He created Full House.
I don't know why you're still here.
don't
know.
even question.
I heard it was breakfast.
There was another time, and I got really pissed off at this one too. A buddy and I went into a bar that had pool tables, and we just wanted to shoot some pool. We weren't there exclusively to do it. It was, hey,
Right.
pool tables.
Let's do it.
Let's shoot a game of pool. So we go over to play pool. Nobody's playing at the table. And we go to play, and there's a couple sitting at the bar. They're like, no, table's ours. I'm like, there's nobody playing here.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, our quarters are on the table. I'm like, yeah, but you're not playing pool.
No. Quarters indicate next.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So my buddy and I'm like, yeah, we want to play against each other. No, you got to play us.
No.
And see, so it was their ownership of the table because they currently were the winners of, and so I tried to tell the bartender this, and the bartender's like, "No, they're right."
No, you own the table if you stay at the table
and keep playing.
Yes, and then you can put the quarters out to indicate who's going to challenge the winner.
But maybe they were looking for somebody to play. They had their quarters there.
They left.
I didn't want to play with them. I wanted to play with my buddy, and we weren't interested in playing.
You're not doing a tournament.
Because we just wanted to play a friendly game amongst ourselves, as opposed to these two a-holes, which of course they were great playing. They were great at pool, and they ended up beating us. But I was just like,
I don't want to play against you.
Does anybody understand the issue here? They weren't playing pool. They were sitting at the bar, which was empty, by the way.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, what is this? Oh. This is what you do.
Yeah. Oh, you guys are a bunch of dicks.
This is what you do.
You should have done the thing that
this is your thing
that the Joker does in The Dark Knight and break it in half. And
I know we're having tryouts.
I think I have a good idea.
Ask me how I got these scars. My wife was always sad. I just wanted her to smile.
There are times when I wish I didn't care about getting arrested. You know what I mean? Just snap the cue and go.
So the question you have to ask yourself is it worth letting me and my friend play pool?
You're right.
What about this?
Or do you want this cue rammed through your optic nerve?
Steve, that is going to be my go-to from now on. When I have that confrontation moment, I'm going to think about that and maybe pull a joke.
Sure, why not?
You know? Is it the scars?
Scars.
Are they bothering you?
Just wanted her to smile.
I love it. But some people did have to make a night of it on Friday. And one of the stories that we didn't get a chance to hear was from our intern, Christy, because she was up at the Cardboard Classic with us and made a break for it on Friday after the Cardboard Classic. And we heard, now I've already heard the story, but I'll let her tell you
I haven't,
that she ended up having to stay with a stranger, that a stranger took her in, is what I heard.
Right.
So I started asking her about it, and I'm like, we should hear this story on the air. So, Christy, you left. Did you leave right after the sledding was done and try to head home?
Yeah, I left there was like 2 sleds to go, so we just headed out trying to get out of there. And
what time? What time would you say? Because when I left, I went up to the bar after and hung out for a little bit. I left around 1 o'clock. You had to leave around
12:15.
12:15.
Yeah. Okay.
Probably that.
Okay.
Yeah. So I got back to the hotel, checked out, started my car, went to the bathroom, all that stuff, and then so I started to leave, and right as I'm leaving, a fire truck must have like exploded or something.
Exploded?
Onto the road. It just tipped over. Someone said that they were going like 90 miles an hour down the road, and there was they weren't clear.
You don't exaggerate much, do you? It went from exploded to tipped over to 90 miles an hour.
No, someone did say it was 90 miles
It was,
an hour.
okay.
down the road.
Not even the most finely tuned vehicle could travel down that road at 90
Well, it was traveling at 9 miles an hour because it had exploded and it was flying forward, Preston.
Got it. Okay, so anyhow.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
So there was no getting down the road, essentially.
So there was an atomic bomb blast.
Yes.
So you're looking to get out on the road and get home. Where do you live, by the way, here?
I live in South Jersey.
South Jersey, okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
and
just
what
right over the
road
bridge.
is this, by the way? Is this like, did you get out of?
I got out of the resort, and right in front of me, like I was the next car to go, a police officer started putting flares up and everything.
Casey, whatever that road is that goes to the resort.
940.
940. All right, that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
So anyhow.
So they were redirecting traffic up this hill. It was like the steepest hill I'd ever seen in my life.
There are a lot of them there, yeah.
And trying to drive up, I make it maybe halfway up, and I start rolling backwards. And I don't know what to do. I've never driven in these conditions before. So I'm just sitting there. These people come up to me and said, we'll push you up the hill. We don't really know what we're doing, but we'll push you up the hill. So I'm like, all right, you know better than me. And then this woman comes out of like the thicket. And
she just comes walking out of the woods?
It appears to me that she was coming out. It appeared that she was coming out of the woods. She, I did learn that she had parked her car up there, and she lived on this really steep hill. It was like a development of houses. And she says, can I get into your car and I'll help you? and she helps me, and she can't get my car up the hill. So
So
she's
she gets behind the wheel.
She
Yes.
gets behind the wheel.
Because
Behind
she's
the
done
wheel.
this before, or we
Yes.
assume because she lives next to this stinking hill.
Yes,
Okay.
so she knows what she's doing, but my car is an old person car, so we're not going to get up the hill. So she decides to reverse down the hill, and as she's doing that, I kind of, I'm really grateful for her, and I'm thankful that she helped me. But I kind of start to realize that she reeks of alcohol.
Oh boy.
So
seriously?
Man.
yeah, so I was like,
And it's noon.
all right, well, like the cardboard class is going on. Maybe she was like, there, and maybe she was not there.
But she was thirsty, right?
She was thirsty, and she goes, "Is this your coffee or mine?" And I said, "That's mine." And she just proceeded to drink it anyway.
She just picked up coffee and started drinking it.
Okay, I didn't know that this is where the story was going.
Yes. So
At any point did she call you a dirty bird?
no, we
Dude,
didn't
that's
get there.
what I thought immediately. Misery.
WMMR.
Thank you very much, Kath. We had a discussion. It was we were talking about it off air, and Steve, you had mentioned the guy who played Elvis.
Austin Butler.
Austin Butler?
Yeah.
That's his name? I still have to see the movie.
Oh, it's great.
But we were talking a couple weeks back, and apparently Priscilla had taken him, and Lisa Marie was still alive too, had taken him into the bedroom, Elvis's bedroom at Graceland.
That really nobody gets access to.
And that's what we were talking about. We're like, how wild would that be able to be able to go somewhere where like almost nobody is generally allowed to go to?
Yeah, because I'm nosy as hell, and I want to see. Like, I love that stuff.
You go through like Elvis's underwear drawer and stuff like
I
that.
would eat it.
Yeah, eat it.
But when you go into a place, what's behind that door?
Yeah. So we thought this would be a really interesting discussion to see if there are people listening that may have at one time or another been allowed into somewhere like extremely exclusive, like a place that almost nobody ever gets to go to. And share that. 215-263-WMMR is the number. I'm trying to think of places
I've
that I may
had,
have been.
when my brother was in the Secret Service, this is during the Clinton years, got me
in the residence?
Got me into the center, the Secret Service command center.
Okay.
And I was there. I forget who else was with me. My dad was there as well. But it was cool to see they had the heavy overcoat that the president wears that has, at that time, I guess, had Kevlar or whatever.
Right.
They probably have something newer now. But to see that was pretty cool. But we were like, okay, But it's like, oh man, this is wild to see it.
Well, that's what I was going to say. We all went to the White House. I mean, I know that there are, some people that get to go in. It wasn't like super exclusive, but it was pretty exclusive to go through and see parts of the area where, aren't on a normal tour.
Yeah, like if you got into the Lincoln bedroom,
right,
or the president's bedroom, the residence, that's pretty damn exclusive.
If you were able to watch the president and the first lady have sex.
Oh, stop it.
Through an opening in a painting.
Yeah.
That's what we want to hear.
Yeah, because there's somewhere that the eyes, you remove the eyes.
Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Right? Needs a movie. You know about that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was at I don't know if this counts, but a party with John Bon Jovi and Richie Sambora once in a room at the top of a hotel that we didn't even know existed, and we really didn't know what we were walking into. When we got there, we were like, oh, there was 25 people, and we were like, oh, hey.
Right.
And he was like, hey, go ahead, go grab a drink. I was like, oh, all right.
It's similar.
That's kind of.
I like the hidden. So there was a story I'd sent to you, Preston, about airliners, commercial airliners, especially ones that make transatlantic flights, or that depending on what the size of the jet is. But apparently, and I've always wondered this, in those larger galleys, there's a door that you see, and I'm always like, is that like a closet or what is that? Yeah. Apparently, there is a short little staircase that goes up, and there are beds up there. It's like a little mini apartment for them to go sleep in. And somebody I was talking to last night at our skating event has a family that works in the airlines and says that's absolutely true. And
that's what it is.
I mean, why don't we have that?
Well, I was looking at like some of the planes, like, and in movies where they show there's like a bar, there's a this, there's
Right,
that.
right.
Like, I'm like, where are those
The
planes?
747s used to have that, and you always felt like you were afraid. But to see, get behind a door and not, and finally realize,
What it is.
that's what's there.
Yeah.
Hang on, Marissa's been somewhere exclusive. She has to come in here because her microphone's not working. So
Yeah, we'll get on that. A few years ago, I went on a press junket for whatever the new rock show was, and they had a party at the Versace mansion, which was really cool. It was actually like before any of this, any of the shows or anything like that. So it was just hearsay. So at the time, I didn't know you could rent the mansion. But the guy I was dating and we kind of were like, this party's fun, but let's go explore this place. So we started kind of walking around, and suddenly somebody came out of one of the bedrooms and was like, hey, you guys want to see my room?
Yeah.
So,
man.
swear to God, we go into the room.
Was he wearing a pig mask?
Steve, it started to get weird. And the person,
You've seen Eyes Wide Shut.
the person was like, hey, why don't you guys, you can sit on the bed, and why don't you guys, pose for a photo? Oh my God. And we're sitting there, and, I'm, with another person, so I felt more comfortable than if I was by myself. But then we're they're posing us in different rooms, we'll stay there, and I'll move around, and no, look, the lighting's really good here, and we're kind of moving around to different spots. And it was a good 5 or 10 minutes. I was like, I think we should leave now.
Wow.
But I couldn't get over the fact that I was in this Versace bedroom. So I kind of was letting the weirdness sustain I could enjoy the moment.
You got to the party. That alone is big, but then to go off in a sub room or what's behind that door?
Oh, and so apparently these bedrooms, you can rent them for weekend stays, but it's $10,000 or $15,000. And the person said that they treated themselves and they do this, and they didn't know that there was a party happening
They
on the
enjoy
roof.
making people feel uncomfortable.
That's what they were getting a kick out of. If we were there for a few more minutes, I don't know what would have happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then it led to this back secret hallway, and we ended up outside and had to make our way back in. So we kind of saw all the little back doors and
Would
insides.
it blow in your mind if you walk through one door and you're behind the counter at a Wendy's?
No, but when that show did come out, I was like, oh my God, I was in that
About
room
the
because they
Versace?
filmed it there. Yeah, it was really cool.
That's wild.
Nice. Here's a couple texts coming in. This says, I worked at Chernobyl for 3 years.
Whoa!
And when I left the project, I got to go into and on top of the arch, a.k.a. shelter, over Reactor 4. It was on par for the rest of my experience in Ukraine. That'd be pretty wild.
Have you watched the series yet?
No.
Oh, my God.
No, I didn't see it.
They're the guys behind The Last of Us.
Here's one that says, don't think this will crack the list, but I went to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier in Baghdad and worked in Saddam's palace for a year. That'd be pretty wild.
Yes.
Actually, in that palace.
Sure.
Here's would be a super duper, nobody ever gets to go there. In the Vatican. Has anybody here ever been to the Vatican?
I think you're the only one.
No, I've never been.
I was there, yeah.
So, and they show this in the movie Angels and Demons. There's where they inter all of the popes. There's a very exclusive area that you go down into.
Really?
That's in the main cathedral. If you ever got to go down in there, that's super duper. Nobody ever gets to go
no
there
one
type
gets
thing.
to see that. Something that I would love to see, apparently, in the White House. And the joke is they were installed for Kennedy and his dalliances or whatever. But there are tunnels.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I think it's more for security to get the president out in time. But I'd love to see that.
Let me go to some calls. I have Tom on the line. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
How you guys doing today?
We're awesome. So we're talking about super duper exclusive, nobody ever gets to go in there, places you've been to.
Well, seeing I was in the military for a little bit, I actually got access to a few of them. But I figured the good story is the vault for the National Archives.
The National Archives.
The vault of the National Archives. Okay, so where they actually take the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, things like that, and they store them down in there.
Yeah, it's mostly old tax information, IRS stuff. But
Well, the National Archives have been in the news lately with the documents that have gone out of the White House that apparently a whole bunch of people have in their possession.
Right.
So I assume all of that is kept in the National Archives where you were, correct?
well, I'm sure there was 1,000 of them, but the one I'm talking about is actually down on Roosevelt Boulevard.
Oh,
We
it's
have,
here.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But they have,
That's where Larry Fine's tax records are kept.
from the Three Stooges? I mean, he's a treasure
Absolutely.
of
He's a
Philadelphia.
national treasure.
For sure.
Yeah.
Well, they have like a Edgar Allan Poe's bankruptcy application, the first appointment letter for the president of the U.S. Mint.
That's pretty cool.
Interesting.
They have Jackie O's dress in there, too.
Who's there?
Jackie O's dress for the assassination.
Jackie O's dress from the assassination that still had his blood on it.
Oh, my
Yeah, they
God.
can't show it until the 100-year anniversary of the assassination. It's some family.
The request is they can't show it until the 100th anniversary of the assassination?
Yes, it's just so they don't commemorate the assassin.
I gotcha.
Right.
Wow, that's pretty
Wow.
interesting.
I didn't
Thanks,
know
Tom.
that.
That's kind of cool. Hang on, let me go to Brian. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Gadzooks.
All right, Brian, you had a special occasion to go somewhere most people don't go to?
Before the Pope got into town, I was able to get into the attic of the art museum and on the roof of the art museum.
Wow. Okay. Why?
Yeah, why? The Secret Service was up there getting some stuff taken care of for security purposes, and I work for a company that does the phone wires there, and we were able to get communications for them.
What's in the attic of the museum?
All sorts of coats of armor and battle axes. I kind of asked the curator, because he was showing us around, if I could, lower one down to my truck, because my truck was in the parking lot right below. The Secret Service guys were cracking up. The art museum guy had a cow, but it was cool. It was neat to see.
Yeah. So there's a lot of stuff up there?
There's probably about 10 full coats of armor.
Okay.
And then, I'd say probably about 50 or 60 axes.
Okay.
I don't. How big is it? How big is the attic? Is it? I mean, is it the length of the building?
No, well, where I was only probably 30 feet long and about 10 feet wide.
You got to think there's more than that. That building's gigantic.
There's got to be more.
It's huge. Yeah, this was just one little section of it.
Okay.
Where do they keep their family photos?
All right. Thanks, Brian.
Probably in the basement.
Appreciate it, man. I want to go to Angela next. Hi, Angela. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. All right, Angela, what exclusive spot were you in?
So my sister-in-law works for Hustler magazine, and she's a photo editor.
Oh, my God.
And when me and my husband went out to visit, we got to tour Larry Flint's office. And
You
it was-
toured Larry Flint's office. Your sister is an editor for Hustler magazine?
Yes, it is quite amazing. She sends home magazines to us and autographed photos that she, edited and all. It's pretty cool.
What's the current status of Hustler? Is it still published?
Yeah, it is. I think that they took a hit during the COVID stuff, but it is still published. She's from Sacramento. My brother grew up here in Philadelphia. And they met here, and she even did a photo shoot down at Tattooed Moms not that long ago.
Well, so let me ask you, Angela. So we had Larry Flint in the studio, and he had a wheelchair that was made of gold.
Yeah.
What was in anything like that? Anything lavish like that in his office?
Yes, giant ivory elephant tusk. I was trying to take pictures. I got in trouble. They told me I wasn't allowed to take pictures of anything.
Jeez.
There was like a floor-to-ceiling oil canvas photo of his wife that passed. Just really cool artifacts, and it was just probably the coolest thing that I've seen in Los Angeles.
Wow, that's wild.
Yeah, no, it was cool. And, my husband was excited because he left us a goodie bag of all kinds of magazines and hats and T-shirts.
Yeah, there's a porn goodie bag. There you go. Wow.
Nice.
That's
Nice.
pretty
Awesome.
All right, thanks.
You don't get that at the National Archives, Preston.
She said it was awesome. Let's see. There's a bunch of calls coming in. This is one I'd like to do. This is Andy. Hey, Andy, good morning.
Hey, this is Andy from Germantown.
Hey, Germantown Andy, they call you.
So I got into a VIP tour of the Vehicle Assembly Building at one of the private space companies. It's like what the NASA administrator and the top generals of Air Force and Space Force get into.
Wow.
Very cool. So you can see these giant X-ray machines where they're looking for like micron width cracks in engine cowlings, and you can get inside the capsule. It's right there. These big, huge windows you can look out. It's pretty cool. I'm a space nerd, so it was awesome.
No, it sounds awesome. So how these X-ray machines, obviously, as you said, they're looking for flaws in what they're building. How big are these X-ray machines?
They're They're probably 4 times as big as a person.
Wow. Oh, that's pretty amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, they've got like shielding all around it. Buzzer when they're about to turn it on. Everybody has to get behind the shields and stuff. It's pretty.
Yeah, I'd be scared. Crap.
Interesting. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, buddy. Here's a text says, in the British Museum, 2 of my classmates and I got to read the Magna Carta.
Wow.
With white gloves on. So they actually took it out of
I didn't know the full title was Magna Carta with white gloves on.
That's it. Yes. It's
Yeah.
they got to read the whole Magna Carta.
Asterisk with white gloves on.
No, this is so you don't get any of the oils from your
yeah.
skin on this old document, which I don't even know what the hell the Magna Carta is. I've heard
It
of
is
it
actually a
1,000
lunch
times.
list.
Is it a lunch list?
Yeah.
It's what they had for lunch back then.
Magna, what do you have? Carta?
Yeah. Hang on, I want to go to. There was one here. Where was it? Oh man. Yeah. This would be cool to check this out. I'm going to go to Chris. Hey, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's
you
up?
guys rock.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. All right, what exclusive spot have you been to?
I got to go to Camp David.
Wow.
There you go.
So what is that like?
It's really odd. Like it's in the middle of nowhere. You even when you get through the gates at Camp David, you don't really see the buildings are so far spread apart. You don't really see everything.
Right.
Let me ask you, when I've seen pictures or depictions of what it's supposed to look like, it looks like it's almost like locked in time. Like it's the architecture and decorating, interior decorating is maybe like from the
60s or something. Yeah.
From the 60s, that's precisely what it's like.
Yeah.
Chris, you said it's
really neat.
It's in the middle of nowhere. Like it's kind of like southern Pennsylvania, northern Maryland, right? They don't even disclose.
Yeah, exactly. Maryland. It's in a like a campsite area.
Right.
You're driving up this road. You'll pass campsite number 1, campsite number 2, and then you get to whatever the number it is for Camp David.
That's pretty crazy. I think, Nick, it's on the site of the camp you went to as a kid.
Camp
Aqua.
Yeah.
Chris, why were you there?
I had to. I worked on their generators.
Okay. All right.
I got
So
backup generators in case power goes out.
just there for a few hours, or was it a multi-day project?
Few days, yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
What was president at that time, and did they jump in and help you?
Yeah, no, they were absolutely not there. So
Okay.
there was no way that was happening.
Wow. All right. That's pretty cool. And I assume you weren't allowed to take pictures or anything like that.
Oh no. Actually, there was one day I just forgot and left my phone in my pocket, and it was this was in the early 2000s. Still, it was a camera phone.
Yeah.
And my chaperone was like, "You cannot take that out of your pocket. They see that. They're you don't want to see the amount of people that's going to show up."
Wow. Hey, Barack, hand me that ratchet wrench.
That's pretty cool. All right, now that's that's definitely an exclusive invite. Right there.
I would love
Thanks,
to see
Chris.
that. The
Yeah.
history of Camp David, the Camp David Accords, all of that.
So this is not an exclusive place. At one time it was, because it was classified. But there's this resort, and I've told you guys about it. It's called the Greenbrier.
Yeah.
And beneath it was a bunker for Congress, should there be some kind of an attack on the country, and if they could get everybody there. It was an underground bunker. They could
Codename
live there.
Archie.
Codename Archie Bunker. Yeah, that was the name of it. But it's been declassified for years, and now you can take a tour of it. So, but if you were able to see it at that time when it was so secretive, that would have been a really exclusive
So
place to be.
it's sprawling, is it not?
Yeah, it's big.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's this huge underground place that they built under the guise of that they were building a convention center building, which they did build as part of the cover. But what they did is they built this bunker underneath that, so there weren't be any eyebrows raised about the construction that was going on. And then everyone that was used on that had to sign all these non-disclosure agreements, and also it was national security. So you would, if you betrayed that, you were going to prison.
Congress would go there, right? And they would have a good vantage point to watch all of us up on land
us
get
burn.
incinerated by nuclear war.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
You know what its code name was, Preston? I just found this out. Project Greek Island. So if the Secret Service came across the wires and they said Project Greek Island, it meant that all of the Congress and the president, and the executive branch had to retreat to the Greenbrier.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. I will go to JT next. Hey, JT. Good morning.
Hello, you beautiful people. Good morning.
We love you. Thank you, JT. What's up?
Well, back in 2001, I had just moved to LA. I was temping, and I ended up working for a few weeks at George Carlin's production company.
Oh, wow.
So befriended his personal assistant, and we ended up spending the weekend in his private suite at the MGM Grand.
George Carlin's private suite?
Yes.
And
Wow.
when was this, JT?
Pardon?
When was this? What time frame?
Early 2001. He had a residency there at the time.
That's pretty cool.
So was there anything that was very George Carlin-ish about it?
Well, you not really know because he never stayed there. He had his own house in Vegas. So
Okay. I wondered if there was like the 7 dirty words were embroidered into the wall.
But that was for friends of his or family or something like that. All right, JT, thank
That's
you.
awesome.
I want to go to one more call because this is the place. This is an exclusive place. Like, you can't buy your way into this no matter how rich and famous you are. Disney World is fastidious about this. I'm going to go to Kevin. Hey, Kevin, good morning.
Good morning. I want to shoot you in the ass
with the BB gun. Nice, Kevin. All right, so where have you been?
Cinderella's Castle. We got a week stay in Disney and then one night in Cinderella's Castle.
So in that castle, up in the top, there is a suite that is a very exclusive place, and you cannot pay for this. You have to be given this. And I've been told, taking tours there, and they said the richest people come in and they say, we will throw all this money at you, and they refuse to do it.
So is it so? And they'll give it to people who've gone through perhaps trauma or like a Make-A-Wish kind of thing,
or you can win it,
or just a random. So what was that like, Kevin?
It was awesome. So my wife's company had a raffle with like 10,000 people, and her name was in it, and she actually won the week stay and one night in Cinderella's Castle. So we were staying in Disney. This one day they said, okay, it was like a Wednesday. 2 handlers show up and took my wife and I and our 2 kids to Cinderella Castle and took us on any ride we wanted. So, like, where do you want to go? Where do you want to eat? We're like, we want to go here. So they took us around the back ways to get in the front of the line to meet characters, to go on rides and all like that. So then when you went to Cinderella's Castle, there was just a door. You wouldn't even know it was there. You open the door up, there's a girl sitting at a desk and an elevator. They take your name and your ID and open up the elevator. The elevator floor has tile on it, little mosaic tile that were actually gold pieces of like Cinderella's chariot and horses, all like that. It was beautiful.
Wow.
You go upstairs and it opens up. It's not that big as you think. It may be, not even 1,000 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
It had like 2 Cinderella beds, and in the other room it had a pull-out couch bed. And but the bathroom had mosaic tiles from ceiling to floor that lit up. Had a hot tub in there.
A hot tub. What was the view like from there?
Oh, it was great.
Yeah.
It was crazy. You could see everything. And what was really cool, at midnight when the whole park was closed, they told us to put on our slippers and robes that they gave us. And we went out in the middle of the park, and they took photos of us.
Oh,
my God, that's so
man.
cool.
That's awesome.
Castle.
Piss wherever you want. They give you they let you piss wherever you want. That to be in that sprawling amusement park.
Yeah.
You
By
just yourself.
That's cool.
That's insane.
Nice, Kevin.
Yeah. I mean, there was hundreds of cleaners just running around all over the place, but it was incredible to see, and the people were just so nice to do it, and also to give you a pin to wear on my special day, it says on it.
Nice.
The workers like, why is it your special day? And we're like, oh, we're staying in Cinderella Castle, and they're like, we've never met anybody who stayed there.
Oh,
that's amazing.
Awesome.
That's
Wow.
cool.
Yeah.
Good for you, Kev. I appreciate it, man. Thanks. Yeah, there's some pretty sweet things that you can experience and see that a lot of people don't get their eyes on from time to time, and that's one of them. You can see videos on YouTube of what it looks like inside there.
Yeah.
But to be able to go in there and stay in there is a pretty special treat. So. Listen, guys, we got to take a break. We could keep going. There's
some
a lot,
great stories.
A lot of great phone calls, but we have to stay on time for the Bruce Springsteen.
The Kremlin.
The Springsteen tickets. Yeah, somebody got into the Kremlin and Moscow and a bunch of other stuff. So interesting stories. Thank you for sharing. We do appreciate that. We do have to take a break, though. I need to quit doing that. I keep fading down the wrong fader and then hitting the button.
They've thrown a lot at you.
They have thrown a lot at me. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Bizarre File and the Bruce Springsteen tickets. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Right near like Split Rock, there's another lodge.
Yeah, it was right near the lodge.
Okay,
I was
so
about a minute walk from there.
I know this hill. Nick, this is the hill that you and I went down.
Yeah, that's where the fire truck
that
was.
we had to
Yeah.
traverse.
That it exploded earlier.
Down.
Yeah, going 90 miles an hour.
It was scary going down the hill, not even going up the hill. That's okay. So I know exactly.
but you
where this
potentially
is.
have you have someone who's potentially drunk sitting at the wheel of your car trying to. But you're thankful
Drinking her
for it.
coffee.
I'm thankful
Drinking your
for
coffee,
her.
yeah.
Yes, and
At least she offered to help.
I let her have the coffee, obviously, and but she was helping me. I didn't know what else to do. And
nice.
She gets my car down the hill,
You have any birth control?
and then we end up in a ditch on like the side because the sides of the hill are like divoted down.
Right. Yeah.
So we end up on the side of the hill. Someone pushes my car out, and I'm like, okay, I'm not driving anymore. I'm gonna end up in a ditch somewhere else alone. So she invites me back to her house.
Let me ask you this. Hang on real quick. Did it end up in the ditch with her behind the wheel?
It did.
Oh, my God. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
That's when I was like, all right, she needs to get up.
Here,
out
let me
from
help
behind
you.
the
I'm going to
wheel.
run you into a ditch.
Yep.
So I go back to her house with her, and
So you guys had to walk there. You had to walk to her house. You had to go through the thicket again.
How far?
Okay.
She just lived at the top of the hill, so we were
Okay.
able to walk. It was like less than a minute walk.
Okay.
And we get into her house, and things start getting weird. She starts telling me her boyfriend doesn't believe her, that she couldn't leave to come see him, so she makes me call him and tell him that I had been lost and I needed help, so that's why she can't go see him.
Oh,
and there's all these snow conditions.
How old is she? About?
She had to have been maybe late 40s, 50s, something.
Yeah, an
not
adult
like a
grown woman.
teenage
Grown woman.
Yeah,
My
like,
boyfriend. Do me a favor, sweetie.
so I'm like, all right, I'm thankful that she got me away from the hill, but I need to get away from her now. So I just leave my car at the base of the hill, and she walks me to Split Rock, and I just got a room at the lodge. But the lodge is about a mile away from where the restaurant and everything is, so I spent 30 hours with no food, no drink, nothing, and just alone in my room watching
Yeah, because
cops.
at the base, the story was, and we heard this on Monday, I guess, was, hey, somebody took Christy in. And,
Yeah, that was awesome.
She got stuck, and they took her, and she ended up having to stay at somebody's house. We're like, well, that was really nice. It was nice of somebody, a local, a local to help out, and and it ended up being this.
You see, I've known for some time why I was chosen to save you. You and I were meant to be together forever. Now our time in this world must end.
And that was Christy's moment.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to be the mom for a second, but you should have never went with her, and you should have called one of us.
Well, see, the thing is, the Verizon towers went down, so I had no service.
From the explosion
From the explosion of the fire truck.
Fire truck, yeah.
So the only time I could get service was when I got into the hotel and I could use their Wi-Fi. So I had already had a room at that point, and I was like, well, what am I going to say? I'm stuck, and you're going to say, me too.
Yeah. All right.
No, but instead of going to, I guess you couldn't get in touch with us, but still.
What was the woman's house like? Was she into taxidermy?
No, it was.
I'm working on this owl.
It was old on the inside. I didn't really want to take a look.
Smell like mothballs?
No.
I was also thinking of Pulp Fiction. A spider caught a couple flies.
So here's the thing.
moment of opportunity.
I have someone who lives in a box in the basement. I'd love you to meet him.
When
name is the Gimp.
When Nick and I were going down this hill, there was a car that was trying to go up the hill.
That lady was out of her car.
And it was a like a light colored, maybe like silver Toyota something or other.
Did that lady yell at you?
No.
She yelled at me.
Did she really?
About
Why?
what?
Yeah, well, because she didn't want me to go any further because of the fire. I'm not exaggerating. Because of the fire truck that was on its side down that hill, and she was warning me, but she was doing it in a shocking, sort of half-hinged kind of a manner. And I was like, all right, I
You
got
think it was the same woman?
I'm wondering.
Okay.
Was she wearing a red sweatshirt?
I don't remember what she was wearing, but
I'm not talking about that.
Was she wearing a red sweatshirt that said Archie Bunker for president?
That was on Nick. That was on Lake Drive or whatever. The hill I'm talking about that you were stuck on, I believe, was Estate.
Yeah, that's what it was called, Estates Drive or whatever.
Wow. So how long? So when you got into the house, how long were you in the house?
Maybe like an hour.
An hour?
Oh, you were there that long?
Because I didn't know what
Want to
to
watch
do.
my stories with me?
What were you? Yeah. What were you guys talking about after you got off the phone with her boyfriend?
She kept asking me like, really odd questions.
You'll
that
never
might
know the fear of losing someone like you if you're someone like me.
She really wanted to make me a meal. She wanted to take pictures with me.
Are you a good girl? Are you a good girl?
She just wanted to like document the moment that like she had saved someone.
This is sounding very similar to the Hawaii trip, Preston.
Somebody was texting in and asked if there were swords on the wall.
Yeah, it could have gone that way if she didn't leave.
I don't want to be forward, but I can see your dirty pillows.
Did you take?
You don't want boys touching your dirty pillows.
Did you take your jacket off and hat and gloves and stuff?
Yeah, because I was so like
well, you're lovely.
soaked from being outside, so I wanted to get on.
Do you wonder how I got the smile? I know you couldn't see it with my ski mask on. I have this permanent smile that I gave myself, you see.
And so you were there.
Could you call my boyfriend?
So you're there about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Holy Jesus Christ. You must have thought at some point, I'm going to die. I'm going to get murdered by this person.
Me and Nick just drove right past each other.
You didn't know that probably at the same. Yes. They were. What time did you guys leave?
After her.
Yeah.
How long after her?
I left around 12:30, 12:45.
Did you go up that hill?
No, I didn't go that way.
Yeah, I went all the way around and then ended up finding where Casey was.
They ended up coming the opposite way, so they were going down the hill. She was going up the hill.
I was trying to get back to the turnpike on the south side of Dead Boulder.
I felt pretty bad because on my way back to Jack Frost, after I tried to get on the Northeast Extension, I came back and I'm coming through the entrance, and there was a white, I don't know if it was like a Suburban or something like that, that was in a ditch so far so that it was laying on its side.
I saw that.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it too.
I came upon it, Kathy, and Seattle, Hong Kong. No, I came upon it, Kathy. It must have been shortly after the windshield wipers were still going. They had flashers on.
wow.
And I couldn't stop. I wanted to help, but I'm like, if I stop, I'll get stuck too, and it's just going to make the problem worse. So I just kept on going. I know. Good luck. I felt so bad, but I thought that I would.
That's when the wood split. Oh, she's got it. Yeah.
I thought that it would compact the problem if I stopped, and then the next day when we checked out and left, it was still sitting there.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I wouldn't have been able to done anything anyway.
That thing was fully on its side. What could you
Was
have
there
done?
anybody in it? Because when I passed it,
I don't know.
There were people helping someone out of it. So
Yeah.
there was like I guess Jack Frost security or somebody was assisting.
There had to have been somebody still. Wait, did you go back to the resort?
No.
No, this was on the way to the resort.
Oh, because there
This
was
is
another
across the highway.
There was another vehicle, a similar vehicle on its side, exactly as you're describing.
Okay, but the wipers were still on, the lights were, the flashes were on, so it was still running. So people were probably inside of it.
When you were going through the wallet, yeah.
I just. I had to make a decision.
Some money, credit cards.
Quickly, and I decided to keep going.
Nice.
Yeah.
New app, new iPhone.
Wow. Well, that's interesting. It's. I'm glad you got out of there, though, Christy.
Me too.
I could see you. Yeah.
It sounded pretty bizarre.
Are you a good girl?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Don't do that ever again.
Yeah.
Did you get her number at least?
I did, yeah. She wanted me to text her when I got home, but I didn't because I was afraid she was
call her?
Hi, Christy. It's me from the mountain. You remember me?
Her name was Mary, by the way.
Mary's
Yeah.
my name.
I wonder if she remembers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, she documented pictures and everything.
No, we did not take pictures. I refused.
Really? So what, was she looking for a selfie, or was she going to pose you?
Well, she wanted to take a selfie outside, but I had already taken my shoes off at that point. I was like, oh, it's too much to put my shoes back on. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. That's how you come.
Oh, that's the way it's going to be.
Well, all right. Well, cool. Are you gonna, now? You said you're not used to driving in the snow. You know what's funny is the thing you said to me this morning. You go, "I'm from New Jersey. I don't know how to drive in the snow." I'm like, "What the hell are you talking about? It snows all the time here in the winter."
Well, I just meant
How old are you?
Up 23.
Okay.
I just meant like up in mountain snow. I could drive in New Jersey snow.
New Jersey snow, not mountain snow. Okay. Because New Jersey snow has jug handles and mountain snow doesn't.
Exactly. Yeah, it's much easier.
All right, thank you, intern Christy, with her story of survival in the Poconos on Friday during a nor'easter.
You know her experience as psycho.
Yeah, exactly. In yet another case of medical negligence, In India, the severed leg of a victim was allegedly used at Maharani Medical College as a pillow to prop up the man.
What? This is amazing what's going on here. When you're traveling, you have your junk in a tuna can, and now human limbs are being used as pillows.
The victim claimed...
I sort of missed the iguana story.
That hospital staff used his amputated leg under his head as a pillow.
Does that feel better?
After the case came to light...
thank you.
The college principal assured strict action against those found guilty. She said he was given immediate medical aid. The doctor looked for something to raise his head.
First, I created my pillow. Now, my leg. A revolution in sleeping. You're going to love it.
For the best sleep in the whole wide world, visit myleg.com.
That was pretty damn good, guys.
Thank you.
You're going to love it. The leg contours to your head.
So the doctor looked for something to raise his head. Patients,
there was nothing around like a
shirt you could wad up or something.
A shirt?
Okay, so Preston had thrown out the stat in the last 4 seasons. Villanova's won more games than any other program in America with 129 wins. And you're... go ahead.
Only one camp out for Kahunga shootout.
There we go. That stat is missing from the page.
Still gnawing at me.
There's always next year, man. There's always next year.
I got to tell you, Preston, perhaps you can clarify this. There's another stat on this page we have here. Apparently, Coach, you're the most well-endowed head coach for 16 seasons standing.
No.
Am I reading that correctly?
No. He's been Villanova's William J. Finneran endowed head coach.
Oh, you skipped a few words.
I'm sorry. Very different. I misread that.
Yes.
I apologize.
I mean, he's everything. He's probably that too.
I guess those extra words make it different.
You are officially out of your mind.
It's William Finneran, not well.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misread that.
Endowed.
You know what? There's a number of prestigious programs that have endowed coaching positions, and I've never heard that.
You can teach typing, and that's fine, but you're I think you're going to default to whatever you're most comfortable with anyway. You know, like
the hunt and peck thing.
Yeah,
I was taught, and I still do it.
I know, but like Jim Antes, for instance, have you ever seen him type?
Is that a hunt and peck guy?
He is our general sales manager, and he uses his whole left hand and then his right index finger, and that's how he types.
All right,
and
I've
that's
seen
what
people
works for him.
that just use the 2 index fingers and fly.
Yeah.
It's hilarious to watch. Marissa?
All right, going back to cleaning out the keyboards, I actually find it very soothing, kind of like getting a nice piece of earwax out. Have you ever turned over your keyboard and dumped out all the dirt that's in it?
No.
Can we do it to your keyboard that's right here?
Yeah. Go. I don't think. That keyboard.
This.
Oh yeah. Oh my God.
Before we do the bizarre file, I want to get our winner for the Bruce tickets, and they're getting the information right now. But Steve, this would be a good opportunity to mention your event, which is tonight, right?
Yes, the Kitty Cuddles tonight. Thank you, Preston.
Yeah.
It is benefiting Max Fund, and the charity my wife started a long time ago, and a lot of other charities pull from it. It's at the Living Room and Cricket Cafe. Awesome new place. It's been open since November. It's a great music venue, small, intimate couches. It's really nice. The basic deal is you come down, you hang out. We're going to have cats and kittens, kitties, and full mature cats, whatever you want to pet and cuddle with. There's going to be food for Harvest Seasonal Grill, nothing but cakes, open bar featuring Revivalist Spirits, Clear Rum, Dewey Beer, and Chadford Winery, raffles. The School of Rock is providing music. Kittensnatchers.org is providing all the cats. We're technically sold out, but there's some extra wiggle room. So if you show up at the door, or you can still buy online, we'll get you in there. Again, it's an intimate place, so you're not going to have 15,000 people. You hang out. It's a really comfortable vibe, and we'd love to see you tonight. I'll be there hanging out, petting like a mofo. So kitty cuddle tonight at the Living Room and Cricket Cafe, 104 Cricket Avenue in Ardmore.
And if you didn't get all that info, it is right there on WMMR.com. Very easy for you to find.
Thank you,
pull
Preston.
that and head on out tonight. All right. We have our caller on the line, number 12, and we need to see if we can give away these Bruce tickets. We're looking for caller number 12, and I believe is this Stephanie?
That's it to Stephanie.
All right, Stephanie, if you name those 4 songs, the tickets are yours. So do me a favor, rattle off those titles, please.
Out in the Streets, Cadillac Ranch, The Rising, and Prove It All Night.
She got it right!
That is absolutely correct.
My mom is going to die.
Your mom is going to die?
The only time she's ever happy is when she's with Bruce.
Oh, that's fantastic. So I assume you're going to take her, right?
I will be taking her, yes.
Fantastic. All right, so you got tickets to show number 1 to see Bruce and the E Street Band Wednesday, August 16th at Citizens Bank Park. So we're very happy for you and your mom, Steph.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You bet. Hang on the line. We'll get your information. See how easy that was?
Yeah, man.
All right, so we're going to do it again today in the next hour, in the 9 o'clock hour. We will get the honor of playing the first Bruce song of the day. And then it'll happen again at 2 and 5 and 8 in those hours, not like right at 2, 5, and 8, but in the 2 o'clock hours. There's a cheat sheet available at WMMR.com if you want a little assistance.
We really want you to win these.
So make sure that you tune in, listen all day long, and then tune in tomorrow morning around this time to win those tickets because we have more to give away. All right, time for the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, this morning it is brought to you by Horizon Services. You can replace your old, aging heating and cooling system with a new one from Horizon Services and have it installed as soon as the next day. Put 0 down and have 0 payments until 2024. Book fast at horizonezbook.com. A woman in Anchorage, Alaska, was out walking her dog on their usual route like any other day when she was charged from behind and kicked in the head by a moose.
What?
On Thursday. That is correct, yes.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Yes.
For a moment.
This footage is amazing.
Yeah, the moment was caught on video by a passing driver who shouted to warn the unsuspecting dog walker. Tracy Hansen didn't hear the shouts, nor did she notice the large moose barreling down the path behind her, and was initially confused when she was knocked to the ground. She said, I thought someone had not been paying attention and hit me with their bike or something.
It looks so weird, too, because the moose almost, Preston, in the video, is like, get out of the way.
Like punches her.
Yeah, get out of the way.
Like it throws its front hoof out and just knocks her right in the head. She had looked up and saw the moose, but still couldn't believe that the animal had been the one that knocked her down. She and her dog, Gunner, had passed the moose earlier on their walk.
The moose.
Knowing that the
Why don't you forget the moose?
Knowing that the moose
For a moment.
Watch this footage.
Had been somewhere behind me, and now here's this moose in front of me, and I'm like, what? Was that a moose?
Because they have been known to stomp people to death.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, they're huge.
Yeah.
So she may not have ever known for sure if it weren't for Kate Timmons, who took the video. They ended up pulling her over. The moose had barreled toward Hansen, raised its front leg, and slammed its hoof in her head. They picked her up and they got her to the hospital and everything. She needed some staples and everything.
Dude, I was only running because you were following me in a car.
She still has some headaches and bruising, but she is slowly recovering
fine.
from that. She's fine.
Don't be a pussy.
Okay. All right. This is a wild story. A flying instructor died in flight after suffering a cardiac arrest, but his co-pilot thought he was just joking around and only realized after landing on the runway that the man had slumped onto his shoulder and died. The pilot thought...
I got to commend you on following it all the way through.
He thought the instructor was pretending to be asleep as the pair flew a circuit above Blackpool Airport in Lancashire, England. The qualified pilot had asked the instructor to accompany him aboard the 4-person Piper PA-28 for safety reasons during windy conditions. Prior to takeoff, the pair chatted normally while the pilot taxied out onto the runway. And he said that the instructor's last words were, "Looks good, there's nothing behind you." Shortly after takeoff, the instructor's head rolled back. After because the two pilots knew each other well, the co-pilot thought that his companion was just pretending to take a nap while he completed the circuit. While the plane turned around, the instructor slumped over so that his head rested on the co-pilot's shoulder. But again, the pilot still thought it was a joke being played on him. He's like, get off of me.
Hey, very funny, very funny.
After landing safely.
All right, you're asleep.
With the instructor.
Get away from me.
Still resting on his shoulder and not responding, the pilot realized something was wrong and alerted the airport emergency services who were unable to revive the instructor. That's crazy.
Did you just crap yourself? Way to sell it.
The instructor had close to 9,000 hours of flying experience and was said to be in good spirits before his final flight. But they said,
How the hell?
More than likely, he suffered cardiac arrest as the aircraft was taking
Just
off.
out of the blue.
Yeah. Wow. This is a story I meant to get to yesterday, but the head of Spain's state rail operator named Renfe, that's the name of the rail company,
right?
Resigned on Monday after a backlash over the acquisition of commuter trains that were too large to go through some of the tunnels.
Oh, that's a big OC.
Spain is due to hold elections at the end of the year. Thus, the dimension blunder has sparked outrage there ever since it was first reported in the media in early February.
I think we can make it.
Isaias Taboas resigned on Monday. Spain's Secretary of State Transport also quit on Monday over the controversy. Renfe had ordered 31 commuter trains in 2020, costing $275 million.
And were all of them incapable of going through the tunnels?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
In March, CAF realized the dimensions provided for the trains were incorrect and stalled the production of trains, which would have been too broad for some tunnels. The rail network in northern Spain, which was built in the 19th century, crosses a mountainous stretch with a myriad of tunnel sizes that do not adhere to standard train dimensions.
So what are they going to do?
I guess they got to scrap it, man.
Yeah, or enlarge the tunnels.
Yeah, they got to get new trains. It's crazy.
Stupid.
Yeah. Residents of a remote outback community in Australia have been left marveling at the heavens as fish rain down from the sky.
He's my favorite band.
In a surprising but not unheard of weather event. These are actual fish that swim in the water. Locals in Lajamanu said that they were stunned to see the fish drop during heavy rainfall. A local counselor, Andrew Johnson Japananga, said, "We've seen a big storm heading up to the community. We thought it was just rain. This is not the first time that the strange weather event has swept through the community." The same phenomenon occurred in Lajamanu.
Last week it was raining dingoes.
In 2010 and was also reported in 2004 and as far back as 1974.
So basically the storm passes over some sort of water and collects up the fish and then hurls them somewhere else.
A strong updraft or a tornado can suck the water and fish from rivers and dump them hundreds of kilometers away. Mr. Japanaga said the fish, which were at least the size of 2 fingers, were still alive when they fell. And some are still hanging around the community in a puddle of water, he said.
Bit the size of a sharker.
While it's not the first time that he's witnessed a phenomenon, he said that it never ceases to blow him away. He said, "We saw some free falling down to the ground and some falling onto the roof. It was the most amazing thing we've ever seen." And there you go. That is what I have.
I assume at the time that the fish land they've died, right? I mean, how long are they up there?
Some of them are alive.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know if the water goes
The
up
hell's
with them.
going on here?
Yeah. All right, and there you go. That is the bizarre file for you for now. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in a moment. Our buddy Jeff Devlin will be joining us on the program a little bit later on. So hang out. We'll be back in just a moment.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. Preston and Steve.
Wow.
Oh, there's a fingernail fell out.
You slimy bastard.
A fingernail fell out.
That's disgusting.
Oh, burn it.
Oh my God, Preston. That's a pubic hair.
Oh my God.
That's great.
I don't want to hit any of the keys here.
Marissa ran away from the microphone.
So, attorney Marty Singer has filed court papers demanding that FX provide him with all 10 episodes of Trust, a forthcoming series about J. Paul Getty III's 1973 kidnapping.
I'm back,
You're gonna
bitches.
I'm sorry?
I'm back, bitches.
Marty Singer.
Marty Singer's back and into his A. And the show Trust about the Getty family, is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
They believe it's felonious, ridiculous, and absurd.
Okay.
And the family plans to vigorously fight the allegations and accusations made by this ridiculous series starring Donald Sutherland.
Donald Sutherland's in it?
Yes, Donald Sutherland plays John Paul Getty Sr.
Okay. Could you please bring me up to speed? I don't know the story. I may or may have forgotten about the
There was a kidnapping, right?
Yeah.
And there were always allegations that the son or grandson arranged his own kidnapping.
Okay, so it was a
right to what I remember, and I'm going to have to say I'm maybe
so the
one notch closer to what than you are.
So there was a
kidnapping, a ransom,
and the grandson's trying to get it himself.
And the family's stance on it was they never pay ransom.
So Marty Singer, yes, has filed court papers demanding that they provide him. Marty has to see all 10 episodes of Trust.
I filed those mother effers.
And
I said kabooyah.
In court papers, Singer claims the show defames Getty family members and hints at a possible lawsuit.
It defames, it defrauds, and it's not delightful.
Is it delovely?
It's not even delovely.
Okay.
It's disgusting.
Marty is representing Getty's sister.
Betty Getty.
No.
Betty Getty?
So I'm Betty Getty's lawyer.
No. Ariadne?
Go with Betty.
Okay.
It rolls off the tongue better.
It does.
In court, it's going to be more impressive.
It's Ariadne, I guess.
Ariadne. It's not even a name. It's a rash you get on your balls.
That's not even a word. Ariadne.
Those aren't even letters.
Ariadne, those are not.
I bet you it's like Adrian or something. And
it's a typo?
Yeah.
And they misspelled it? Mm-hmm. I don't know.
I submit to the court that it's a typo.
The court papers filed to Trust exec producers Danny Boyle and Simon Beaufoy.
Oh, they're the producers of the series, the miniseries.
Yes,
we hate.
That we hate?
Yes.
The claims that Getty's kidnapping resulted in 9 arrests and 2 convictions, but that Trust outlandishly makes it appear as if members of the Getty family were actually complicit in the kidnapping and that the crime had been faked in an attempt to dupe grandfather and billionaire J. Paul Getty out of millions of dollars for the benefit. So,
but it was not as if there was not that rumor floating around.
Right.
They're just taking that angle. But I can see where the family would be upset.
Yeah, and by the way, his statement was, this is outrageous.
It's outrageous and disgusting. It's not delightful. It's not lovely.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's not even swonderful.
Tiger Woods and ex-girlfriend Kristen Smith are fighting a legal battle as she's trying to get out of a non-disclosure agreement that she signed at the end of their relationship.
Is this the Perkins waitress?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Smith, who dated Woods from 2015 to 2017, so they were together for a while, claims that the agreement isn't enforceable for an undisclosed reason, and the two are in arbitration over her attempt to get out of it.
I wonder how legally binding, and we're seeing these things put to the test, these NDAs, these non-disclosure agreements are. You know, I mean, how
for a girlfriend, though?
Yeah.
I don't get that.
They said it's not uncommon, though. TMZ Sports cited a source as saying Woods has threatened to release embarrassing pictures of Smith if she doesn't comply with the terms of the NDA.
Is that legal?
Which he reportedly offered her an undisclosed sum to sign, although it's not clear if she accepted it. Now, that's rumors.
Sure.
Smith reportedly believes Woods cheated on her during the relationship, and that's why they broke up. Woods had several affairs while he was married to ex-wife Elin Nordgren. It's not uncommon for pro athletes or celebrities to have romantic partners sign NDAs so that if they break up, the other person can't publicly disparage them or harm their reputation.
Well, you can see that also because if you're a high-profile sports star, you can be targeted for that reason.
But at what point do you do that? Is that like a second date thing?
right before the handy.
Yeah.
Right before the hand.
Could you sign this, please?
Listen, since you have one hand available, sign this.
And I bet you it's
Here's
not.
a pen.
I bet you it's not them though. Like the person saying, "Hey, here, sign this."
My name is Marty Singer.
Yeah,
Before you
seriously.
proceed with that manual stimulation, I have a few documents you'd sign. And by the way, I'd recommend you use a hand lotion.
Yeah.
My client tends to chafe about the genital region.
He's in the back seat.
Right.
Well, but
I
it's a
see
way.
your head making a trajectory towards his lap, and before we enter into this realm of all gratification, there are a few documents I'd like you to sign. Don't worry, the notary is in the trunk.
Yeah, but it's a way for them to say, "Well, they make me do it. You have to sign it." Like not to put it on them.
It's exactly. You're exactly right. That's a perfect deflection.
Yeah. He can't give her pleasures until that's how they pitch it.
Pleased to meet you. You're a lovely young woman, and I'm sure you're going to make him have many orgasms. But before we enter into that, please stand in front of this cyclorama. I need to take a picture of it.
Speaking of boner dreams,
Okay.
Have you ever finished an entire?
Of course.
Really?
Never.
I never have.
Of course.
I never had
that
a
always
nocturnal emission?
No, yeah, no.
I thought that always happened when you were like teenagers.
It happens to some
Never.
people, but not to me.
Oh.
I've had sex dreams where Kathy, the docking is about to happen,
Wait, you were going to do it with another guy? You guys were going to dock together? Okay.
Yeah, not foreskin.
That is a dream come true.
I mean, that's what docking is.
Hi. It's great because I'm not circumcised.
Use a different analogy.
I've got lots to play with.
Man.
You're going to be Soyuz, and I'm going to be the Apollo.
I was trying to think of a way to not say penetration.
You're about to fist a man you met at a bar. No. Yeah,
You were about
not
to
docking.
have-
You're about to turn around and receive a man into your posterior.
Gay sex with another guy.
No, none of those things.
Oh.
Absolutely none of those things at all.
Oh my God.
Did you do the foreskin thing again, please?
I've lost the foreskin.
Oh my God.
This docking is going to be one for the history books. We're going to be like a Chinese finger puzzle.
It'll be like when two dogs get it on and they have to wait for the swelling to go down.
On another note, as far as Steve, you had said waking up and then you realize, oh, okay, I'm back in the real world.
It's okay.
Have you ever had, and I had one last year where I took a nap and I was really, really tired and I woke up and I didn't know where I was. And it took me a few seconds to figure out where I was.
Yes.
And that was really scary.
I nodded off.
That was really scary. That leads me to believe what like dementia and Alzheimer's might be like.
Yeah, what it might feel like.
Yeah. I mean, because I was in my own room. The most.
It's okay, baby. It's okay. We're still docked and everything is fine. We're totally docked. We're snugly inside the docking bay. Just relax. Just relax. Daddy's gonna cuddle.
Daddy.
I was worried I was not still connected by genitals to another man.
After filing for divorce from David Charvet, after 6 years of marriage, TV host and Dancing with the Stars season 7 champ Brooke Burke opened up about their split on the blog Modern Mom.
Can I guess what the reason was for the split?
Yeah, I haven't read it, so I can't answer.
Too stupid. He was stultifyingly stupid.
The pair share 2 children, Shea, who is 10, and Heaven, who is 11. She also shares.
She really didn't rip the lid off that, did she?
She also shares 2 children, Neria and Syria.
Syria and Neria?
Sierra.
Neria and Syria.
Yeah.
But Neria, Neriah. Well, listen,
This is
Heaven was
Africa?
11, so
I think it's Nariah, maybe.
Nariah.
Okay,
and Soraya.
yeah, you're right.
Psoriasis.
Psoriasis and psoriasis and eczema.
Yeah.
Oh.
Diarrhea and
This
psoriasis.
is leprosy and conjunctivitis.
It's our son priapism.
She was married to, and his sister Ben Penis.
Yeah.
She was married to like the #1 plastic surgeon in Hollywood.
Yeah.
For a couple of years. So that's where.
And then she got her work done, and then she moved on.
Alopecia and
Moved on to
the
somebody
squirts.
else. When you said this initially, that she was getting divorced yesterday, I was thinking Brooke Burns. I always got those two by the name mixed up because, man, she was on that show. Was it Dog Eat Dog?
Oh, my God.
What a stunner. And her and Bruce Willis were a couple
For a while. Yeah. And she's a tall drink of water.
Yes, she is.
Brooke Burke does commercials for mild incontinence.
And she used to do Skechers.
Yes.
She does mild incontinence.
Was she like, I'm a workaday woman and blah, blah, blah. And sometimes I piss myself. No, it's sort of like little leak. A lot of people suffer from it. Like if you
after having babies and stuff like that.
leak.
Occasionally, if you laugh hard or you go to pick up a car, you'll pee a little bit.
Boys incontinence pads.
There you go.
I knew women who would pee when they laughed every single time.
Oops,
I felt
peed a
bad
little.
for them.
Oops, pooped a little.
No, I have a friend.
Stop making me laugh. You're making me crap myself.
I have a friend who peed all over our other friend's chair because she was laughing so hard and she just couldn't control it.
You know?
It is one of those things.
Yeah, you pop a few babies out of there and it's tough.
When I had the prostatectomy, I was wearing those first off the
diapers.
Sure. By the way, the adult diapers are the best underwear you could possibly wear. They're super comfortable.
Wait, you wore the diapers?
For like a,
I didn't know this.
For like a week.
Oh, I had to, after my vasectomy.
You had to wear them too?
I had to wear, yeah, in fact, I have a picture of me here with it on somewhere. In there. But not like full on diapers. Like I'm going to be crapping myself.
My mommy?
But that was more for the front. Steve, you had the butt and everything, right? Everything covered, right?
What they do is they're awesome, Kathy. You would love them.
I can't believe we're
Because
talking
they
about
have this huge, like 3.5-foot safety pin.
I would love
And then I go around with this huge pacifier.
No.
Think of like regular briefs that are a little bit thicker, but they're great. But
We wore them in college for fun, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it would be a drunken night in the fraternity house.
Hey, Marissa has adult diapers.
No, that's a diaper diaper.
No, that's a real diaper.
Oh, that's a real diaper.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was my break in my big break into radio as I wore diapers to live broadcasts.
Right, they're comfy.
No, that's not what I'm talking
That's
about.
like a pull-up if you have trouble going when you go to bed, Preston.
Yeah, for adults. Yeah, exactly.
No, I didn't wear that.
You didn't wear this?
No.
Okay.
It's like a regular like a brief. That's just a little thicker.
There you go.
You look a Roman soldier.
Thank you. I put the diaper on my head. I used to do this for fun when we had kids. I'd put a diaper on my head, and I wish it stood straight up. How cool would that be? Like a cone
Put
head.
your back scratcher in there.
Your chef is here.
You might be able to have it stick up.
I think it might be too tall. I'm trying this out. Marissa's taking pictures, so you'll be able to enjoy it at home.
93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. Real quick, thanks to the gang at the Delco River Rink at Harrah's Flight on Ice. We had an appearance last night. We had a little gathering.
It was a fun time.
Yeah,
it really was.
And so they have the skating rink. It's there through Sunday. I was talking to one of the workers last night. Right there in front of the casino. It's under an overhang.
Yeah.
Like weather was not an issue whatsoever, and it was fun to get out and skate for a while.
I was really impressed by the way they reworked that area because it's actually a no-brainer to stick it under there because you are protected from the elements. They also have fire pits and tables all around, and it's a great area. The lobby is right there, where you can kind of step inside if you want to warm up or whatever, or go to one of the fire pits. But they also have the bar there serving regular hot chocolate and enhanced hot chocolate and all sorts of other things. So it was a great evening.
Yeah, and Marissa and I did the majority of the skating.
Yeah.
Kathy was out there for about 30 seconds.
No, I was out there.
Were you out there for a little while?
Yeah, I did a bunch of laps.
Okay, all right. So it was definitely fun. So, but you can check out their information and where to get on board because we're running out of season here,
Yeah,
folks.
true, yeah.
Flightonice.com to purchase tickets or for rink information.
That was our third pass at it, by the way.
I know. We had to cancel twice because there was a weather problem.
Yeah.
And but here, since they had moved it over to Harrah's, there was an overhang. Like,
Yeah.
you didn't have to worry. It could have been full on pouring rain.
Wouldn't matter.
And we would have been just fine. But I love skating. It's so much fun. So thanks to all that came out last night. Thank you, sir. By the way, Marissa is a good skater as well. And I want to mention that if you look in the current issue of Philadelphia Magazine, there's a feature about Ms. Magnata.
And about how we've disabled her microphone. Correct? Yeah.
It's starting this week. Once this article came out, we didn't want
to deal with that ego
going on about it. But no, it's our buddy Victor Fiorello did a sit down, and it's a series of questions. It's on the very back page.
Oh, I got to check that out. I didn't even know that was happening.
Yeah. Do you want me to give you a little tidbit?
Yeah, please.
Of information?
Read the whole thing to us.
It's a Q&A with Preston and Steve's Marissa Magnata. She talks Wawa menu hacks and Tina Fey. And one of the questions that Victor had asked is, if someone were to play me in the movie about my life, it would have to be, and she said, Tina Fey, of course.
You look great in this picture, Marissa.
By the way, Marissa, showing some serious cleave in this pic.
Yeah.
I need to point out the obvious.
Yeah.
It's a great photo of you, but you were wearing something a little on the low-cut side.
Thank you. I wrote to my friend. She complimented the photo, and I said, I'm so glad that my knockoff hat that I bought in the parking lot of the Wells Fargo Center is featured.
Yeah.
She's like, come on, it's your boobs that are featured.
Nice. No, that's a great photograph. And they took it just for this article?
Yeah, there's a photographer named Stevie. Oh, I have to look up his last name.
Wonder.
Yes.
I knew he wasn't blind. I knew it. I saw him grab a mic stand on stage. That dude's been lying.
No, Stevie Chris is his name, and he shoots a lot for Philly Mag, and so we did a whole series. And we pretty much just talked about punk music the whole time, and yeah,
Very
it turned out great.
nice. Very nice. So
by the
give us a taste, Preston.
So here's the other thing that's teased in the headline of this. Says, my last Wawa order was, And then Marissa answers, a grilled cheese sandwich with tomato. They don't really have grilled cheese. It's a menu hack. You order a cheese sandwich and tomato, and then you say yes when the computer thing asks you if you want your order toasted. That's a good idea.
Yeah. I toast all my sandwiches at Wawa.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I usually do too. By the way, they have a new ciabatta sandwich there that was really good. I had
Star Wars.
The chicken. No, that's Chewbacca.
Oh,
chicken bruschetta. That was. I actually really liked it.
Do you know what I'm going to compliment? Saying to you, Casey, their burger is actually solid. It is a good go-to burger if you're in a pinch and you feel like you're in the mood for that. I give it thumbs up.
I think the people behind the deli counter are onto this when they leave it open faced too, because then you get both sides toasted.
Yeah.
Another question that Marissa. Here's another food question. It was he says something and then you finish the comment. He said, "I like to snack on," and then Marissa said, "Everything, especially those mini drumstick ice cream cones. It feels like you're not eating a lot, so you can eat 3 of them."
Very nice.
I love those things too.
Yeah, Preston and I, you and I share snack favorites.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and drumsticks, like we almost always have them at my house in the freezer all the time. And then one more, he said, if I hit the Mega Millions, I will. And Marissa said, buy one of those stupidly priced houses in Philadelphia with a 2-car garage and a roof deck and go on a crazy vacation and bring back the overnight DJ to WMMR. So this is, it's not on newsstands, but you can read it online right now.
Oh, nice. Okay.
A Philly mag.
I want to see that, yes.
It's a Q&A with Marissa Magnata.
Yeah. Guys, May is going to be 20 years that I've been here at WMMR.
Okay,
Unbelievable.
So I need to, I'll address one more thing that you mentioned. That was your last thing. Yeah, he had said you can't be.
Which show member do you despise?
No. She was 20 years old when she started working here, and it's been 20 years. When is your 40th birthday?
August.
Oh,
So this
God.
This article
It can't be.
This article was published on my 39th and a half birthday. It was published on February 21st.
I perpetually think of Marissa as early 30s.
So I've said this before, and the fact is that I have said that we're not old until Marissa turns 40. I know.
It's happening.
I know. Marissa's the kid around here. I know.
Well, what about when Kathy turns 30?
I was going to say, I'm not 40 yet, so.
I know. We still have that
When she turns 30.
that benchmark to hold on to.
There's a photo in the promotions department of me, like my first week of my internship. And it's hilarious. I'm sitting in the cubicles that used to exist outside of what was Chuck and Eric's office. I mean, all the people I worked for are still here. Todd, Chuck, Eric. And maybe I'll recreate that photo. I don't know if I can fit back in those pants, but I still have them.
Sure you can.
Nice. All right. Well, anyhow, it's a cool.
Congratulations.
Check it out. We'll feature Marissa, and the photo is lovely. If you've got a Marissa thing, you're gonna love
Flap
this.
away.
You're gonna love this. All right. By the way, a couple of real quick shout outs if you guys don't mind.
No problem.
Let's see. This says, hey, was going to text Friday morning, but labor happened too fast, and I couldn't. Not sure if you guys are in. But I'd love to send a special shout out to my husband and new baby born Friday morning. I sent a shout out to my husband back in June when we found out I was pregnant. Figured it would only be appropriate for another shout out for the baby's arrival. Bonus points if it can be a corn shout out. Thank you so much. You guys rock. That is from Catherine, Adam, and baby Theodore. So that's the new one. So here is a shout out. Casey's. I guess we're going to skip the corn.
Well, I'm trying to.
There's always room for corn.
It's all good. Don't worry about it.
All right, good.
So happy shark baby. Happy baby shark. baby shark. Here's another baby shark. It says, hey, Preston, my amazing wife Pamela just gave birth to our first child Thursday, February 16th. Beautiful baby girl named Noelle. We are not ones to give a cliche gift. We see you push present or celebrate a commercial holiday to express our love and appreciation for each other. Looking at you, Valentine's Day. Pamela is a huge fan of the show, listens to the podcast on Reg. In lieu of the cliche push present, the ultimate way to show my adoration would be to pass a little more than just gas and rip a juicy shart. Thank you. That is from Andrew Piersante. So here you go.
Hey. There you go. You got it.
Yeah. To you guys. And then another one says, hey, guys, love a show. Listen since early Y100 days. I was going to give you a shout out to my wife, Lisa. Her 50th birthday is February 25th, so I'm a couple days early. Short notice, I know. Best wife ever. She also runs and is director of Tails Up, Paws Down Dog Rescue. And it's a nonprofit small dog rescue. She's awesome at matching up these little dogs to forever homes. And she works hard and is great at everything she does. She's more than I deserve. Love, Joe Cranmer. So a shart. And then the last thing I'm going to read, and then we're going to move on to something else. I got an email of someone who wanted to give a thanks to the Bizarre File.
A thanks to the Bizarre File?
Yeah, listener Sarah Medusky says, my husband and I were walking a trail at Canaveral National Seashore in Florida when we suddenly heard a rustling in the woods, followed by snorts. And I remember hearing at least one, if not several, stories from past Bizarre Files about wild pig attacks.
Oh, yeah.
We promptly turned around on the trail and power walked back to our car. Later, we talked to a park ranger, and he verified there are wild hogs in the park, and we did the right thing by turning around to avoid a hog encounter. The Bizarre File stories offer helpful information. Thank you for your service. So that is from Sarah, and that's a shout out for you guys.
Yeah, they've attacked a few people, right?
Yeah. So they actually learned.
You learn so much.
Thought of the Bizarre File when that was taking place.
And yet we can't be recognized as a college or a university.
Someday.
Though we've certainly done our share.
We do have an institute, though.
We do.
Yes, and it's time to go there. It's the Just Saying Institute, folks.
Home of the Nick McElwain Colonoscopy and Pearl Jam Appreciation Center.
Worlds are colliding.
Mackle Farts has a colonoscopy tomorrow.
Speaking of farts.
Are you going to be here?
Yes, so it's tomorrow at 12:30. So I'll be here in the morning, God willing.
Maybe we can chit-chat about that tomorrow.
I start the treatments later today.
You might have my experience, which is I front load so that when my reaction is earlier in the prep.
Yeah, you guys have all had different experiences, so I'll be interested to see how mine goes.
All right, so at the Just Saying Institute, we got this bit of information. A Northwest Minzu University study in China found that drinking Coca-Cola and Pepsi could lead to larger testicles and higher testosterone.
Yeah, I can prove that.
How does that happen?
In mice.
Oh, in mice.
And it
Look
may,
at this nutsack on that mouse.
It may very well lead to human beings. The study examined
my name is Stuart Little.
The impact of carbonated beverage on fertility and sex organs in men. Mice were given water, Coca-Cola, and Pepsi over a 15-day period.
At what cost, though? So they have huge nuts, but does the actual unit itself shrink?
Oh, he didn't say anything about that. They said
I should do that research.
Drinking Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola could promote testes development and enhance testosterone secretion. However, this research contradicts a survey of 2,500 men that found that those who drank a liter of soda a day had lower sperm counts than those who did not drink soda. How much because you have a lower sperm count doesn't mean you have smaller balls.
Does it or doesn't it?
I don't
Kathy? No, so I would say this. I've always heard that if your diet is poor, you're taking a lot of sugary drinks, that would be detrimental to. Why would it cause the enlargement of your nutsack?
Yeah,
I pose that to you, Mr. Mouse.
In this particular study, in this particular article about the study, it didn't go into those details.
Jealous.
Unfortunately, I only have very sketchy.
Something tells me that these soft drink companies paid for this research.
Is that right? Well, I don't know. Who wants big balls? Like, you know what I mean?
Mice.
Yeah,
they
no.
love them.
I've been told I have very large testicles.
Yeah, I know, but like that's not the braggy part. You know,
who
it's
cares?
the other part that you want to brag about, right?
Oh, God, way to go, buddy.
I have a gaping anus.
Yeah. What?
I've been told I have a full set.
Yeah.
So
No. You got a nice full set.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great undercarriage.
Way to go, buddy.
Now, what about Jackie?
I don't know.
Bam Bam.
Casey would know.
Casey, let us know.
I can show you. He's doing all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the ball department?
Yeah. Yeah, all of it.
Does he have huge meaty balls?
He's got a full set, Nick.
All right. Text them later.
Huge meaty balls. Did you just say that?
Exactly. Well, it's the Italian in me.
Well, the one video I sent you guys, he is thrusting, and you can hear the slap.
Oh my God.
Really?
I watched it with the volume down.
Next time, turn the volume up.
I will.
Turn
So
the
he
volume up
puts
and-
the flap and flapping?
Yeah.
So for whatever reason, if you desire those, if you desire large testicles,
Yes, I just purchased some mice from you, and I'm returning them. I want ones with huge balls.
all you have to do, you can grow those at home.
Oh, I didn't know. Thank you.
Yeah, let them drink Coca-Cola.
Coke and Pepsi. Got it. Thank you so much.
Mix the two together. So I don't know. But it's not saying people would want that. It's just saying that this happened.
I want huge, uncomfortable balls. Like the guy, remember the guy was in Turkey, I think it was, or Pakistan, who basically like a hippity hop, like a bouncy ball.
Oh, yeah?
He was literally able to sit on his own sack.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that picture?
Yeah.
I used it as a Christmas card.
That'd be great if you were like at a golf tournament or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, you could just
Something to sit on.
Just pop right down.
I would impact your drive, would it not?
No, I'm saying if you're going to the tournament to watch it, because that's an issue. Everybody stands.
I thought you meant playing.
Yeah. No. This is just to sit. If you say you go to the Masters or something like that,
I'm gonna take a load off.
Yeah. All right.
See, stuff we always teach things you can use.
We do.
Nick, there was a text about Just Saying Institute that you had up there. I wanted to read that real quick.
It's a new one. Let me. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Somebody says, "Hey, I don't know why, but I always thought it was the Justine Institute."
Sure.
Once I found it was the Just Saying Institute, I felt like the biggest moron. LOL.
No, you're not.
Justine. Just saying.
Well, what about the people who thought Ray John? Ray,
it was
the name, and John, the name.
It's Rage On. I've since pronounced the word on.
And now you're totally new, John.
Since I found out that people thought I was saying two names. But I'm totally new on the whole thing now.
Every time Kathy does traffic, I hear wood crustacean.
Yeah.
I think of a giant wooden lobster.
Yeah.
All right, here's another bit of information from the Just Saying Institute.
The Jessica Chastain Institute.
Pennsylvania ranks top in the United States for shortest attention spans because of their phone habits.
All right.
Actually,
excepting Delaware.
So according to the Solitaire Bliss, they surveyed over 2,500 people. And Pennsylvania ranks actually number 2 for shortest attention spans because of 62% of people in Pennsylvania talk to others while doing something on their phones, at least sometimes.
Do you think it's rude if you're talking to someone and they are they're
very much so.
Yeah.
Very much so.
I think
yes.
so. And I'm not saying this is that. I think kids have just been like with the past couple of years, and being
It's not just
shut
kids
down.
though, man. It's everybody.
You think it's adult? You think,
yeah, oh my God,
you think it's just as prevalent with adults?
I sure do.
Yeah.
They said 36% of Pennsylvania residents can only last a few minutes before their mind wanders and they reach for their phone. Other interesting
I play with my mouse's huge balls.
Yeah.
Regarding phone usage in Pennsylvania, 56% of Pennsylvania residents frequently use their phones while watching TV.
Now, you say you do that, Case, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're on your phone and watching TV, but a lot of times you're checking email.
Well, no, I'm doing all of it. I mean, email, text messages, the gram, the twit, all of it.
That's one thing I can't do because then I'll find myself. I have to go back and
rewatch what you
and rewatch.
Yeah.
And I don't
do that too.
I don't sit in front of the TV and just kind of throw something on and have it on. Like if I'm putting the TV on, I'm watching it. So if I have to rewind it, I'm like, okay, I just throw the phone across the room.
I hate it when you've decided you're gonna with other people you're gonna watch something together, your family or whatever.
Yeah.
And, okay, we're going to watch a movie.
Watch the goddamn movie.
Yeah. And then you look over and some people are looking at their phone. I'm like, that's just, I find it rude.
Oh, see, so that would be when I would use my phone because I didn't get to choose it and I don't really want to watch it. So.
But if it's agreed upon,
Yeah. If it's agreed upon, yes.
Yeah, we've talked about this before.
If you're watching some animated thing with your kid and
Right.
it's like,
just gonna go on my
I'll get the
phone.
basics on this. This is really for them.
So it's okay for you to do
It's one of your stupid shows.
No, I'm not saying I wouldn't do that.
No. If it
I'd
was
say
an
it'd be
animated
okay.
thing,
Yeah. I'd be okay with that. What are you saying?
I'm saying we've talked about this before.
saying.
Yeah.
Listen, I've been on the receiving
Just
end of your ire when we tried to watch The Stand, and you were like, "All you can do is focus on me with my phone in my hand." I'm like, just watch the freaking show.
like,
I'm getting what I need to get here. It's all.
No, you were
fine.
not getting what
yes,
you
I
needed
was.
to
And
get.
by the way, that show, that story is so overrated.
Things up smart.
Wait, what? I'm sorry?
The Stand?
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay.
No, the movie that we were watching is okay. The book is phenomenal.
I don't have
You had to
time.
sit there and watch and read the book?
I know.
Hurts my head. Having to read.
Yeah. I don't know what the movie got right and what it didn't get right, but when it came time for
The good parts.
the whole thing to wrap up, I was like, oh, that's it.
Yeah, it wasn't very good.
Okay, so the movie was, but the book is.
The book's phenomenal. It's probably the greatest novel I've ever read.
The Stand. There are 2 miniseries based on The Stand.
Yeah, and you've seen both. Which one is better?
The first one.
Okay.
Yeah, the older one I liked better. But
I have it on Blu-ray.
I was disappointed. No, he'll just be on his phone the whole time.
Oh, snap!
Oh my God! I'm not even offended. I don't even care. I don't care. That's how I live, bro.
That's how I roll.
That's how I roll, man.
Good boy.
All right. So, and 58%, here you go, 64% of Pennsylvania residents bring their phones to use on the toilet frequently. That's where I really like to have my phone.
That's ridiculous. That's where I use my iPad.
Yeah. Come on.
I have a perfect iPad shelf in front of my toilet.
It's phone or like a crossword puzzle book or something to read.
Or a crockpot.
Or something to do.
In the bathroom, though?
There have been a couple of times when I've been to the bathroom here and I've left my phone and I'm like, well, now what do I do? Like at home, I have books and stuff in the bathroom.
Yeah.
I'm like, now what do I do?
You read the dirty limericks on the inside of the door.
There are none.
Oh, damn
There's
it.
nothing.
I have to write a few.
And then the last thing is 58% of Pennsylvania residents admit to looking down at their phones as they cross a street.
Oh, no.
As well.
No.
Yeah, that's
Why? What
flat
would
out
be the point
dangerous.
of that?
You're too busy reading what you're reading.
Well, you remember they actually had a thing, and it was an app. You can still find it where your screen lays over your open camera, so you're actually looking through what you're seeing, but people didn't use it.
By the way, I'm silly. I said reading. You're not reading. You're looking at a picture or a video or something like that.
Maybe you are. Maybe you're reading The Stand.
Yeah, you
on
might be
Kindle.
reading something. I put a time limit on my phone for self-discipline because I find that I'm on it way too much, especially getting close to bedtime. And study after study proves that if you're on your phone an hour or two before bedtime, it messes with your sleep.
Do you have the light also? That
it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Like it really, at the end of the day, it makes no impact whether or not you have it turned down to the dim light or whatever. Being on your phone right before bed is not a good idea for
There
sleep.
you go.
As on the rare occasions I do find myself like flipping through Instagram or something like that, I'll be going and going and going and going, and after a moment I'm like, what the hell am I doing?
Yeah.
What am I doing?
It's a
That's
time
how
suck.
it works.
It's a total time suck. And
TikTok is even worse.
Yeah.
That's why I don't even touch it.
Don't go near it.
Dumb. But people love it. I mean,
YouTube
Todd
has-
Glass was talking about how much he loves it now yesterday. So
Made him happy.
it's entertainment for some people. Dr. Mike's on the line. Cue the music. All right, let's get him on from Fox 29 and Penn Medicine, Dr. Mike Sirigliano. Hey, Dr. Mike.
You were talking mice testicles, and I had to jump in.
That's
here.
right up your alley, buddy.
We
So
just had a
first-
basket of them the other night.
First of all, I looked up the study. It's a very small study. They looked at 30 mice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
30.
it?
And the mice had a very slight increase in testosterone and testicular size. But, you know, in science, we look at a study and see how much power it has, what the statistical analysis is. The bottom line is, Steve, you said it. It's contrary to many other studies that show that drinking sugary drinks is not good for you, increases your weight, and can lead to significant problems with obesity, which decreases your sperm count and everything else. So I wouldn't put any faith in this one mouse study.
It seems to make sense to me what you're saying because it seemed so arbitrary. But do we need a world populated by well-hung mice? I don't know.
Well, you always say, and I quote you all the time, I don't give a rat's ass. You know, mice always seem to come into into our vernacular.
They do because they're often the best test subjects for a lot of this stuff.
Well, they are. But the other thing you mentioned is about phones when people are in the bathroom. Now, if you put your phone near your junk, there are studies that show that the temperature can actually decrease sperm count. And so when I counsel people that are having fertility issues, they have to wear boxer shorts and not tight-fitting underwear, and you keep that phone away from down there.
You're talking about a cell phone because I will occasionally rest a princess phone on my junk in the bathroom.
Mike, real quick, what about the studies about screens before bedtime?
Well, that changes brain biochemistry, Nick. And what happens is that blue light that's emitting from your phone is actually contradicting your body's ability to fall asleep. And that's well known because a lot of people do that. And it leads to insomnia and changes in levels of melatonin and everything else. So
it does also. There have been studies recently. I know Dr. Mike, you reported on it as well. There is a level of addiction. It screws with your brain chemistry, as you just said, and so you can have people having a sort of a quasi addiction to their devices, correct?
Oh, well, there's no question. There's a condition known as phone thumb or cell phone thumb. People get tendonitis of their thumbs because they're texting all the time, and so that's a well-known entity. But that light coming out is a real issue, and if you have a phone near down there, the heat emitted can certainly have negative effects on sperm count. So keep it away from there.
All right, good advice.
So the texting thumb years ago, when we first got phones like the iPhone, it wasn't the flip phone anymore. I swear I got that, and I was like, I don't understand what's going on, and
I'll never be able to hitchhike.
Well, I think it was from texting with holding the phone and texting with with the thumb, and so I had to train myself to not text like that and to not text as much, and it eventually went away. But
there was years ago when Nintendo hit and got heavy, they called it Nintendonitis.
Well, Preston,
people doing the button mashing,
and Mike, you've heard this as well. The hunched over looking down, your head down, causes issues with a lot of people's necks.
Well, yeah, like you fall into a pond.
Yeah.
Remember there was that classic in the mall? This woman was looking on her phone and fell into the...
so good.
That was great.
Into the fountain.
Yep.
So you just have to be careful. I mean, it's... Anyway.
Well, we love you.
No, look, I love you, and the next time you talk about mouse testicles, call me.
All right. Hey, and Nick's got a colonoscopy tomorrow.
Oh, yes. Nick, may the force be with you. It's a nice clean out, and propofol will make you go to sleep.
It's actually really nice.
I love you.
You're doing the right thing. You're doing the right thing, Nick. I love you. Congratulations. You're a big man. You're getting married.
Yeah.
Cleaning out your butthole.
Colon.
You got a lot going on, bro.
I love you.
Love you, Dr. Michael. See ya.
Nick, have you hired a photographer for your colonoscopy?
Yeah, I got the same guy that shot the engagement photos. Dax is going to swing by. Mike called me 3 times over the weekend to congratulate me, and I missed him the first 2. And he was like, I was getting worried about you.
No,
I was like, I'm fine.
He's the best.
He is. He's the absolute best. So lucky to have him.
All right, do I have time for another one?
You do.
All right.
I'm saying it.
Just Saying Institute.
Just saying.
That's right. Do we have that clip?
I do.
We need to make that part of the Just Saying Institute.
Just saying. Gets you 10 years in Leavenworth.
Just saying.
Just saying. Just saying.
All right. If you're feeling the afternoon slump, but you're worried about drinking coffee in the day, scientists have discovered a way that having a midday cup of joe without disturbing your sleep, you can do this.
Munch on some mouse testicles.
So I have no hot problem with this. I have my last cup of coffee around like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it doesn't keep me up.
Caffeine does not keep me up.
But my buddy Steve, his cutoff is like 10 a.m.
Is that right?
Yeah, and if he goes later than that,
it'll
it's
keep
gonna
him
affect
wired?
I
I'm
think
the
we're all
same.
just a little bit different. I
Yeah.
think we get affected by it.
I'm the exact same as Steve. I can't do it, Steve, your friend, not Steve Morrison, because after noon, Steve Morrison, if I keep drinking coffee, it makes me jittery, and it totally affects my sleep at night.
Nick, I could literally have like a large coffee before going to bed, and it wouldn't do a damn
I'm
thing.
jealous.
I know people like that too. I also my cutoff is same as you, Preston. I can't really go past like 2:30, 3 o'clock.
What's your cutoff for doing lines?
Oh, that's
the
really
party.
early. I
Okay.
usually do those before work and then no more.
So, University of Sydney scientists tested decaf on 61 coffee lovers and found a reduction in withdrawal symptoms, meaning they experienced a placebo effect. What's even more interesting is that even when participants knew they were drinking decaf, they still experienced a placebo effect. It says decaf could help someone who's trying to cut back their caffeine intake to temporarily ride out the worst of the cravings and help them stay caffeine free.
That always worries me, though, because there is a little bit of caffeine in decaf, but also because, I know if you're going to like a place like Dunkin', you're probably getting the decaf. But if you're not going to like a very well-known, and I only say this because I worked at a restaurant that would serve decaf and regular caffeinated coffee. And we had no idea what the difference was between the pots, and they'd be like, "It doesn't matter. Go ahead, go." Like,
Seriously?
like,
I always
chew us
heard.
out. Yes.
I always heard rumors. I think my wife would verify the restaurant that she worked at that both coffees were decaf, rather than have someone go, "You gave me caffeinated coffee."
And you know what? That may have been the case where I was too. I just know they didn't really care which pot we grabbed. They just wanted to make sure that people got their coffee.
Yeah, I just know that when I was a waiter, it wasn't my philosophy, but for some of the people that had been there for a while, same thing, Steve. Both pots were decaf.
Yeah.
Because it was better to just give somebody who wanted caffeinated coffee decaf
than
than
the
it
other
is
way.
to give somebody who wanted decaf coffee
Exactly.
caffeinated coffee.
Huh. Well, supposedly there is this placebo effect. If you think you're drinking coffee, caffeinated coffee, you might be satisfied by that.
Okay.
And I know that I've also read before in other studies that a warm drink actually has a similar effect to that decaf.
I agree.
To caffeine, as far as kind of briefly waking you up for a little while.
So I've been training myself to do black coffee up to like noon, and because I hear there's a whole bunch of medicinal benefits to drinking black coffee. It's probably all a bunch of crap, but you got to work your way into black coffee.
Yeah, I used to drink black coffee all the time here, but then somebody left like this French vanilla creamer in the fridge.
Oh, yeah.
It's
really good. I've been taking that as well.
I've been using that too. That is good.
It just ended up as in the top shelf of the fridge, and I was like, man.
Yeah, just recently.
That is good. No one's name, I think, is for everybody, right?
Yeah.
Unless your name is on it, it means everyone can take it.
Here's the deal behind this. Kyle came to us. Kyle doesn't work in an office setting. He's learning the ropes of working in an office setting, and he goes, "Can I leave an angry note for people who are stealing my creamer? You got creamer in the fridge?" He goes, "Yeah, just write your name on it."
Yeah,
and now that's gonna offend most people away.
Yeah,
but
there's some.
There are a handful of douchebags that will go ahead and use it anyway.
I love French vanilla.
I just bought my own fridge, so I don't have to deal with it.
I'm going to share a secret, and I won't say who it is here, but someone has a brilliant idea how to keep other people from using their creamer in the fridge.
Okay.
And they have put their creamer in a baby bottle.
Oh, that's smart.
Isn't that smart?
Yeah.
Well, that's really funny.
Yeah.
What? Because no one's going to go in and just open the baby bottle?
Yeah.
That's where I put my sandwich.
Wait, I've never seen this. So there's a baby bottle in the fridge right now.
In the fridge. Well, I don't know. I didn't look today, but I saw this person putting it in there. And I'm like,
What are you doing?
What are you doing? And they told me their secret.
I think I know who it is.
Okay.
Is it a male?
No.
Oh.
Is it a female?
I was. I thought it.
No.
I was going to say it was Chuck.
No, but that sounds like something Chuck would do.
Yeah, it sounds like something Chuck would do.
For sure. But I thought it was pretty brilliant.
Right, I want to see. Write it down.
Oh, my
See what it is.
Write down.
Well, I mean, it's no big
Kristen
deal.
Herman.
I just
want to know.
Why don't you
just
put
said
it in? What is it?
Just write down the name, Kristen Herman.
Yes. There you go.
Can you read that?
Well, that makes sense.
I like
She's
that
a
though,
baby.
but she has a baby,
right? Exactly.
So that could literally any given day you could actually have the real article.
Yeah, don't take the chance.
Yeah, don't. If she puts formula in there one day just to mess with you,
Or breast milk.
don't even try it.
Don't do it.
Or breast milk. God, formula's disgusting.
You know what's worse is after it's been drank and like that smell that lingers in the bottles.
Oh.
It's just nasty.
So you're talking like Similac?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Enfamil.
Yeah,
is what we used to do.
Enfamil,
So we would when one of those bottles would like fall behind the crib or we lost
Yes.
track of it, and like a week later you pull it out and open that thing up to clean it. Oh my
Does it
God,
smell
was it repulsive?
like rotting milk?
Worse than rotting milk.
Yeah, it's just it's got a terrible smell to it.
Did you see? Did we report on the fact that they've just made it okay? I think the FDA has to allow like oat milk or
for babies.
That's in the connoisseur tomorrow.
All right.
Oh, all right.
Ooh, little teaser.
Let's call it a tease. I'm not going to follow through on it, but it has to do with Kristen Herman.
Hey, but Kathy, I want to go back to the decaf caffeinated coffee when you go out to dinner. It's kind of the reason why I like to get espresso now, like a double espresso, because
there is decaf
you're actually getting espresso, not.
No, but they're always making it, so they're not going to make decaffeinated
They
espresso.
might, right. I mean, they could,
They could.
but they might not be.
God, this never crosses my mind. I trust the places I'm going to.
Oh, don't trust people.
Don't trust
By
anyone.
the way,
Don't trust anybody.
that cocaine you've been snorting, it's baby powder.
Yep.
Oh my God.
I've been giving you baby powder every morning.
Yeah, it's that little powder she gives you. It's just baby powder.
Kathy's your coke dealer.
Oh yeah. Well, you want people you can trust.
I guess so.
I mean, she has her own fridge.
She does. I can trust someone who has their own refrigerator.
Exactly.
And her own espresso machine.
Yeah,
Remember,
exactly.
what was the first thing in Scarface when they walked in for the big deal?
A fridge.
Do you have a small fridge and
Yes.
you keep under your desk for your creamers and things?
I do. Say hello to my little friend.
Oh, is that a Frigidaire?
All right, we're done.
Just saying.
Just saying. We got to wrap up the Institute, but thank you. It's home of the new Nick McElwain
Colonoscopy and Pearl Jam Appreciation Center.
Appreciation Center. All right, we're going to take a break because our friend Jeff Devlin is going to be popping in the studio. We're going to talk a little bit about the Philadelphia Home and Garden Center as well. And just a reminder, it's now 9 a.m., meaning within this hour, a Bruce Springsteen song is going to pop up, and you will want to keep track of that title and the other three that follow later on today in the 2 o'clock hour, 5 o'clock hour, and 8 o'clock hour, because tomorrow morning we'll ask you for those titles, and we'll give away tickets to one of the Bruce shows coming up this summer. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Johnny Bravo.
I'm trying to help you.
Albino Johnny
Hey, man.
Bravo. I got a damper on my head, man.
All right, hang on. Sorry. We're gonna.
Casey.
Oh, Casey's got the right.
Casey's
idea.
got it. It's up.
Casey's done this before.
It's not my first diaper head rodeo thing.
That looks great.
Hi, everybody.
He's slow.
I'm waving to the camera.
What's in the
now.
front?
What's in the front? You mean what's in the front?
Well, there's a little like.
It's business in the front, and then the party's in the
Diaper
back.
in the back.
Okay.
Business in the front,
What are you
diaper in the
talking
back.
about?
There's the little rectangle area right above the forehead.
That's your absorbent part.
Yeah, it's the absorbent.
So, Nick,
where you pee and poop.
what I was wearing was...
I've never seen a diaper on a man's head like this before.
Okay.
What I was wearing
time.
was like a brief that was just a little bit thicker than regular underwear. Not this behemoth.
All right. Well, anyhow,
Brooke Peaser pants.
what's that?
That's how we started talking
Park.
about.
No, yeah. So
Pants.
Brook Park Peaser Pants. Yeah. So anyhow, she said that they are all committed to moving forward as a loving family.
I don't care.
All right. Let's see what we got here. A preview of what appears to be Ghost's new single "Rats" has emerged online ahead of the track's official debut.
I can't help but think of Charlie Brown when you say that.
I know the 26-second excerpt comes just days before the full song's rumored arrival on Thanksgiving evening or Friday morning.
Rats.
Rats is taken from the
It's a delightful Charlie Brown story.
Rats.
the Swedish band's upcoming fourth album, for which more details are also said to be arriving at the end of this week. Isn't that funny? That used to be kind of a pseudo curse word for kids.
Yeah.
Rats.
It was akin to the C word.
Yeah.
Was it though?
No.
Oh, it was completely the C word.
Ghost frontman.
What did you just say? Did you say the R word?
R dash.
But I didn't say roads. I said the big one.
Ghost frontman Tobias Forge told Loudwire about Rats when he said, when I was when I was a kid, there was a concert called Moscow Peace Festival. Ozzy Osbourne opened with I Don't Know, and it's such an effing great opening track. He said this was in front of like 80,000 people who went nuts, and I wanted to have that feel with Rats.
What's that? That's Rocky doing the Rocky.
Exactly. Say, do that again. I'm sorry. I would not have even.
No.
I would have never picked up on that.
But Casey did.
I did.
Yeah.
Well, it's the best Rocky ever.
Rocky 4.
Rocky 3 was on last night.
dear God.
And they're still doing a marathon.
Clubber Lang and Thunderlips.
Yeah.
Yeah. God. That the training sequence, especially with the beach race, which looks like
It's him and Apollo, right?
Oh my God! Yeah, it is.
Palo.
But not to go off on a tangent here, but Adrian's speech on the beach is so. She's a good actress, but not in that scene.
I don't remember. What was it?
You're a fighter. You gotta get up and fight. I married a fighter. You know, you don't act too good. I know you're like the Godfather. You were terrific, but you're just literally terrible now.
There's a funny new character, Steve. I'm sure you've seen on SNL. That's every girlfriend in every boxing movie ever.
Yeah. Oh no, I'd love to see that.
It's really good.
Who's doing it?
It's one of the newer actresses. Yeah, and it's on Weekend Update.
Oh, I got to see that.
And it's basically like Renee Zellweger and Cinderella Man and meets Adrian meets
the put upon, long suffering.
Yeah, she's taking the kids to the sister's house, and it's one cliche after another, but it's really funny.
So maybe. There we go.
Yeah,
if you have the clip, yeah. So maybe you lose, or maybe you don't, but you gotta fight.
Excuse me, now I gotta feed the seagulls.
What?
They fly down and they eat it right out of your hand.
You're an idiot!
I'm sorry, were you saying something? I plan on giving up.
Instead of fighting?
Instead of fighting. This guy's a very good fighter.
Yeah.
He's got a mohawk.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mickey protected me.
Wow.
So this was about Ozzy?
No, it was actually about Ghost.
Oh, Ghost.
And then we went to Ozzy, and then we went to Rocky.
All right, Russia.
But it's what we do at the Preston and Steve Show. Ghostman.
My name is Ghostman. Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, pleasure to meet you, Ghost Man. Can you talk some sense into this bitch?
That's how you fight with your woman. Scooby-Doo.
All right, Kevin, we're playing Mashup Madness. You know what to do, right?
Most certainly.
All right, here is the mashup for the two of you. Here we go.
Somebody out?
Kevin.
Kevin. Okay, Kevin.
Kevin, the two songs, please.
Do Me Like the Devil and...
Hang on.
Hold on.
Say that again.
Do Me Like the Devil and...
Yeah.
Are you sure?
No, that's we can't give it to you. Do Me With the Devil is not a correct time.
All right, but it's gonna hurt. I have thorns on my pee-pee.
But listen, Katie gets to take a shot and ask
Oh, God, this is so much harder when you're under pressure. Well, I do know that it's Running with the Devil.
Okay. And what's the other song?
You know that beat. You know
I
it.
know.
Sing the lyrics in your head.
I can't get it.
Oh, sorry. That means, Kevin, you get to take another shot at it.
Running with the Devil and Celebrate.
Yeah! You got it back! Do me like the devil! All right,
Okay,
Katie.
but lava comes out.
Pedro Almodovar has set the stars for his upcoming film Dolor y Gloria, which is pain and
Baby's Day Out. It's
no, it's pain and glory.
Okay.
His production house El Desio announced that Almodovar will reunite with Antonio Banderas.
Yes.
And Penelope Cruz.
I have worked with him in many pictures. Many of them in my native language of French.
No, not French.
No?
Spanish.
Spanish.
Penelope Cruz as well.
Absolutely.
And it will.
Don't you love me, Antonio? I do. I love you boobies.
It will chronicle a. What do you love?
I love you boobies. They protrude like two fleshy missiles.
It will chronicle. It's so romantic.
Yeah.
You know?
And you snatch is nothing to sneeze at.
Dude.
Totally went there.
It sounds less
what's a
FCC
snatch?
offensive.
When you say snatch?
See, you snatch. It's very trimmed like a Sharpay.
What is a snatch?
It's the little cardboard between your thighs. Your snatch.
Technically, that's not a real word, so you know.
And it's not FCC violation.
It's okay.
No.
Should be good.
Yeah.
S-N-A-S-H. Snash.
It's very similar to your gatch.
All right, then.
He says Spanish 101.
Oh, dear God. What I have written in quotations on my info sheet is the word meshies.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys know what it is because Casey told us what this is. But this is from we'll
just say a friend of mine.
A friend of yours and his girlfriend.
Yes, this is years ago.
They eventually get married?
No.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
Murder-suicide.
No. That's not what happened. But what age range are we talking when the meshies were happening?
Freshman year in their college.
In college. And they were both virgins?
They were both virgins.
Okay.
And they had dated for a long time in college, and I just assumed
they'd done it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just assumed that, and because they were, especially he was so committed. Do you know what I mean? Like so.
Committed to her?
Yes. And it was like one of those deals, like, the first person that touches it, you're like, oh my God, I'm going to marry this person.
Right.
It was like that kind of commitment.
Okay.
And I didn't find out until just a few weeks ago that that whole time, because they had dated, I think, almost all the way up until senior year.
So for years.
Yeah. They never had sex.
Okay.
Yeah. Some people make the choice to do that.
Yeah.
But it goes even further. They used to do this thing called meshies. Okay. And
meshies.
This is going to be interesting how you describe this.
It was funny because when I was doing the makeover, Kathy, when your friend Elisa came
she
by,
called them meshies?
she kept calling my shorts meshies.
Like mesh shorts.
And in my mind, I just was laughing.
You were thinking of this.
Because meshies completely means something else now.
Okay.
But so when they didn't actually have sex, but they would mess around with each other.
Is this? Are we? Okay, just to clarify here, is this through the clothes stuff?
So, meshies was a special thing, a special treat that he would receive from her.
Yes.
Where he would have to go put mesh shorts on. Okay.
Okay.
And she would perform on him.
Okay, so this would be no underwear?
No underwear, just meshies.
Okay.
And she would.
She would
She'd
show
use her mouth.
Her
Yeah,
mouth.
she would use her mouth.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to go and say what she's
Fine.
doing with
No,
that.
she could be yodeling.
Yeah.
Why did he have to have mesh shorts on?
Because they're thinner and as opposed to like denim or something like that, mesh shorts, there's not as much. It's almost like wearing latex, I guess, or something.
I guess
the mesh
maybe
shorts allows you could feel breath through them.
Yeah.
You could feel. They're aerated a little bit,
Right.
So
Now-
it's the Swiss cheese of underwear.
But I still don't get why he had to have those on.
Well, so it's one of two reasons, and I'm not really sure, Kathy. I don't know if the mesh material left enough room for the Holy Spirit, or she just didn't. She was grossed out by what was underneath. Like didn't want contact.
Was this? Was it religious reasons?
I don't know.
Okay, all right.
It's
so
one
it
of two reasons. Either
Plausible deniability, I think, is what the meshies provided them.
Okay.
Man, that's insane.
You know what?
Take off the damn shorts.
Honestly, that's what I'm thinking. You're really splitting hairs at that point.
Yeah.
We're doing everything to cause you pleasure except for flesh-on-flesh contact.
The concept of saving yourself from marriage, that's absolutely fine.
Is it?
Yeah. And for many people, that's I wouldn't besmirch someone who's making that choice and thinks that's totally fine. This is so cheating.
Yeah.
This is so cheating.
Yeah.
Because you are right there.
You're right
and
there.
if you're taking it to Happy Town, if you're going all the way to the end of the line.
how do you get excited about that either? You know what I mean?
He hadn't had it.
But you're like, oh man, it's like Friday night, but ooh, meshy, go get your shorts on.
All right, I think I was missing the point.
Did you brush your teeth?
I think I was missing the point. It's happening through the shorts?
Yes.
Got it.
Thank you very much, Kath. We're happy to have our next guest in the studio. He's going to be at the Filling Home and Garden Show, which is taking place this weekend. And he's the only man that owns more flannel than I know than the Indigo Girls.
Yes, yeah.
Please welcome Jeff Devlin to the show.
Indigo Girls?
Yeah.
You couldn't have given me a better intro than that.
They own a lot of flannel.
No, the Indigo Girls still wear flannel.
Yes.
Yeah. They didn't get the memo.
No.
I'm looking at a picture
I
of
did
you
it
in
first.
flannel. I'm looking at you on your Instagram in flannel. You're wearing flannel in front of me right now.
I live it. It's easy on, easy off. I've tried hooded sweatshirts. It messes up my hair.
No,
I would like to
I
wear
don't
more
wanna do it.
flannel, but it's almost like you have to iron it or something. You know what I
No,
mean?
look Do you at iron this. your
It's
flannel?
very wrinkly. You're right.
Does this look iron?
It's a disgrace.
And that's my day.
No, I
Thanks
would
for having me.
I would hate to have like somebody a contractor or someone doing work at my house show up in a zoot suit. I'd want to see flannel.
Well, I mean, honestly, a lot of guys will wear hooded sweatshirts and girls. But truth be told, is like I normally will wear like 4 or 5 layers. It's going up to 70 degrees today, so it's nice to be able to peel it off, put it back on. I'm
It's a little
trying to
easier.
make sense of the Indigo Girl comment. I'm still crying inside.
It's nice to see you.
I know. Watching you like on the work site, you have Indigo Girls blaring on
I
the
do.
boombox. Yeah.
Yeah, Melissa Etheridge, Indigo Girls. I'm kicking it real. And it's all good.
That's you. So I mentioned we actually Preston read a text from somebody who talked about that they were watching Stonehouse Revival.
Yes.
I literally have all the episodes on my DVR. My wife and I love the show, but we don't know what the status of that is right now.
So the status is, as of right now, and this is what's so complicated with how Magnolia, HGTV, DIY is no longer. It was rebranded as Magnolia. So what happened is the network was sold to Discovery. Discovery then sold to Warner Brothers. So right now, Magnolia is, you can see it on Discovery Plus. You can also see it on HBO Max.
All right.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and that's awesome for us. So Magnolia approached me and said, would you like to do more? But at the same time, they didn't say specifically what it was. They're like, we want to do something else with you.
flannel.
Right. It's got to be flannel, and there's got to be
So
Indigo Girls in the background.
could you do it? Because for me, what I love about Stonehouse Revival is there's so many gems here. The historically speaking, you stay within the general area, mostly in like Bucks County, and there are houses from 1680 or whatever. And over the years they've built on these things and drywall, and then you'll peel back a layer and you'll find a little piece of history, and turn these places into works of art, basically.
Yeah. Well, I mean, thank you, but the truth is that just taking off of what was there is the easy part. And
Right.
what we find is really also easy. It's just basically manipulating it and digging just enough to find that history of it. But not going
parlaying
too
that.
far.
Yeah.
And then, and again, there's a lot of things that people, look, TV is there to inspire, and that's the one thing I really want people to get across when we're talking about history, when we're talking about all these different shows. It's there to get you excited about putting new windows in, putting different things in your house. And this one, case in point, is a little different because we just never know what we're going to find. So there's no way to have a good plan. There's no way to figure out what it is until you get in there.
And that happens in the show multiple times.
Every single time. And we've talked to producers, and I think that's what's hard to do in a show like ours. So as of right now, it is not coming back.
Man. So the thing is, and I watch a lot of HGTV DIY. I know why DIY is now called Magnolia. I'm a big fan of Chip and Joanna. But what I think those shows do is they give me a false sense of like, I know what I'm doing.
Right. I get punched in the noggins more times than I care to talk about when people come and visit me, and they're like, my husband watched your show and now he thinks he's a pro, and screw you. And he thought he would get it done in the weekend, and he didn't. And now I have a bathroom that's gutted because he got all inspired, and now we're just sitting there crapping in a bucket.
But I want to ask, so like,
I'm sure that happens, man.
The newest one that came on my radar was the Hometown, and with the Napiers, right?
Yeah.
Like, how do they get on the radars of the casting people? And like.
You know what? A part of it is I don't really know. I mean, my story was a little different in that I was behind the camera, and filming Preston,
Trading places, and trading spaces.
You were on,
and then
our house.
But I did that in front of the. I was a host. That was the first thing I've ever did. Was
you're
Spice Up My Kitchen.
charismatic. You're good in front of the camera. You've got the chops to do it. I'm like, I don't know why. I mean, they should be all.
But
They should be all over
many.
you.
Yeah, but the truth is,
they're
there's
all
so many
losers.
very qualified contractors and carpenters and people out there that can do what I do, and they can speak to that point because they love what they do.
Okay.
Now I got lucky, like a door opened and I opened it and took it, and I ran through it. Right now, some of the fun is just continuing it, just getting to do this and getting to. Hell, I'm at Preston and Steve's Labs right now. I'm talking on the microphone.
Yeah.
It's like I've listened to you guys since I was young.
Yeah.
It's just, this is like surreal.
You know,
And
Marissa's turning
opportunities-
40. Did you hear that?
I did.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm turning 50. And I remember,
I
I
used
don't
to
know,
drive you
just
to
geeking out.
daycare.
Yes. Like the gray hair just keeps getting worse. And
You
worse.
look distinguished. You've got all this stuff happening. You've got the Home and Garden Show.
I do.
Which is I love the Home and Garden Show.
I do too. And
Yeah.
you know what? It's my home. So the fact that this is my home and I get to do this, they ask me every year. And one of the reasons is because I get to do this, but I get to see people that are local to me.
Right.
And Home and Garden shows, some people might think of it as just like, look, you're going to go out, you're going to get pressured by a gutter guy or a window guy to buy all this stuff. And that's not the case. They have so much hands-on stuff going on there. They have make it and take it's. They have all sorts of. What I want to really impress upon people is these are local companies.
And I will tell you this: because people are going there
to see me.
Well, to see you, but if people are going there,
Nobody laughed.
You don't get the high pressure.
I smiled.
Yeah.
I breathed out of my nose.
Okay.
Yeah. I was like,
That's all you're going to be breathing out of soon.
When the colonoscopy comes.
Hey, what's make it and take it mean? You said
So
that.
make it and take it is basically you go there, you can make something, and then you take it with you. So it's basically a hands-on
It's a more benign
experience.
version of lick it and suck it.
Yeah.
No.
Actually, somebody messaged me on Instagram and asked if I was coming because I've gone out to this a couple of times, like with the station. But she does these like crafts that are that you can, I guess, take home with you. So she's one of the ones that you're.
They instruct you on how to do this sort of stuff, and
great.
most people just wander around, grab. And the food isn't just regular convention food. They have food trucks there this year. Obviously, you can come and see me. I have a demo at 4:30 on Saturday. 1 o'clock. I'm building like a small table, and this time it won't end with the cut of my finger
How's
chipped
your
off.
finger?
Jeff
It's
almost
good.
lost a finger doing a wonderful thing at the Camp Out for Hunger. And
Just the tip.
Yeah, and it was I remember it was a brutally cold day, right?
Yeah. It was cold. I was just dumb.
Yeah,
I was just dumb.
But I mean, that shows you that even the most skilled contractor can have an off day.
I thought you were
still-
joking.
Oh.
I thought it was a joke.
I still remember the look on Kathy's face. I put this blue nitrile glove on to stop the blood.
Yeah.
And it was just like, it was everywhere.
This
And
is
it was
so
still
surreal.
coming. So it was like puffy.
Yeah.
And it was
no.
like plasma at that point. And I'm like,
Jesus.
Did he
do you guys
finish the table?
did.
I was like,
He did.
somebody get him to a hospital.
Well, I took off the glove and the sound of it hitting the ground, it was like, and Kathy was like, ah! I was like, I did it. I made my mark. It was like a skid mark.
Wow.
Anyway.
Yeah, no, it was good. I have a question for you because I have a pantry, and the pantry door is the bane of my existence. And last summer, I just took the door off, and I'm like, screw this. But that doesn't
not?
fly with my wife because
You see everything.
the pantry needs the door, right?
Sure.
So the problem is, it's like one of those. It's like a
Bifold.
but
Or
it's-
not bifold.
It stays on a track, though. Do you know what I
Oh,
mean?
yes. That's a.
I
You
hate
don't
it.
like those, do you?
No.
Is it
no.
is it pocket? Is it going to pockets?
No, like when you
it's
open
like an
it, it
accordion.
kind of like
It's a bifold. It's a bifold, but
okay.
it basically it has pins on the bottom and then the top, and then it there's a track on the bottom that always fills with Cheerios and stuff.
What I want to do, but we can't do, is I want to do like a barn door. But the problem is you can't slide it one way because there's a
Cheerio.
a Cheerio, and it gets in the way. No. A vent, like a heating vent.
Sure.
All right, so I can't. And then the other way, you can't open it all the way because part of the ceiling comes down. So I have no idea. I have no
Wait,
idea.
but isn't the vent flush with the floor?
The vent?
in
No.
the wall.
It's
in the wall?
It's water, like water heat. Do you know what I mean?
A radiator.
Radiator. Yeah.
Oh.
So I have no idea, like what my options are here.
Any idea there? I mean, you've
Send me a
worked some
picture,
amazing.
but you could go with. I mean, how wide is the opening of the pantry? It's probably only 30 inches.
32, I think. And then the other issue is that there's an island there, so you can't really have anything that kind of opens up that much.
Can you solve all the cases?
Move for crying out loud. Why struggle?
You don't have a picture in your phone that you can just show him?
I probably do.
Most guys have a
There's
picture of their
always a
pantry on the
solution. And honestly, maybe it's as simple as moving the vent somewhere else.
Or just
to
moving
another
it.
wall, and then that might solve your issue. It might not be what you want.
Have you considered a force field?
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Right.
That
An
would be
invisible
really,
fence.
really cool.
Yeah,
And
something
you
like
can,
that.
it's clearly some sort of dimensional portal that you can walk through and visit an island.
Jeff, this is sort of a weird open-ended question, but what's the most like modern adaptation you've put on an older home? Like something that, like, is, you know, it might. You might think that it would be out of place, but like it's an older home, and all of a sudden, like you know, it's all completely solar or whatever.
It's a tricky one because a lot of the times we hide the technology.
Yeah.
So where it's
Which
a
is great.
refrigerator,
Yeah.
we hide it with panels. If it's a dishwasher, we hide it with panels. TVs, another thing, TV lifts and stuff like that we'll do. I would say one of the most ingenious things, again, it's a hidden function, is that we all have phones, is that we'll build a historic piece of furniture or something, and then instead of having all of the USB cords everywhere, we embed the touchless or cordless charging.
Oh,
that's
so
cool.
you just take your phone and put it right on your end table, and then it charges right away.
It's great.
It gets tricky because you want to try to, if you build a piece of furniture, you still don't want to see a cord hanging off it. So you try to be creative with where the outlet goes, whether or not it's higher, whether or not it's all in the planning. Everything with old houses is really thinking 10 steps ahead, so that way you're not screwed in the end, like having a pantry cabinet.
It's so great to see it done. Yes,
and also with some of that tech stuff too, it becomes outdated in 5,
2
6
minutes.
years.
And that's another thing. Like people are always talking about, you know, we come on different shows and they want to talk trends, and I'm like, dude, trends by definition comes and goes.
Yeah.
So like you have to be really careful. We had talked, I think, a while ago about some of the toilets. We had a $5,000, $6,000 toilet that like blew hot air on your feet. Said yum yum when you took a crap, like when you flushed it. But like that is like one of those things where you have to now maintain it. And what plumber is going to be able to look at that?
You got to be a computer programmer too.
It's like you need an engine. You need Rodney coming in there, going in there and trying to figure it out. And that's not. People need to be a little more intelligent with those decisions.
It's such a gift because, you know, Preston, anytime you do anything like in your, you can have 500 workers come in and do what you want. It's the vision of where you want it to be.
Right.
And so like in your show and shows, that whole process at the beginning where you sort of have a CAD, I guess, like a rendering of what it's going to be. That's I didn't see that.
It's all planning. And nowadays you can actually do scans from your phone. There's an app, Canva.
Yeah.
It's basically, or Canvas, I should say. And what it does is you're like taking a video and then you push a button, it sends it to some satellite somewhere, and then you get a true SketchUp file back exactly to scale to everything, and you can delete things, you can add things. It's like $30. It's perfect, and then you can start to plan how your room is going to look, because that's, out of everybody who's listening out there right now, if you're considering a restoration or a renovation, it's like, what is it going to look like? Why not go through that to have that? It's ingenious.
So,
it's like,
I don't have the visualization. When somebody describes, I want to do this, that, and that, and that in this room, I'm like,
you're
don't
not inside my
see
head.
it. I don't.
You don't
see
wear
it.
flannel.
No.
You don't listen to
You have
Indigo
to iron
Girls.
it.
Went to the doctor. I went to the mountain.
If you're just tuning in, it's Jeff Devlin who's going to be at the Philly Home and Garden Show Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And Jeff's companies are Sycamore and Stone Farm and also Schoolhouse Woodworking. Are these going to be in one area at the home show?
Sycamore and Stone Farm is what we decided to do. We recently purchased a 5-acre stone farm in Chester Springs, PA, where we have a stone barn where we have our retail store. We do DIY classes. We do everything that is home decor, our handmade items. Schoolhouse Woodworking is a part of that because we still make custom stuff. We did.
You still doing the classes?
We are. We did just get highlighted on Magnolia for an episode called In With the Old. My fiance and I bought this old property and we restored the house. So if you like Stonehouse Revival,
I'll check it out.
You
Absolutely.
really like this because I'm not dealing with homeowners. It's real decisions that I have to make. I literally spent everything I owned and made that kitchen right up there, made all the cabinetry.
We're looking at it. It's gorgeous.
All of that
I
everything
love
in
that
there.
look. So we're redoing our kitchen now. And
I know a guy who can build you cabinets.
Oh, well, cool. I might get it.
Is his name Jeff Devlin?
It just yeah, like the.
I'll tell you what. A lot of the comedians take ownership now of their shows. They'll do it on YouTube. They'll produce it themselves. What about this for you, or do you already have too much on your plate?
Well, I thought about that, and it's and this is the struggle I think that social media puts, at least for someone like myself, is that I don't have a lot of people helping me. So there's me, my fiance. I have an assistant, Ethan, who helps me out. I don't have a team of people. So for me, that it's just almost scary to say, let's do that. If I found somebody who said, yes, we could help you with this, and this, but we have the store. We want people to come to the store. We want them to experience handmade goods. Look, I love Amazon. It's great. Yeah. But truth be told is that local businesses push local communities. So therefore, if we can be a staple in the community, do good in the community, give high quality services to those people, then we grow our community.
Jeff, this is a question out of ignorance, but I'm looking at one of the posts on Sigmore and Stone Farm, and it's a beautiful room with these gorgeous stone walls behind it. But the one thing that sort of strikes me is that there are literally no windows in that photo, right?
Yeah.
So if you have an old home or an old barn that you're converting, how difficult is it to insert a window where there wasn't one before?
It's a pain in the ass. And the only and it's not impossible. It's just, and this is where we go back to the planning aspect of things. Now, that's one portion of the house, or that's one portion of this barn. That's the classroom side of things. And the truth is we are located right on the road. So I don't feel the need to put in a window there. When you walk in, it's all windows.
Yeah.
So I designed the spaces around what was already there. Instead of trying to fight the house, and we do this all the time where we need to put a pantry here, we need to put a kitchen here, we need to put a bathroom there. Instead of fighting it, figure out ways that you can actually work with it. Maybe it's, like yourselves who are up at the crack of dawn, maybe it's a room or a bedroom that doesn't have a window in it, that has that kind of comfort. Whereas spaces like the kitchen and stuff like that, you want that natural light to be able to put it in.
Real quick, I'm sorry, I had scanned over to the text messages and I saw maybe a couple of solutions, Casey, to your pantry
Joke
problem.
solutions are real.
Well, here's a real one. What about a curtain?
Oh, Jesus.
No.
Curtain.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. How about this? Somebody says,
Can you send an electric signal to them to shock them?
wait a minute. Casey, hang a ceiling fan in front of the pantry. That way you won't need a door.
Did Casey tell you a story?
Come on.
I was listening to it live. Yeah.
The problem is you put the blades on last, right? So I didn't realize.
Hey, look.
Because I was going in and out of the door.
Well, you just, Casey, open the door as the blade passes. So you,
It's like it's like that
It's
game
like
we
double
played.
dutch, when you jump in. Yeah.
Hey, listen, you learn as you go when you try these things, right?
You know what? That's the fun of this. If you can get out there and start doing stuff, yes, it is extremely frustrating when you're putting something in, especially, in the directions when you're putting a piece of IKEA furniture together, which you should never do, by the way. And you're near the end of it and you're like, crap, why do I have 7 extra screws?
Right.
And you're like, what in the hell? But I don't know. Like, it's a part of that process. Know that it's not just you as a DIYer. Know that it's contractors. Know that it's people who build high rises and it's everyone. And those things happen, and they happen regularly. It's how you handle those mistakes as a homeowner that really, look, go grab a couple of beers, laugh at it, talk about it on the radio, and call it an experience.
Yeah.
Are your classes BYOB?
So it's
No,
funny.
I'm being serious.
No,
because
they are. So we have a supply from a local winery who, I'll tell you, La Garage Winery, who is right down the street, and I don't know if Bill's going to get upset with me saying all these things.
No, we didn't say.
I also wanted to bring soup into here, but
Bill would not like that.
JJ, a guy who is from a nursery right near our new store, he was an intern here for 3 years. You guys called him Big Daddy or something like that?
Big Daddy.
yeah.
Big Daddy?
Yeah.
Tom?
Yeah.
Wait, Tom?
No, that's
JJ
boring Tom.
Oh, boring Tom.
JJ.
No, Big
JJ's an attractive man, right? Like really hot? No.
Yeah.
Well,
You can't keep your hands up.
I am wearing a flannel and listening to Indigo Girls, so I really can't comment on that.
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah.
So what?
So I do have some wine there from that we store there and we offer it to
Kathy.
them. I say if you have a special taste, then then do it. Come out. Like,
Well, no,
there's some
because-
great classes.
Totally. This is 100%.
How do I build a stick?
No, because some of the classes I can actually do. His DIY and my DIY.
Well, no.
are
The classes that we have are primarily for non-woodworking stuff right now.
Complete novices.
And they are, it's none of this is like charcuterie, which I thought was kind of like, we do a charcuterie, you're putting meat on a plate.
Right.
But yet everybody has a great time. There's string art, there's watercolors, there's cyanotype, there's all candle making, there's all sorts of
Nice.
different stuff that people can come and enjoy and spend some time. And it could be younger, older, what have you. And my goal in life, Kathy, is to get. I need to do it. I need to be a fall activity someday. I will. Everybody can wear flannels. If I could be a fall activity, be in the ABC parade, and then also my birthday be announced on Preston and Steve, I will have lived a long life.
One of those.
Write that down.
Do all that.
When's your
And if I
birthday?
can
When is
hold-
your birthday?
May 19th. Put
All
it
right,
in.
Putting it in.
And I would like to schedule my colonoscopy tomorrow right next
We
to
got
that.
it. Absolutely. You guys
You and
can,
me, buddy.
They can put you on the sweetheart table.
Hey, it's a Friday this year, your birthday.
Ooh.
Yeah, right.
When did he say it was? I'm
May
sorry.
19th.
May 19th.
May 19th.
Put it on the calendar.
All right.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
I love it. So, and at the Expo Center in Oaks,
The
correct?
Expo Center in
Which
Oaks
is a great
this
place to
weekend.
have it.
It's huge.
Tons of
plenty
parking.
of parking, and that's what I think. Down in the city, it was a little tougher. It's for us country bumpkins like myself. I like the tons of parking. They have everything there.
A load of room, and also what I love about just in general. Again, these shows are great. I know you might be dragged kicking and screaming. You will find something there that you will dig. I swear to God, they are a blast.
Come say hi to me. We'll have I have my wood workbench set up in there. So if you have questions, I'll do some hand planing and stuff like that.
We just might head over. Yeah.
Intern Big Daddy just texted in. He says, "Hey, it's JJ. Intern Big Daddy. That's my man, Jeff. Sycamore and Stone is amazing. Get anyone there to visit, please."
Nice.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a plug.
Yeah, I'd like to have my kids continue their college education, so I'd appreciate it if you guys
or at
would come
least
out.
wear clothing.
Well, here's the deal. I have something going on there. Me and Kristen Herman down the hall, we designed a shed, and we're competing against a couple of other radio people in the building. I'm not going to say their names. But
is it Shed Zeppelin? Is that what you're talking
Our
about?
shed is 70s themed. It's called Shed Zeppelin. And so if you want, you can only see the shed and vote for the shed there at the Philly Home and Garden Show. And if you buy tickets online now and you use the promo code Casey, you get 50% off your ticket.
Or you could use the promo code Jeff Devlin and get 50% off.
Wow.
Casey's easier to spell.
Jeff Devlin is a
big
name.
Yeah,
More
Casey's just-
flannel wearing kind of
Few syllables.
manly.
You get an entire roll of flannel.
Well, hang on. If you use the codes Casey and then Jeff Devlin, do you get 100% off?
I have free tickets in the car.
They
so
actually
meet me in the parking lot.
They hand you cash.
Yeah. I'm scalping tickets in the parking lot.
They paid me to go.
You know what? Jeff Devlin. Just use the code
Jeff Devlin.
No, use Casey.
Yeah,
boy.
Jeff Devlin
that's
spelled
sweet.
No.
C-A-S-E-Y.
His pantry issues. Please help the man out.
I have pictures. I'm
Now
gonna
that
show
Jeff
you.
gave you a winning way to correct your pantry problem.
You have pictures?
I do have a picture.
Did your wife just send them to you?
She did.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So we'll discuss after.
Because people are intrigued by it on the text messages.
Well,
So
one
there
of
needs
the
to be a
ideas
follow-up.
is that you can have a barn door style look.
Yeah.
But it's still bifolds.
Correct. Yes.
All right. So I think I might end up doing that.
There's a solution for. I mean, you could also do it where I don't want to say too much because I don't know what the inside of your pantry looks like, but there's all sorts of solutions. Again, a little bit of this, I hate talking about it, is cost. Is like, what do you want to spend to remedy and make your wife happy with the pantry stuff? But also, this is where it kind of gets a little confusing, is like, do you need an actual pantry there, or is it better to do an actual cabinet that would have the drawers that would pull out to accent the depth of all of that?
I have a solution, Case.
So you need a pantry.
In your kitchen, you have a bust of William Shakespeare.
Okay, I like. Oh,
You pull the head back, you push the button.
dude.
Door opens up.
2 poles. You slide down to the
I love
pantry.
it.
I
love it.
want a hidden room so terribly bad.
Murphy door, like there's hardware that you can just basically put like a bookcase on the wall.
Yeah.
And then you just open it right up and then you could access your pantry. But you could on the outside have certain food with maybe a I hope they could see this when I do this. Just like a shelf with a bracket on the front so it doesn't fall off. So certain things that you might be able to get your way and compromise with your wife, where you can have some things that are a little prettier. And then when you open the door, it's like the meat and potatoes of the pantry.
The mess.
Dude, you mentioned a bookcase door or something.
Yeah.
Have you ever done like secret rooms, secret passages, and stuff like that?
A good friend of mine, I did his pot room.
Really?
Where all his pots and pans are?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
I don't know how. I mean,
do you do dungeons?
Huh? Flannel does not wear well in dungeons. It's like the moisture just eats. No. I haven't done a dungeon. I've been in a dungeon before, but I have yet. So, I mean, Ruth Sellers.
He did
it's
that
like
sex
a dungeon.
How about Stone Dungeon Revival?
There is a show on Netflix right now. I think it's called How to Build a Sex Room. And
Yes.
it's something else, man. And they bring in like legit contractors, and then they design it for.
I mean, you'd
be perfect.
All
for
I
that.
need is a mat, and I'm good.
All right.
Just a mat, no fancy.
And a crying towel.
Yes, yeah, something you wipe off with.
Right. All right. Well,
Took a really weird turn.
Jeff is at the Philly Home and Garden Show. It is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You'll be there all 3 days?
I will be there all 3 days at our booth, and Saturday I have a demo at 4:30.
4:30
on the main stage, and 1 o'clock on Sunday, and that will be building a table, a smaller kind of hall table for.
You said you have the local people, and you have, you can get things directly from manufacturers at a big savings there.
Oh, huge.
Yeah, so that's just to keep that in mind.
So look for Sycamore and Stone Farm. That is Jeff's company and the booth. So it's at the Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. It's all weekend long. You can get tickets at phillyhomeandgarden.com, by the way. But it is great to see you, sir.
Always a pleasure.
Have a wonderful weekend. All right, let's hear it for Jeff Devlin. Oh, we have music for him. Hang on.
I had a hammer.
There you go.
I had a hammer in the morning.
We were thinking about Indigo Girls, but yeah.
Listen to the Indigo Girls. I'd hammer a dungeon.
All right.
I'd fix Casey's pantry.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Stay with us, please.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Wait a minute. So would he...
I can't. There's a siren.
Would he get the ultimate pleasure from that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He was doing a lot of laundry, I guess.
When your friend told you about this.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, friend is not code for me.
Yeah,
I didn't believe it was you.
All right.
No, but when your friend
Meshies is code for you.
When your friend told you about this, was this years later or?
Yeah.
Oh, this wasn't during.
The period.
I mean, they were a couple. While they were a couple.
No, because you got to figure this was 94 through 96 or something like that, and I just found out about it this year.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And does he laughably look back at it?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, it was because now it's he's married, kids, and he's done the full deal and all that sort of stuff. And
But to Nick's point, does he ever mention whether that's sort of a okay, like a little bit of a turn on? Still,
no,
right?
no. I mean, I just was so blown away because I just assumed that whole time. You know what I mean? They were
people will choose not to, and that's okay.
But Case but he did share with you that was their nickname for it.
Yeah,
they shared that name.
Meshies.
Got to get a Meshy tonight.
And I was pissed
That
because
dinner was great. Go get your shorts.
Really? Can I wear the yellow ones? They're the thinnest ones I
They're a
own.
little thin, but all right.
I have a friend, Preston, that does this.
Yeah, this guy says he wears mesh shorts to strip clubs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my friend
that's
wears
creepy.
really thin sweatpants.
His blammin' pants.
Without underwear.
Yeah.
Yeah, deliberately.
That was a thing on the Family Guy.
Blammin' pants?
Blammin' pants.
Oh, God.
Say that again?
Blammin' pants.
Blammin'?
Yeah,
Like
he's
that's
going
the
to
noise
strip,
you make?
Yeah, he was going to strip clubs. I'm going to put on my blammin'.
The first person in the world to receive 2 facial transplants says he's feeling well 3 months after his latest groundbreaking operation.
Yeah, but his friends are calling him two-faced.
You'd have to. Jerome Hammond had his first transplanted face removed last year after signs of rejection followed a treatment with an incompatible antibiotic during a cold.
Yeah, because it's just as with an organ donation, sometimes the body will reject it. So the first face didn't take.
Well, it was the antibiotics that caused it, though.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
The medication that's supposed to help it hurt it.
No. It was that wasn't the anti-rejection drugs. So he had a cold and he took antibiotics, and that caused
Oh my
the
God.
rejection to happen. His new face remains smooth and motionless, and his skull, skin, and features are yet to be fully aligned.
So it basically looks like Kris Jenner.
But he is positive about his recovery.
It is astonishing that someone who's undergone some sort of radically horrific accident or whatever has a shot at having a usable, outwardly normal-looking face.
And you said that he was in the hospital without a face for 2 months?
Yeah, and he couldn't talk at all.
But he could dance.
Man, oh man. God.
You are the worst ever. God.
I try to see the glasses half full, Kathy.
You should. What an optimist, Steve Morrison.
We're half messed up.
Just watch his feet. Just watch his feet.
Just watch.
Yeah.
Don't look at him in the eye.
Focus on the
I
feet.
don't look up.
Oh, look at him.
Oh my God, he's great. Give her the mic.
Stop it.
Oh my God.
But now he's fine, so we
this
can't.
is okay.
It would actually be wrong to not joke it.
It's not okay. I think that this is not okay.
It's probably not okay.
Please welcome Mr. Jason Reitman to
Yes.
our show this morning. Hi, Jason.
Pleasure to be here.
Nice to see you.
One of our great embarrassments on the show here is you came in with Diablo Cody years ago, and we hadn't done our due diligence, and we were just more fascinated with the fact that she had been a stripper at some point and had a little
well, he's getting into a successful Hollywood career.
And here she is, this incredible script writer that that she's become, and you and she seem to really synergize really well. I mean, so when you get a script from her, you just automatically, I see this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm imagine it's like when you guys met for the first time. You don't realize when you're on a first date of a relationship that's going to last the rest of your life.
Right.
And I met her for the first time, and we went to this bar in L.A., and she ordered a dirty martini, and I got a Diet Coke because I am the rock and roll of that relationship. And
Diet Coke.
And what has begun is this relationship where every 5 years we make a movie. It was Juno, and then Young Adult, and now Tully. And I'm looking forward to see the movies we make when we're in our 70s. Our hospice comedy is going to be amazing.
Because you are, as you have said in interviews, her tone and her take on things is changing, as is yours, and now you're a family man yourself. But her ability to write females that, and people in general, but females that are flawed and relatable is uncanny.
Yeah, and look, I think there's kind of a through line between all three films. And this one, Tully, is about that moment when you become a parent and you realize you have to grow up because your younger self is starting to feel like it's a different human being.
Yeah.
In fairness, when you guys came in that time and we talked about her being a stripper.
You guys feel really guilty about this.
We kid you not. We reference this. It actually redirected the trajectory of the show because we said, we got to check up on these people.
Here's why. Because Juno was such a great piece of work. And I think afterwards we're like, holy crap, we missed the boat on talking to her about her writing ability because Juno turned out to be so good. So it did serve as a lesson in
how odd that a woman came on a show and she was objectified for her beauty and her history and never talked about her talent. What an odd moment.
We've gotten better. We've gotten better, though.
So we hadn't seen her
talent. Yes.
And I suppose, Jason, that you probably dealt with this a lot of your life as well because you come from Hollywood royalty and people.
Because of my stripping background.
You were a stripper.
Yeah, and
you did that skating act.
You did burlesque for like 5 or 6 years. No, because you have a reputation because you're a family, and you've had to prove in yourself. On your own merits, and has that been difficult for you?
My obituary will either begin director of Juno died today or son of director of Ghostbusters died today.
And about, you okay? All right, 35 minutes or so. You good?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I don't have to do the Heimlich on you. Wow, that sucks. Did you swallow spit down the wrong?
No, I mean, I'm eating oatmeal, and I took a bite like friggin' 2 minutes ago, and I guess there was like a piece of oatmeal stuck in my teeth somewhere.
Do you want me to do the Graftenberg on you?
Can you give me a tracheotomy, please?
I'll give you
trach first.
Wait a minute.
the G spot. Yeah.
That's the G and G spot.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't know that. I learned stuff.
It is Dr. Grafenberg.
Really?
Yes, I kid
That's
you
what
not.
the G spot is.
It's named after a doctor.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You kidding me? Most definitely. All right, anyhow.
Lord Cunnilingus is another.
Oh, Jesus. Lord?
Cunnilingus, yes, in the.
Lord Cunnilingus.
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was Colonel Lingus.
No, it's not. It's not a military title.
It's Colonel Angus.
Colonel Angus.
That SNL bit, if you've never seen it, we should put that up, Nick.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. So it's a G spot, also called the Grafenberg spot, and let me see. It doesn't Ernst Grafenberg.
Yeah.
His name Ernst.
Ernst.
I guess
Him and his stupid spots. You'll see. You'll see.
One day.
I'll change the world of sex forever. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You funny boy.
All right. Anyhow, we
With
have,
your stupid spots.
what I was saying was you have $1,000 to give away, and that is with the birthday bucks, and that's coming up around 8 o'clock. You good?
I'm good.
All right.
Thank
High
you.
five, brother. Ready?
High
Nice.
Did you say A5? What are you, an octopus?
I thought
said, hey, five.
Oh,
I thought that was a line from a movie or something.
No.
Hey, five, everybody.
Hey, five.
the oatmeal has caused oxygen deprivation to the
man.
brain.
Good Lord.
Wow. What it actually? I did that for a reason. It's National High Five Day.
Oh, no, it's National A5 Day.
No, hey, five.
Oh, hey, five.
Yeah, hey,
By
five.
the way, so my kids do this thing now where if you see a Mustang, you get the high five. It's it's like
What?
it's the nice version.
If you
of
see a
Punch
wild
Buggy.
horse,
No.
Oh, it's a nice version of Punch Buggy. Okay. All right.
Mustang,
high five. Are you a high fiving kind of guy?
Hold on a minute here. Punch Buggy it's one person noticing it before the other.
Yes.
But if you do a high five, that's a collaborative.
Yeah, so it's like a nice thing to do. By the way, we do
But then
Punch
nobody-
Buggy.
Wait a second.
Nobody wins in that.
Let this Mustang thing breathe a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes, you're exactly right, Preston. That is not the same family.
No.
No.
What do you do? Hey, Mustang. And you put your hand
Mustang high five.
up? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know.
We do Skittle. Do you guys ever heard of Skittle?
Only through you.
Okay. Yellow
is it again?
Yellow car. You get to punch somebody.
No. I've done Padiddle,
Yeah.
which is one headlight. Mm-hmm.
And Pedaddle.
What's that?
I pleasured myself while driving.
That's back help.
totally
Is that
different.
a different thing?
Yeah, but
it's
it's a
I,
thing.
Yeah, I saw you go.
It's definitely.
You gave me a punch buggy in Clearwater. We were leaving. We were driving out of the stadium and saw one as we were driving back to Clearwater Beach.
Yeah.
And that was the first time I'd received a punch buggy in 20 years.
Oh, 20 years.
Yeah.
Well, I did it because, and I think I told you, I go, my kids always get me first,
Yeah.
so I finally get to do it.
I
to
was
somebody
impressed
else.
by your ability.
Need to do what you do is drive them over to a VW dealership.
Oh my
and
God!
Beat the F out of
Just
them.
beat the living piss.
Daddy!
You can throw elbows when you're in a dealership. It's believed to go back to the 1970s and was probably a variation on the low five, which I said which has been around since World War II. However, there are two popular stories which try to explain the origin of the high five. The first story states the first high five occurred at Dodger Stadium on October 2nd, 1977, between Glenn Burke and Dusty Baker on the last day of the regular season. The high five was in response to a home run hit by Baker off of Houston Astros pitcher J.R. Richard. So that's one story.
Yes, it's funny though. How would you know that? How would you know that at some other event or some other sign of exaltation, somebody just didn't put up their hand and go,
Well, this
like
is
slap-
Well, this is at a stadium in front of a lot of people,
Right.
and nobody had really seen that type of thing before, so somebody made note of it.
What did we just see, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah. The second story places the origin of the high five at a University of Louisville Cardinals basketball practice in 1978. Willie Brown was going to give his teammate Derek Smith a low five, but the two decided to give each other a high five instead, and after that, the team took it over and began giving each other high fives after each celebration.
And yet, though, there's enough evidence to suggest that it was actually discovered at the Institute of Hand Gestures in Massachusetts.
I didn't even think of that.
1957.
But some sports teams will take on their own celebration thing. I know who used to do the forearm bump? Was that the Yankees?
Yeah, they did it for a stretch. I watched the national championship game between Villanova and Michigan, and there was a guy who was not a starter from Michigan as the teams were doing warm up, and this guy was in charge of high fives and slaps with all of the starting players. So they're announcing the starting players, and they each come out, and then there's one guy standing near the basket, and he was the guy in charge of, all right, I'm going to do this routine with this guy and this routine with this guy, and it took coordination as a little bit of choreography.
Do you have any special?
I do. Whenever I will do a high five somebody, it depends on them. If it's like a girl, it might be, hey, high five.
Yeah.
Hey, smack hands like that.
Yeah.
But if it's a friend, Casey, stand up.
All right. Oh, I'm a friend.
It's a three-parter that I always do, and it's like this.
Boom.
Mouth butt.
That's a lot.
It's like super white.
Actually, it's more like this. Super white.
Super white. Yeah, because like we like didn't.
Terry, come here. Terry's black. Come over here. No, I have more soul than that. I'm sorry.
Wait a second.
Terry's just
Terry's
as white
black,
as
the
us.
bro shake, and then
Yeah.
Oh man,
the snap.
All right.
You got to do
Hey,
this.
just, wait. He just did it again. Watch. You missed it. Turn around. Terry, do it. Watch pros do this.
Yeah.
There.
You got to do the snap at the end.
Casey still thinks
I think you just took a step down in the friendship department.
Wow.
No.
Terry's now Preston's best friend. Oh, guess who's going to Florida to play golf this year?
Terry already
You better
booked
brush up on your game, Terry.
Do you know Tiger Woods? A Florida man was arrested yesterday after allegedly striking his boyfriend in the head with a big mouth billy bass.
A big
The novelty singing fish. Officers were called to a residence in connection with a reported domestic battery. Upon arriving at the home, cops found Larry Timmerman with a laceration on his head. An injury the victim said was caused by a big mouth billy bass thrown by Gregory Carney. In interviews, cops determined that the men have been domestic partners for 17 years and they had been quarreling earlier in the day.
I was originally attracted to him because of his big mouth billy bass.
At one point, Carney went into the den and began playing with his singing fish.
I'm going to go play with my fish.
Timmerman said that Carney continued doing this to, quote, just to aggravate him.
Just run away. Go run to your fish.
After having to endure several big mouth billy bass performances,
I'm going to get my Billy Bob teeth.
Timmerman removed the singing fish from the room and placed it in the trash. When Carney discovered the novelty item was missing from the den.
All right, let us do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Burns Honda, celebrating its 50th anniversary, and they're giving away a car and other monthly prizes. Enter to win, by taking a test drive and filling out an entry form, and you can visit Burns Honda to do that. All right. Best part of this story is at the end.
All right.
California man whose 3.97-inch long tongue earned him a Guinness World Record said that he has found an unusual way to put his unique muscle to work, and that is by painting. Nick Stoberl, who was awarded the world record for longest tongue male when it was officially measured.
3.9 inches, you said?
It doesn't sound like that much, but it's huge. And I've heard these smaller numbers before. When it's sticking out of their mouth, it looks gigantic. So anyhow, when it was officially measured 3.97 inches from the tip of the teeth in 2012, showed off his unusual painting skills during an appearance. And Stoberl showed recently how he wraps his tongue in plastic wrap before dipping it in paint and using it to draw on canvas. And here's my favorite part. The record breaker said he has been given the nickname Licasso for his...
As in Picasso.
Yes.
But Licasso is a whole other thing.
Licasso for his unusual painting method.
Wow.
He said his paintings have sold of upwards of $1,200 before.
I might have gone with like Lick Vinci.
Yeah, but he went with Licasso.
Or Lick Dolly.
No, I was saying Michelangelo. There's a lick in there somewhere.
Lickangelo?
Lickangelo.
I don't know. Michelangelo.
Heiny ho.
Heiny ho. A meteor around the size of a Welsh corgi and weighing around the total weight of 4 baby elephants struck the earth near McAllen, Texas on last Wednesday. The meteor impact took place around 6 p.m. last Wednesday. Some eyewitnesses spotting a possible meteor impact in the sky at the time. This was later confirmed by the National Weather Service, which said that geostationary lightning mapper spotted the flash of a meteor just half an hour earlier. At the time, it wasn't clear what made the flash, especially since there weren't any thunderstorms in that area that could have produced the flash.
Was it, in fact, a corgi?
It was not a corgi.
Oh.
It was a meteor.
Because I know sometimes space corgis pass by.
And you've got to watch out. They look adorable.
You want to pet them?
To beware.
But they're deadly.
Yeah, exactly. A Virginia man, speaking of dogs, was reportedly seen on home security footage tossing poisoned chunks of meat to his neighbor's dogs over their loud barking.
Come on.
So this is according to the person who lives there. I guess it says, she says, my dogs bark. This is Heather Dinsmore. That's who this is. My dogs bark. They're dogs, but we don't leave them outside and we don't leave them unattended. Half the time we're not home because we're up in New Jersey.
Big dogs running, big dogs out.
Heather, the owner of the 3 rescue dogs, said that she was away from home while visiting family in New Jersey earlier this month when she checked her security camera and saw the next door neighbor in her driveway. She said he had a plastic bag in his hand, started breaking something apart in the bag, and then throwing the stuff into the yard. We were all shocked.
Wow.
None of the dogs ingested any of the meat. Officers with the Animal Welfare League of Alexandria responded to the home. The person seen allegedly trying to poison the dogs was identified and fled the scene. The unidentified suspect who allegedly tossed the meat turned himself into authorities on Monday in connection with the misdemeanor charges. The neighbor also reportedly left a note of apology in their mailbox.
Yeah, that'll work.
Saying he was, quote, bothered by loud barking for a long time, as well as adding, I was wrong, mean, and stupid to resort to tossing tainted meat into your yard.
So was it just tainted or was it poisoned?
I don't know.
All right.
They said they qualified it as tainted, but in the story it says poison. So maybe, I don't know, talk to your neighbors before you go and try and kill their animals.
That's folly to go talk to people.
A man in Florida confessed to murdering his roommate because the roommate threw the suspect's plate full of food on the ground. Brian Marquez
I'm gonna have to kill you now.
Was arrested, and police said that they were called to a house after someone said they saw blood in the backyard and what appeared to be a shallow grave.
That was a Salisbury steak and tater tots. You understand I'm going to have to kill you now.
When officers arrived on scene, they found a body somewhat buried in an 18-inch deep hole, and a foot was partially exposed.
You weren't even trying then.
Blood, rocks, gloves, plywood, shovels, and a blanket were collected by investigators from the yard. An autopsy of the body confirmed the person buried was a Hispanic man between the ages of 35 and 45. He had significant facial injuries, broken ribs, and a broken nose.
You brutalized and murdered someone for a plate of food.
Marquez was interviewed by police and immediately taken into custody due to separate outstanding warrants for his arrest. Once he was at the police station, he was questioned about the body and whether or not he had anything to do with the murder. Police said Marquez confessed to the crime, saying he killed his roommate, who only knew as Guanajuato. In his arrest report, Marquez said that the victim threw his plate full of food on the ground and he disrespected him. He didn't do anything immediately, he allegedly said, but after having some drinks, he decided to approach Guanajuato.
Yeah, alcohol fixes everything.
Marquez said that he started punching him in the ribs, face, and nose, which knocked him to the ground. He was on the ground. Marquez said he grabbed dirt and gravel and then shoved it in his mouth.
Jesus.
When the suspect yelled at the victim to stand up, the victim didn't move. Marquez said that's when he realized he was dead. Instead of calling police, he allegedly dragged the body across the yard, dug a shallow grave, buried the victim, and then went to sleep. How messed up is that?
I'd find it hard to go to sleep after brutally murdering someone.
Wow. All right. Something a little lighter.
Yes.
Heinz, the company, is looking for people to help them find a treasure, but it's not gold. After they learned that a man survived nearly a month at sea with nothing but ketchup and seasonings, the company said it wants to find him to help him buy a new boat. But so far, they can't find the guy.
Wow. So was he identified in the news story about him?
Yep.
Shouldn't be that hard.
In a virtual message in a bottle, the company put out a request for assistance on Instagram last week. The company said, whoever finds this message, we need your help tracking down an amazing man with an amazing story. You may remember Elvis Francois as the brave sailor who survived on nothing but ketchup and spices while adrift at sea for 24 days. Well, Heinz wants to celebrate his safe return home and buy him a new boat, but we can't find him. Francois, who was working on his boat in St. Martin in December, was accidentally drifting out to sea when the weather changed and said he had lost his ability to navigate. He wrote out the word help on the back of his boat, and he was eventually rescued after 24 days with nothing but a bottle of ketchup, garlic powder, and some soup. A few days ago, the company said that its search had reached an impasse, and so far they say that they've reached out to the government of Dominica, where Francois lives, as well as the Colombian Navy to try and find out where he may be, and now they can and how they can get in touch with him, and they can't find him anywhere. So
That's insane.
I don't know. Maybe he's one of these guys that completely lives off the grid.
Or maybe he's just really a mustard fan.
He may secretly be a mustard fan, and he did what he had to do because he was going to die.
I got to go off the grid.
Yeah. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back, and we'll see if you've been paying attention this morning. The lesson question is on the way, as well as trash and music news, so hang out.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. It's a scientific fact.
Where is my fish? How do you get that high? Where is my fish? It was right here.
When Timmerman responded that Billy Bass was...
You can see the silhouette. It was right there.
Can you do that with the reverb on? When Timmerman responded...
You are such a bitch!
That Billy Bass was now in the trash, Carney became angry. Carney then fished the singing fish from the garbage and threw it at his boyfriend.
Wait, where's that singing coming from?
The item struck Timmerman in the head, causing a laceration. Carney admitted throwing the singing fish, but said that I did not aim for Larry and struck him in the head on
He
accident.
was aiming for Shemp.
Carney was subsequently arrested for domestic battery. Timmerman declined medical treatment for his injury.
Man, you don't want police responding to any domestic situation, but when it's one involving a big mouth Billy Bass,
That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
You would have been, yeah. I think you would have had a story to tell after
it's a
that
story.
one.
The Sherry's Berries are of that ilk.
I just
They
want to
are
give them some more free advertising because they have this amazing salsa and guacamole dip.
I don't even want to talk about that. You just made a mess in my mouth. I know I just said
You
that.
just made a mess in my mouth. How am I going to explain it to my mother?
Good.
I told you he would do that. He's a football player. Did he give you that line about the big game?
Damn it.
He made a mess in your mouth, didn't he?
Start the countdown clock for when that is isolated and repeated many
already
times.
working on it.
I know she is.
It's like goo. Goo.
You.
Did he leave goo in your mouth?
Oh, gross.
Go back to the strawberries. I want to talk about the strawberries.
Yeah, because now he messed it all up with salsa and guacamole.
Yeah,
I'm
skip that. Let's
thinking
go back to-
Sweet and savory. The deep fried brownie is glorious.
But she's just saying chocolate covered things.
In general,
And trying to do it yourself.
it's hard because you have to know what's going to be the right consistency.
Kathy, you end up on Pinterest with nailed it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, what does this guy say?
I just hit the button.
Oh, Jesus. You just made a mess in my mouth.
I'm going to need that over here.
I know you are.
I know, yeah.
That'll go next.
It was the day I would never forget.
That'll go next with the ball sacks are yummy. Right?
Ball sacks are yummy.
You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. I can't do the stutter thing.
Well, you might be
ball
able to.
Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are. Ball sack. You just made a mess. You just made a mess in my mouth. Ball sacks are yummy. You just made a mess in my mouth.
It's like Max
Headroom.
yummy.
Do it slowly.
Oh, okay.
Even sexier.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
Oh, wait.
You just made a mess in my mouth.
Ball sacks are yummy.
You just made a mess in my mouth.
Okay.
Sounds a little Mandy-ish.
It does, doesn't it? Oh, dear Lord. What were we talking about?
Chocolate. Made a mess in my mouth.
No, it's
Hi, my name is Mandy, and you just made a mess in my mouth.
Hey, director Jennifer Lee hinted that Elsa may get a girlfriend in Frozen 2.
What?
Yeah, she said...
That's why it's called Frozen 2 Cold Cooter.
She said, where we're going with it, we have tons of conversations about it, and we're really conscientious about these things.
Listen, I can help warm that thing up.
She said
You let cold cooter go.
She said the sequel is expected in 2019.
I consider that a personal achievement that Kathy likes cold cooler.
The shocking part is that you didn't.
I was still laughing, and Preston just kept going. I'm like, nobody really
But
said
I mean,
anything
for
about
Kathy
that.
Romano to enjoy cold cooler, I think I'm just going to sit out the rest of the show.
Inventive.
Kristen Bell and Idina Menzel have signed on to reprise the roles of Anna and Elsa in Frozen 2. So.
They always say this stuff, but they never follow it. This is the Spider-Man where he's going to be gay.
Yeah.
They never
You know,
do it.
There's a show, I forget the name of it, but Jace is watching it, and one of the kids in the show has dads. And two dads, and
It's a Disney show, isn't it?
I can't remember. It's
Disney,
a cartoon. I can't remember.
Oh yeah,
Crazy Family or like Loud Family or something like that. And
we watched a show called My Two Dads.
Yeah.
but I was just surprised. He just watches it like he didn't. It was just normal. Like this one kid has two dads. This other kid has a mom and a dad, and it was just.
Mommy, did you hear Elsa's a lesbian?
Yeah, that'll be next.
It's just totally the other way. It has no sense of it. It's totally fine. Elsa's lesbian?
Yeah.
It'd be interesting.
It's on Nickelodeon.
The Loud House?
Yes, that's
there
it.
you
That's
go.
it.
Okay, yeah.
No kidding. I have.
We're gay!
I've not
and
seen it.
loud!
And they're pretty. One of the dads is pretty feminine, and they one of the episodes, or at least the one that I watched, they go on a skiing trip, and the dads are very overprotective and nervous that the kids are going to get hurt. And
Wow,
yeah.
Interesting.
The voice of one of them is Wayne Brady, and then the voice of the other is Michael McDonald, the singer.
I'm in love with the dude. I turn around and he goes to town on me. It feels so good.
That's not what they do in the show.
Is it
in the
really?
Call it the
show.
Hershey Highway.
Are you sure it's the Michael McDonald?
Nope.
Okay.
I got distracted by the singing.
Sweet freedom. We're just two dudes and we're getting it on.
Penis. By penis.
By penis.
By penis.
I'm working my way through.
Nick
Obviously, we're approaching it with sensitivity.
Of course we are.
And compassion.
See,
I think it's cool.
We are a progressive show, obviously, not even remotely having fun.
Very different Michael McDonald.
that
Oh, it's the
sounds-
one from
I know that guy.
Mad TV. There was an actor, Steve, you'd recognize
He's
this guy.
excellent. He's very funny.
Yeah, he's a great actor, and
Okay.
he plays the other gay dad.
It's not
the,
the one from
the Doobies.
the Doobie
Right.
Brothers. Though I've dabbled occasionally, now and then, I like some dudes.
I like your Michael McDonald,
Thank you.
Steve.
I'm a fan of man junk, like it on my head. They call it what they call it? A Roman helmet.
Michael McDonald isn't singing this song.
Oh, God
This is Tom Johnston.
That's Tom Johnston. There you go. That's
Thank
it.
you very much.
That's Michael McDonald.
You don't know me, cause I'm your all the lyrics sound like the others.
So it's called, what's it called, Loud House?
Well, that's
Yeah,
Michael
yes.
MacDonald, right? And this is Michael McDonald?
You might
Or
be
are they
right.
both? Mick.
They're both McDonald.
Both
Mick-
Mick.
oh.
M-C-D-O-N-A-L. I don't know what animal you just
I
said.
don't know.
I don't know what
Neither do
noise. I don't know what noise to make.
And the hair goes. He does the Michael McDonald see and say.
Okay, so Michael McDonald,
The Loud House.
the Loud House.
The Loud House.
Yeah, there you go.
And you were just singing "Oh McDonald" gives me a reason to play this.
That was me from 2 days ago. Okay, what else do we have here?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Jeff Franklin, the creator
You don't get news like this anywhere else.
and showrunner for Fuller House and the creator of the original Full House, has been fired from Warner Brothers.
Why?
What happened?
And
What happened to the skeleton man? He created Full House.
I don't know why you're still here.
don't
Okay.
even question.
I heard it was breakfast.
There was another time, and I got really pissed off at this one too. A buddy and I went into a bar that had pool tables, and we just wanted to shoot some pool. We weren't there exclusively to do it. It was, hey,
Right.
pool tables.
Let's do it.
Let's shoot a game of pool. So we go over to play pool. Nobody's playing at the table. And we go to play, and there's a couple sitting at the bar. They're like, no, table's ours. I'm like, there's nobody playing here. Yeah. Like, yeah, our quarters are on the table. I'm like, yeah, but you're not playing pool.
No. Quarters indicate next.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So my buddy and I'm like, yeah, we want to play against each other. No, you got to play us.
No.
And see, so it was their ownership of the table because they currently were the winners of, and so I tried to tell the bartender this, and the bartender's like, no, they're right.
No, you own the table if you stay at the table
and keep playing.
Yes, and then you can put the quarters out
Yeah.
to indicate who's going to challenge the winner.
But
Maybe
apparently
they were looking for somebody to play. They had their quarters there.
I didn't want to play with them. I wanted to play with my buddy, and we weren't interested in playing.
You're not doing a tournament.
Because we just wanted to play a friendly game amongst ourselves, as opposed to these two a-holes, which of course they were great playing. They were great at pool, and they ended up beating us. But I was just like,
I don't want to play against you.
Does anybody understand the issue here? They weren't playing pool. They were sitting at the bar, which was empty, by the way.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, what is this? Oh. This is what you do.
Yeah. Oh, you guys are a bunch of
This is
dicks.
what you do.
You should have done the thing that
this is your thing
that the Joker does in The Dark Knight and break it in half. And
I know we're having tryouts.
I think I have a good idea.
Ask me how I got these scars. My wife was always sad. I just wanted her to smile.
There are times when I wish I didn't care about getting arrested. You know what I mean? Just snap the cue and
So
go.
the question you have to ask yourself is it worth letting me and my friend play pool?
You're right.
What about this?
Or do you want this cue rammed through your optic nerve?
Steve, that is going to be my go-to from now on. When I have that confrontation moment, I'm going to think about that and maybe pull a joke.
Sure, why not?
You know? Is it the scars?
Scars.
Are they bothering you?
Just wanted her to smile.
93.3 WMMR. Weezer.
And it was good.
Was good. Say it ain't so. How did that happen? I don't know how that happened. All right, so apparently we're doing the lesson question. Yeah, you can hear the music playing in the background.
You know what?
So
if you can be surprised by the show that you're running, that's a plus.
That's a plus.
Yeah.
Everybody wins. So we're going to ask a lesson question, and we are going to give away a 4-pack of tickets for the Philly Home and Garden Show. We're just talking to Jeff Devlin. Had a wonderful conversation with him. He and his company will be there. The question that we pose to you is this. Which rock star ended up on the Jenner sphere? We found out that this morning. 215-263-WMMR. Which rock star ended up on the Jenner sphere? If you heard that earlier, you know the answer. You need to call now because we got the prize here for you. 215-263-WMMR.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see what stories we get today. Steve, what's going on?
Well, this is pretty interesting. A man named Jamoin Ziegler was arrested Friday after violating a restraining order against him from Kim Kardashian. Ziegler says he knew he was breaking the law, but it was imperative that he get Kim to kiss his nutsack.
Wow. Hey!
Wow. I don't know if that'll go over in a court of law, but Camila Cabello, 25, and the CEO of dating app Locks Club, Austin Kvetch, have split after less than a year of dating. Cabello says that she and Kvetch eventually began to disagree on things like him wanting to stay alive. And finally, Mark Wahlberg finally selling his sprawling Beverly Hills compound for $55 million after initially asking $90 million for it. Wahlberg says it was difficult selling the place because it has an unobstructed view of Oprah Winfrey's enema room.
Wow.
And that's your Hollywood Trash.
When he was here last, he was in Golf Magazine, and there was a picture of his house, and I told him off air, I'm like, I want your house. And he right then he goes, well, I'm getting ready to put it up for sale.
Yeah. So 90 was the original asking price. It has a whole...
Dude, it's...
Like how many holes?
You
Golf
can't
course?
even imagine how obnoxiously huge the whole thing is. Well, he's got a 4-hole golf course in the backyard. He's got a skate park. He's got, basketball courts and all that stuff. But the house itself is just
imagine
insane.
Being in a position where you go, we'll peel off $40 million.
Yeah. We're looking at a picture of it.
Gorgeous.
Right now. Look at this.
Yeah.
I mean, that's that's a museum.
Yeah.
Is what it looks like. It doesn't look like a house.
It's a museum we wouldn't be allowed into.
Like, that's crazy. Around here, when you see, like, on Zillow, a price change, it's like maybe $10,000.
It's very rarely $40 million.
$40 million.
Rarely.
All right. But how about tickets to the Home and Garden Show? We can get
That's
that.
worth $40 million right
Yeah.
there.
All right, we're going to the phone, see if we can get an answer to this. Which rock star ended up on the Jenner sphere? And we will go to Ed to see if we can get an answer. Hi, Ed. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you so much, Ed. All right, do me a favor. Tell me what rock star ended up on the Jenner sphere.
That'd be Paul McCartney.
Paul McCartney. You got it, Ed. Hang on. And yes, you indeed get a 4-pack of tickets for the Philly Home and Garden Show. It is taking place this weekend at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. 3 days only to shop, compare, and save with local trusted experts. You can buy tickets early and save at phillyhomeandgarden.com. All right, music news. Here we go.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Where do we begin? I got a handful of stories here to pass along to you. How about this? Gavin Rossdale is being sued by Bush's original drummer, Robin Goodrich. The former band member claims he was kicked out of the group abruptly and without cause. It's reported that Goodrich agreed to join Rossdale for Bush's 25th anniversary tour in 2019, but was booted from the band before its first stop even happened.
Isn't Rossdale claiming that the drummer stole some of his olive loaf?
Oh, that would yes.
Wasn't it pickle loaf?
It was pickle loaf.
It's pickle loaf.
According to the drummer's lawsuit, Rossdale refused to pay him for any of the tour profits and violated Bush's trademark agreement. In addition to damages, Goodrich is seeking a permanent injunction enjoining Rossdale and Bush Incorporated from using the trademark Bush. The band's original lineup, Rossdale, Goodrich, guitarist Nigel Pulsford.
Yeah.
The Gabagools?
Yeah, the Gabagools are great.
Mm-hmm. Flea is launching a new podcast. The Red Hot Chili Peppers bassist is going to discuss music with guests like Rick Rubin, Cynthia Erivo, and Patti Smith on the 15-part series entitled This Little Light. Flea told Rolling Stone in a statement, I wanted to do This Little Light to benefit my music school, the Silver Lake Conservatory of Music, and the idea behind it being music education, falling in love with music, and embarking on a musical journey for your life.
Wasn't his first instrument a trumpet?
Yeah, in school, like in junior high and stuff like that. He played in the jazz band and everything. Everybody's path is so different, and it's fascinating to learn how every musician came to music and developed their study of it over time. That podcast will be coming out on March 30th.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody's excited.
You know, Flea lived in Australia for a little while?
No.
Yeah, when he was a kid. I was just looking up that trumpet thing for Steve, and he lived in Australia for 3 years.
He was a prodigy of Steve Irwin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of Steve Irwin?
Yeah.
No.
I couldn't find that part.
Just Australia, Steve
Yeah,
Irwin.
sure, yeah, why not? You got Yahoo Serious would have been my other
Gotta
video.
be the other one.
Yeah, the man from Snowy River.
David Draymond says that Disturbed chose to do a headlining tour so that they can bring out all their toys. When asked recently why the band chose not to play festivals this summer like they normally do, he said, we love both, but truth be told is that when you finally decide to headline, you can bring out all of your toys and you don't have to share it with anybody. He said when you're in a festival environment, you have a whole bunch of really high caliber bands who are performing at the top of their game, and they're trying to bring as much as they can all collectively fit on that deck, and it gets challenging. So when you're doing your thing and that's the primary focus, it really opens up the possibility.
Do you think it ever happens where, and maybe Bill Weston's in the room, where like during the barbecue, where artists will share a drum kit or whatever, you know? Or do you think everyone's very, you know what I'm saying, Bill? Like if you have multiple artists on a bill, do they ever share, if you ever, to your best of your knowledge, ever share instruments or like drum kit or something?
Hello?
What? Yeah.
Yes. Frequently, depending on the production.
Really?
Yes.
I would
It's
think
a lot
no
of times you
way.
have the same back line, right? And it's not like high-profile artists like this because they're very particular about their sound and their amplifier, their head unit creates a different type of sound. But for like lower level shows,
Like up and comers, right? Like or like
Yeah.
so yeah. That just, to me it would be like, well, why don't you just use their kit,
Right.
Right. All right. So there we go. I was right.
It's an interesting thing that you bring up, Steve. I was just watching videos on YouTube, and I saw like an old Letterman, a band playing on Letterman. I started watching it, and then it led to another video, which was a compilation of Dave Letterman asking the drummers if they were using their own drums. So as he would come out after they would perform their second song, he'd come out and say, "Hey, you guys are great." You know, he'd just walk over and the crowd's applauding everything. And it's him over and over going, "Are those your drums or those rentals?"
I've seen that.
Have you seen that? And I mean, it's like 20 of them.
Yeah,
it's like more than that.
Why
those
was
are
he
beautiful.
fascinated?
Are those your drums or those rentals? Oh, those are beautiful. He just likes drums a lot. And he asks every single drummer about their drum kit. And as
Who's his drummer? Who's his band drummer?
Oh, Anton Fig.
Anton Fig.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah.
But as a drummer, I love that because they're beautiful instruments. So, but yeah,
That's funny.
And almost every time they were like, "Yeah, these are mine." And you'd be like, "Oh, those are beautiful. Those are wonderful." So, anyhow, Disturbed kicks off the Take Back Your Life tour on April 24th. By the way, one last story: Aerosmith's Joe Perry is taking his solo project on the road. Not going to be coming.
He's
to
not doing
Philadelphia.
TED Talks?
Not that I know of. Man, he is a horrible interview. I've interviewed him at least 3 times in my radio career, and every time he just...
Space is always fascinated me. Outer space.
He just doesn't have anything to say.
He has nothing to say.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, somebody has
Listen back, yeah.
Bill's back.
All right,
Have you heard he was here once. He brought his bus. He was promoting a hot sauce, right? And he came to the studio, and Pierre interviewed him. It was a horrible.
Was it
interview.
bad?
Oh, my
Yeah.
God. He just has nothing to say. There's no energy.
And
none.
You can't understand him. Yeah.
Pierre had him do some IDs. They're still in the system. I was like, everybody's Joe Perry. You're listening to Pierre O'Bear. Everything that wrong. It's like, oh my God.
We got to get those. We have to listen.
Casey's pulling him up right now.
Yeah, it's just not.
And it's funny because Steven Tyler's a great interview. Like, that guy can talk nonstop, and he's got a lot to say. Joe, not so much.
Yeah. And you look at him, he's buff, he looks good, he's an awesome guitar player, and he's just...
This guy's going to be crazy. He's been like a lit stick of dynamite, and then he...
Here, play a little bit. Case.
Hang on.
That part of his brain never developed. The interview
this
part.
is Joe Perry from the Joe Perry Project. Hey, I am the Joe Perry Project. And you're listening to Matt Cord on 93.3 WMMR.
It's actually better than I
MMR
thought.
rocks.
Yeah,
Believe
that's
me.
him being really energetic.
Yeah, that's him. That's him bouncing off the walls.
Hey, this is Joe Perry, and I'm here with the Joe Perry Project, and you're listening to 93.3 WMMR. Everything that rocks.
Wow, he put a little effort on that. Everything.
Now go back to sleep.
All right. He almost sounds like the pudding guy a little
Yeah.
bit.
I love working with.
Wait, no. Which one are you?
I love working.
I love working with Steven Tyler. It's like surfing on tapioca.
Hey, can you give us an ID, pudding guy?
Surfing on tapioca.
Absolutely. Hey, so the pudding guy, you're listening to Jackie Babbitt. He's going to play some Burl Ives for you.
You know,
Dude, Jackie would play that. Jackie would air that. I
Home
guarantee.
for Philadelphia's Gino Vanelli.
It would be an excuse for him to play Silver and Gold from
Yes.
Burl Ives.
Enough is enough.
He's putting one foot in front of the other.
Various pudding.
So it's a pudding sampler.
The most disgusting. Who's the most disgusting of them? Is it which
of the
I think
voices you
Kathy
do?
is as the meter. There's pudding guy. There's Harvey Weinstein.
Oh my God.
I think
There's
Roger Ailes.
Roger Ailes.
Yeah, that's the grossest one.
I'm gonna eat some ribs and then fart in your face.
Pretty foul.
I don't know. There's so many to choose from. So anyhow, Joe Perry Project is going to be playing a handful of gigs in North America this April. The closest he'll be is Boston on April 16th and New York on April 18th. In New York, he's playing Webster Hall.
He's great when he does.
Oh yeah, he's a great guitarist.
He was in the band with Johnny Depp.
The
Hollywood Vampires.
Hollywood
Vampires, not
Yeah.
the Vultures. Them Crooked Vultures is
Them
a
Crooked
totally
Vampires that
different
are-
thing. Yeah,
people think are vultures.
We used to do a band, Them Crooked Vampires.
Hollywood Vultures.
All right, that's it. That is all in music news. So therefore, we can take one final break and come back in a second and get your letter of the day for your very short word of the week. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
That a stranger took her in, is what I heard.
Right.
So I started asking her about it. I'm like, we should hear this story on the air. So, Christy, you left. Did you leave right after the sledding was done and try to head home?
Yeah, I left at, there was like 2 sleds to go, so we just headed out
trying to get out of there. And
What time? What time would you say? Because when I left, I went up to the bar after and hung out for a little bit. I left around 1 o'clock. You had to leave around
It was
12:15.
12:15.
Yeah. Okay.
Probably that.
Okay.
Yeah. So I got back to the hotel, checked out, started my car, went to the bathroom, all that stuff, and then so I started to leave, and right as I'm leaving, a fire truck must have like exploded or something.
Exploded?
Onto the road. It just tipped over. Someone said that they were going like 90 miles an hour down the road, and there was no they weren't clear.
You don't exaggerate much, do you? It went from exploded to tipped over to 90 miles an hour.
No, someone did say it was 90 miles
It was
an hour.
okay.
down the road.
Not even the most finely
Someone
tuned
else's
vehicle could travel down that road at 90
Well, it was
miles.
traveling at 9 miles an hour because it had exploded and it was flying forward, Preston.
Got it. Okay, so anyhow.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
So there was no getting down the road essentially.
So there was an atomic bomb blast.
Yes.
So you're looking to get out on the road and get home. Where do you live, by the way, here?
I live in South Jersey.
South Jersey, okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
and
just
what
right over the
road
bridge.
is this, by the way? Is this like, did you get out of?
I got out of the resort, and right in front of me, like I was the next car to go, a police officer started putting flares up and everything.
Casey,
so.
whatever that road is that goes to the resort.
940.
940. All right, that's it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So anyhow.
So they were redirecting traffic up this hill. It was like the steepest hill I'd ever seen in my life.
There are a lot of them there, yeah.
And trying to drive up, I make it maybe halfway up, and I start rolling backwards. And I don't know what to do. I've never driven in these conditions before. So I'm just sitting there. These people come up to me and said, "We'll push you up the hill. We don't really know what we're doing, but we'll push you up the hill." So I'm like, all right, you know better than me. And then this woman comes out of like the thicket. And
she just comes walking out of the woods.
It appears to me that she was coming out. It appeared that she was coming out of the woods. She, I did learn that she had parked her car up there, and she lived on this really steep hill. It was like a development of houses, and she says, "Can I get into your car and I'll help you?" And she helps me, and she can't get my car up the hill, so
So she gets behind the wheel.
She gets behind the wheel.
Because she's done this before. Or
Yes.
We assume because she lives next to this stinking hill.
Yes,
Okay.
so she knows what she's doing, but my car's an old person car, so we're not going to get up the hill. So she decides to reverse down the hill, and as she's doing that, I kind of, I'm really grateful for her, and I'm thankful that she helped me, but I kind of start to realize that she reeks of alcohol.
Oh boy.
So,
seriously?
Man.
Yeah. So I was like,
And it's noon.
all right, well, like the cardboard class is going on. Maybe she was like, there, and maybe she was not there.
But she was thirsty, right?
She was thirsty, and she goes, "Is this your coffee or mine?" And I said, "That's mine." And she just proceeded to drink it anyway.
She just picked up a coffee and started drinking it.
Okay, I didn't know that this is where the story was going.
Okay.
Yes. So
At any point did she call you a dirty bird?
no, we didn't
Dude,
get
that's
there.
what I thought immediately. Misery. All right, go ahead.
Seriously.
Well, I need to jump.
What's your name, Annie?
Was this right near the lake by any chance?
It
Or
might have been,
right near like Split Rock, there's another lodge.
yeah, it was right near the lodge.
Okay,
I was
so
about a minute walk from there.
I know this hill. Nick, this is the hill that you and I went down.
Yeah, that's where the fire truck
that
was.
we had to
Yeah.
traverse.
That it exploded earlier.
Down.
Yeah, going 90 miles an hour.
It was scary going down the hill, not even going up the hill. That's okay. So I know exactly.
but you
where this
potentially
is.
have you have someone who's potentially drunk sitting at the wheel of your car trying to help. But you're thankful
Drinking her
for it.
I'm thankful
Drinking your
for
coffee,
her.
yeah.
Yes, and
At least she offered to help.
I let her have the coffee, obviously, and but she was helping me. I didn't know what else to do. And
nice.
she gets my car down the hill,
You have any birth control?
and then we end up in a ditch on like the side because the sides of the hill are like divoted down.
Right. Yeah.
So we end up on the side of the hill. Someone pushes my car out, and I'm like, okay, I'm not driving anymore. I'm gonna end up in a ditch somewhere else alone. So she invites me back to her house.
Let me ask you this. Hang on real quick. Did it end up in the ditch with her behind the wheel?
It did.
Oh, my God. Okay. All right, go ahead.
That's when I was like, all right, she needs to get up.
Here,
out
let me
from
help
behind
you. I'm
the
going to
wheel.
run you into a ditch.
Yep.
So I go back to her house with her, and
So you guys had to
start
walk
getting-
there. You
yeah.
had to walk to her house. You had to go through the thicket again.
How far?
Okay.
She just lived at the top of the hill, so we were
Okay.
able to walk. It was like less than a minute walk.
Okay.
And we get into her house, and things start getting weird. She starts telling me her boyfriend doesn't believe her, that she couldn't leave to come see him, so she makes me call him and tell him that I had been lost and I needed help, so that's why she can't go see him. And there's all these snow conditions.
How old is she? About?
She had to have been maybe late 40s, 50s, some, you know,
Yeah, an
not
adult
like a
grown
teenage
grown woman.
Yeah,
My
like,
boyfriend. Do me a favor, sweetie.
so I'm like, all right, I'm thankful that she got me away from the hill, but I need to get away from her now. So I just leave my car at the base of the hill, and she walks me to Split Rock, and I just got a room at the lodge. But the lodge is about a mile away from where the restaurant and everything is, so I spent 30 hours with no food, no drink, nothing, and just alone in my room watching
Yeah, because
cops.
at the base, the story was, and we heard this on Monday, I guess, was, hey, somebody took Christy in. And
Yeah, that was awesome.
She got stuck, and they took her, and she ended up having to stay at somebody's house. We're like, well, that was really nice. It was nice of somebody, you know, a local, a local to help out, and you know, and it ended up being this.
You see, I've known for some time why I was chosen to save you. You and I were meant to be together forever. Now our time in this world must end.
And that was Christy's moment.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to be the mom for a second, but you should have never went with her, and you should have called one of us.
Well, see, the thing is, the Verizon towers went down, so I had no service.
From the explosion of
the fire truck.
Yeah.
So the only time I could get service was when I got into the hotel and I could use their Wi-Fi. So I had already had a room at that point, and I was like, well, what am I going to say? I'm stuck, and you're going to say, me too.
Yeah. All right.
No, but instead of going to, well, yeah, okay, I guess you couldn't get in touch with us, but still.
What was the woman's house like? Was she into taxidermy?
No, it was.
I'm working on this owl.
It was old on the inside. I didn't really want to take a look.
Smell like mothballs?
No.
I was also thinking of Pulp Fiction where a spider caught a couple flies.
So here's
Just
the
a
thing.
moment of opportunity.
I have someone who lives in a box in the basement. I'd love you to meet him.
When
name is the Gimp.
When Nick and I were going down this hill, there was a car that was trying to go up the hill.
That lady was out of her car.
And it was a like a light colored, maybe like silver Toyota something or other.
Did that lady yell at you?
No.
She yelled at me.
Did she really?
About
Why?
what?
Yeah, well, because she didn't want me to go any further because of the fire. I'm not exaggerating. Because of the fire truck that was on its side down that hill, and she was warning me, but she was doing it in a shocking, sort of half-hinged kind of a manner. And I was like, all right, I got
think it was the same woman?
I'm wondering.
Okay.
Was she wearing a red sweatshirt?
I don't remember what she was wearing, but
I'm not talking about that.
Was she wearing a red sweatshirt that said Archie Bunker for president?
That was on Nick. That was on Lake Drive or whatever. The hill I'm talking about that you were stuck on, I believe, was Estate.
Yeah, that's what it was called, Estates Drive or whatever.
Wow. So how long? So when you got into the house, how long were you in the house?
Maybe like an hour.
An hour?
Oh, you were there that long?
Because I didn't know what
Want
to
to watch
do.
my stories with me?
What were you? Yeah, what were you guys talking about after you got off the phone with her boyfriend?
She kept asking me like really odd questions.
You'll never know the fear of losing someone like you if you're someone like me.
She really wanted to make me a meal. She wanted to take pictures with me.
Are you a good girl? Are you a good girl?
She just wanted to like document the moment that like she had saved someone.
This is sounding very similar to the Hawaii trip, Preston.
Somebody was texting in as if there were swords on the wall.
Yeah, it could have gone that way if she didn't leave.
I don't want to be forward, but I can see your dirty pillows.
Did you take?
You don't want boys touching your dirty pillows.
Did you take your jacket off and hats and gloves and stuff?
Yeah, because I was so like
well, you're lovely.
soaked from being outside, so I wanted to get on.
Do you wonder how I got the smile? I know you couldn't see it with my ski mask on. I have this permanent smile that I gave myself, you see.
And so you were there.
Could you call my boyfriend?
So you're there about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Holy Jesus Christ! You must have thought at some point, I'm going to die. I'm going to get murdered by this person.
Me and Nick just drove right past you.
You didn't know that probably at the same. Yes, they were. What time did you guys leave?
After her.
Yeah.
How long after her?
I left around 12:30, 12:45.
Did you go up that hill?
No, I didn't go that way.
Yeah, I went all the way around and then ended up.
93.3 WMMR photograph from the Preston and Steve Show. Pyromania. Great album, man. 10:39 on a Thursday morning, coming to a close for the radio program for us today. But it will behoove you to stick around for a while, not only for the wildly entertaining Pierre Robert experience, but also the fact that we have another chance for you to win some tickets to see Bruce Springsteen this summer. We gave away a pair of tickets earlier this morning. Would love to give away a pair to you, but you're going to need those songs in order to do it.
What do you think those, as we get closer to the show dates, will be scalped for and sold for?
I don't know.
I mean, one of them is a Friday night, too, in the summer at the ballpark. It's going to be awesome.
Yep. I would like to thank our very good friend, Mr. Jeff Devlin.
Yeah, he's great.
Jeff's awesome. I love sitting down and chat with him. He's got such a great, fun energy about him.
He picked up like 9 contracting jobs just from us today.
So nice to have him on. And he will be at the Philadelphia Home and Garden Show Friday through Sunday. So tomorrow through Sunday. And you can go to PhillyHomeGardenShow.com. No, I'm sorry, PhillyHomeandGarden.com and use the promo code Casey.
Yeah.
And you save 50%.
That's right.
It's excellent.
Pretty awesome. So Pierre's here. How do?
How do?
Nice to see
Jeff
you.
wants me to come help him build some farms.
Build a farm.
I bet you'd be good.
Yeah.
You know your way
go
around.
Fetch the coffee.
Plant some crops.
Coffee boy.
I could be coffee boy.
Yeah.
I could drive him to the job site. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
What do they call the job site?
Yeah, the set.
Right.
Drive him to the set.
You drive him to the set.
You want it on set, Mr. Robert.
I'll be his showrunner.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is a showrunner anyway?
The mastermind behind. Like Chuck Lorre is the showrunner for the shows that he does. He's the one.
That's a relatively new term in show business.
Executive producer and producer. So the executive producer scrapes up the money. The producer is the actual overall concept of the thing. But they have morphed a little bit. Showrunner is the one who comes up with the idea. And a lot of times they're now all combined within the same person, you know?
All right. So I'm Jeff's showrunner. And then I'll help him. I'll say, no, a little to the right.
And then they'll say, we're not filming.
Right. And then that'll be that.
It almost sounded like you were saying a name. I'm Jeff Showrunner.
I'm Jeff
It sounded
Showrunner.
like that's your name.
Great. Yeah.
That's a hell of a radio name.
Jeff Showrunner.
My name
Nice
is
to meet you.
voiceover artist.
Just call me VO for short.
Yeah. All right, VO, you want to get us the letter of the day?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
I, as in illegal.
All right, and we have 2 letters so far, making up a 3-lettered word, and we're giving away an LG 65-inch UQ75 Series LED 4K UHD Smart TV.
Hike!
And Lego Mandalorian helmet and a Mandalorian Season 3 poster. The Mandalorian Season 3 streaming March 1st only on Disney+. So we'll give that away tomorrow. Hold on. Text message. I don't understand this. It says, gonna need an explanation of what Kathy did for Casey to yell at her during the commercial. Did I miss something? Were you yelling at Kathy during a commercial?
Actually, we've been getting along great today.
Yeah, it's weird. What's going on?
Did they play a video from? So we go into commercial. Sometimes they'll play a video from older shows.
I'll bet that's what.
That's probably what it was.
And I don't know what those clips are.
That was the night after they slept together.
And that must have been.
It was real.
How dare you sleep with my wife?
You mad at Casey or Kathy?
Yeah, I'm flexible.
All you know is somebody's getting their ass kicked.
Yeah. I'm going to fight somebody.
Yeah.
When I build a farm.
And kiss you a pretty girl.
Press me a kitty girl.
Press you a kitty girl?
Yeah.
Okay.
Press me a kitty girl.
Okay.
I'm going hunting after that.
All right.
Got a 4-wheel dock truck.
A dog truck.
Yeah, it's a dock truck. Because I'm also a doctor. I have my medical bag in the back.
Yes, of course.
I go out to the.
They call them dock trucks.
Yeah,
Call them dock trucks.
Yeah.
in these
Red
parts we
Cross
call it
on
an
the side.
ambulance.
Yeah. I can help. I'm here to help. That's why I'm the Jeff Foxworthy. What am I? The Jeff
Foxworthy.
Jeff
I'm the Jeff
Foxworthy.
Showrunner show.
Yeah, you might be a redneck.
All
We'll
right.
call it Dr. Tour.
Okay.
Dock truck.
The dock truck.
Don't you love it when just sounds start coming out of his mouth?
That's good stuff.
Yeah.
Just,
Thank you.
yeah.
I wonder if you could speak in Morse code.
What did you just say?
Jeff Showrunner.
Jeff Showrunner.
You spelled your name.
So that's going to be another song for Christmas. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. What is happening on today's program?
I'm glad you asked. I've got Jerry Cantrell tickets to give away. I've got that Bruce song to play at the 2 o'clock hour. I've got Aerosmith, Workforce Blocks, and Breaking Ben and Hailstorm in the blocks. A fun day.
I know what happened. Steve, you hit a sound clip during the commercial, and I heard it off air. And some people were listening, and so you hit something.
I thought I hit something.
And I don't know what it was, but it was Casey yelling at Kathy. And whatever you hit.
Was it Kathy Shut Your Hole?
I must have been, and that aired during the commercial break.
I'll bet that's what it was, because you're the one who has that effect, right, Steve?
Yes. Yes. Kathy, shut your hole.
Yes.
It's somewhere here.
So people are saying, I heard it. Casey definitely yelled, but it was a sound clip that Steve has from
my God.
Yeah.
So it must have been none of us were paying attention.
Yeah, I heard it, and then I just forgot about it, and that's what it was.
That's funny.
Damn it.
We have solved the mystery.
Yeah. All right.
I'll
Go
find
us.
it. You guys keep going.
All right, what's up on the show today, then? Did we already do that?
We already did that, but I'll say it again.
Oh, yeah, you have the Bruce song. Then
Bruce
everything.
song at
Yep.
2, Jerry Cantrell tickets, Workforce Blocks, and it'll be swell.
Excellent.
On the Showrunner Show.
Well, all right. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and Bruce Springsteen, the E Street Band, Citizens Bank Park, August 16th and 18th. Tickets on sale, 10 a.m. Tuesday at phillies.com/Springsteen. Tomorrow on this program, we're going to have Jay Chandrasekhar, who is in our studio. And also, we'll talk to Gina Gershon.
Oh, she's
Love
great.
her.
Yes.
Yeah. So those things and more. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.